I gradually awakened from unconsciousness. As I opened my eyes, I realized I was in a completely unfamiliar place. A sense of confusion welled up inside me. Had I just experienced some kind of quantum entanglement and crossed over to another world? My name is Zhong Hong. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary worker on an assembly line in a ruthless factory with hardly any family to speak of. Once, out of kindness, I saved a child's father, only to have both my hands mangled by a machine. My last memory was lying in a hospital bed. But now, looking at my perfectly healthy hands and this strange environment, it was clear I had crossed into another world. Rubbing my slightly dizzy head, I got up and sat down on the nearby sofa. The floor was littered with empty bottles and unfamiliar medication. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. It seemed the previous owner of this body led a miserable life, perhaps even more unfortunate than my own past. As I was lost in thought, a glowing screen slowly appeared in my mind. I looked closely. Marvel Universe? My eyes widened in shock. To ordinary people, the Marvel world is riddled with danger. At every turn, not to mention villains like Thanos, whose every appearance brings catastrophe. Here, any battle could sweep up bystanders and leave them teetering between life and death. Now, everything depended on how powerful my golden finger would be. Open the rookie pack, I thought, realizing that to survive in the Marvel world, I need every bit of help the system could offer. I couldn't help but mutter, this really does feel like unlocking loot boxes in a game. No sooner had I spoken than a vast, star-studded cosmos appeared on the screen. Beams of white light flashed by, and the scene was just like the card-drawing games I played in my previous life. Gazing at the 5 cards before me, I finally felt a bit more at ease. While the 1-star dummy card was useless, $1 million in legitimate funds was an irresistible fortune, something I'd only dreamed of. Let's see what's on that 5-star card. Anticipation filled my chest. Heavens, this is unbelievable. My voice trembled with excitement. The 5-star card granted the power of a celestial. My luck was simply outrageous. With celestial-level strength, I could surely protect myself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After all, Thanos in his normal state was only a sub-celestial, while true celestials could stand toe-to-toe with powerhouses like the Ancient One or Odin. This is incredible, absolutely amazing. I couldn't help but break into a wide grin. In my previous life, I longed to live freely, but reality always let me down. Now, with the system, I could finally cut loose in a Marvel world, and maybe even play a few pranks on these foreign superheroes. Just the thought of it filled me with glee. But first, I'd better figure out what's going on. I quickly stood up from the sofa, feeling the immense strength granted by the great sage of the Yellow Wind. My body felt surprisingly good, and the dizziness from waking up had vanished without a trace. My eyes were immediately drawn to the newspaper on the floor, its headline proclaiming, "Billionaire Tony missing for 3 months." In a flash, I realized this was exactly the point in time when the story of Iron Man 1 unfolds. Thanks to the power of the Yellow Wind Sage, I now felt brimming with energy, a far cry from my former frail and sickly self. System, begin fusion, I commanded without hesitation. Instantly, the system interface transformed into a massive smelting furnace, with 3 cards floating around it and a manual that looked strikingly like a game guide hovering nearby. With a thought, I tossed the blood of lava and regenerating flesh cards into the furnace. By comparison, the Storm Dragon's Head was a 3-star card and exceedingly rare. I felt no regret using only 2 2-star cards for this fusion. The moment the cards entered the furnace, an intense blaze erupted. The cards slowly melted together, their forms liquefying and merging, until finally coalescing into a brand new card. Superhuman level. Feels about on par with Captain America? Though, Captain America's combat prowess has always been hard to pin down. He can practically hold his own against anyone. Probably about the same as Spider-Man, I suppose. Suddenly, I remembered the newspaper note. Stark Industries was set to hold a press conference in just a few days. My interest was instantly piqued. This time, I'm going to stir things up for Stark. I couldn't help but let out a deep, rumbling chuckle, the corners of my mouth curling upward in anticipation. Outside the iconic Stark Tower in New York, reporters from the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, BBC, and other media outlets from around the world had gathered, their shoulders weighed down with various camera equipment. Tony Stark, missing for 3 months, had just landed and was holding a press conference right away. No one knew what he was going to say, but there wasn't a single media outlet willing to let this opportunity slip by. What do you think Stark will announce this time? Is he unveiling a more powerful weapon? Or maybe declaring retaliation against the terrorists? What he says isn't actually the important part. The key is, what should we be asking him? As the journalists debated heatedly, Tony strode into the hall, greeted by enthusiastic applause and a sea of cameras turning toward him. In another corner of the room, Coulson found Pepper Potts. Miss Potts. Yes? Can I help you? I'm not here for the press conference, but I do have a question I'd like to ask. I actually don't do interviews. The conference is about to start. I'm not a journalist. My name is Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. As he spoke, Coulson handed her his business card. That's quite a mouthful. Yes, we're considering coming up with a shorter name. The Department of Defense, the Joint Intelligence Bureau, and the CIA have all reached out to us already. We are an independent agency with a much more focused objective. We need to speak with Mr. Stark and get a detailed account of his escape. I'll add this to the agenda, if that's all right. With that, both of them turned their attention to Tony, who was now about to address the room. A reporter asked, Mr. Stark, what did you experience over there? Tony stepped up to the podium and replied, My entire perspective has changed. I realized I need to do more for the world than just build weapons and create explosions. He continued, From this moment on, Stark Industries will immediately cease all weapons manufacturing. Before Tony could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the window, snapping everyone's attention toward the noise. On the lawn not far away, the ground suddenly split open with a massive crack. In an instant, a torrent of molten lava burst out, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Then, echoing through the entire Stark Industrial Park, came a deafening, triumphant roar. Ha ha ha! At last, I have arrived in this vibrant world. The cameras of every reporter at the scene instantly swung toward the chaos. Around the world, Stark's shareholders watching the live broadcast witnessed the spectacle and heard the voice firsthand. After the eruption, a giant figure leapt out from the fissure. Its form resembled the devils of Western religious lore, a deliberate choice by Zhonghong, who knew that those with religious beliefs would instinctively react with powerful emotions when confronted with a demon from their own mythology. My God, is that really a demon? Is this some kind of divine punishment? Everyone at the scene was stunned, and viewers at home stared wide-eyed at their screens, gripped by anxiety. The demon stood nearly 3 meters tall, with curling ram's horns, cloven hooves, and a tail like a steel whip. Its armor looked as if it had been forged from flowing, solidified lava. As it landed, it casually seized an unlucky employee, crushing him effortlessly in its grasp. Blood and flesh oozed toward the demon, as though being slowly absorbed. Fresh flesh and blood, delicious beyond compare. I want more. Bang, bang, bang. The demons roared Jared the SHIELD agents into action. Coulson barked orders, and they opened fire on the creature in a wild barrage. Yet their bullets had no effect at all, unable even to pierce the demon's molten armor. How utterly foolish. With a gesture into the void, the demon conjured a whip of molten lava in its hand. With a casual flick, several agents were sliced cleanly in two, their screams ringing out. The wounded agents lay writhing on the ground, their groans of pain filling the air. All of this threw the press conference into utter chaos. People screamed, shoved, and scattered in every direction. Tony was quickly hustled into a car by Happy and Pepper Potts, the three of them making a swift escape from the scene. Damn it, what on earth is that monster? Director, we need backup. Coulson barked orders to the agents as they tried to hold off the demon, all the while calling SHIELD headquarters for reinforcements. My God, what is that thing? Nick Fury muttered under his breath, eyes glued to the surveillance feed, his words laced with a low curse. Deploy every available agent nearby now. Fury's face grew even darker, if that was possible. His already steely features took on an even grimmer cast. Meanwhile, Coulson continued directing the agents on the ground, urging them to hold back the molten blood demon at all costs. The situation was dire. Stark Tower was in the heart of a bustling district surrounded by wealthy residents. Any sudden evacuation could spark even greater chaos, and the pressure weighed heavily on Fury's shoulders. Spread out. Scatter now. Coulson shouted urgently, seeing the demon raise its whip for another attack. Even so, some agents were struck and fell, blood staining the pavement. Ha! Patati kumans. You're only fit to be food for my kind. The demon taunted, its laughter booming. More agents arrived, but it wasn't nearly enough to turn the tide. Their weapons were pitifully inadequate against the demon. Even breaking through its defenses was a near impossibility. Yet the molten blood demon wasn't in a hurry to slaughter everyone. Instead, it toyed with them, toying with its prey like a cat with mice. You monster! You'll pay for this one day. Coulson cursed as he fired shot after shot. Ha ha! I am the vanguard of my people. You weaklings are no match for me. The demon roared with wild laughter, wreaking havoc all around, clearly regarding the humans as insignificant. Suddenly, Two earth-shaking explosions rang out, cutting the demon's laughter short. The shockwaves tore through the streets of the city. Two fighter jets screamed overhead, with helicopters rushing in from afar. "Wretched insects! How dare you insult me like this?" The molten blood demon bellowed in fury at the jets streaking through the sky, but it was powerless to strike back at these distant foes. Under the barrage of air-to-surface missiles, a crack finally appeared in the demon's lava armor, exposing a patch of glowing orange-red skin. But as molten rock flowed, the armor sealed itself, and the crack vanished. Relieved to see this distraction, Coulson quickly seized the opportunity. He led his team in a swift retreat while the demon's attention was focused on the jets, moving to a secure spot where they could both monitor the situation and make a quick escape if necessary. "Director, I'm in position and awaiting your orders." "Well done, Agent Coulson. Once the military has dealt with that creature, go over and collect some tissue samples from its body." On the other end, Nick Fury finally allowed himself to relax a little, his whole demeanor softening noticeably. As Coulson and Nick Fury spoke in low voices, the U.S. military had already begun a fierce exchange of fire with a molten blood demon. Ground forces arriving one after another quickly set up defensive lines along the street, and heavy weaponry was steadily brought up to the front. However, under the orders of a U.S. Army general, these powerful weapons held their fire for the moment. "Demon ahead, you are surrounded. If you cooperate according to our instructions, your life will not be in danger. Otherwise, you will be destroyed. I repeat." A military helicopter swooped in from outside the encirclement, hovering dozens of meters above the molten blood demon, its loudspeaker blaring a warning. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of U.S. soldiers and the array of obviously lethal weapons, the rampaging molten blood demon gradually ceased its violent assault. He stomped his cloven hoof into the ground with force and roared, "Very well, insignificant humans. Then how do you intend to treat one as great as I?" A mocking smile flickered across the demon's face. As this unfolded, more U.S. ground troops arrived, establishing a barricade along the street, while various heavy weapons were positioned at the front lines. Yet, under the general's command, none of these heavy weapons opened fire just yet. "Demon ahead, you are surrounded. As long as you comply with our instructions, your life will not be threatened. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. I repeat." A military helicopter hovered overhead, circling just above the molten blood demon, its loudspeaker repeating the warning. Confronted by the unfamiliar but clearly devastating weaponry and masses of U.S. soldiers, the molten blood demon at last halted his rampage. He slammed his hoof into the ground and bellowed, "Fine, pitiful humans. What do you plan to do with someone as magnificent as me?" A sneer crept across the demon's face. The U.S. military immediately ceased fire, while several media helicopters appeared in the sky, capturing live footage of the scene below. Although both sides had called a temporary truce, none of the soldiers dared to approach the demon lightly. The situation became a tense standoff, and the circling military helicopters began to slow their pace. Noticing this, a faint smile appeared on the demon's lips. Soon after, one side of the military's encirclement opened up, and a U.S. officer in full dress uniform, his rank insignia marking him as a lieutenant colonel, strode forward with measured steps. "Listen up, you demon. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. Otherwise, I'll make sure my boot lands squarely." Before he could finish, the molten blood demon lashed out with his lava whip, striking like a venomous serpent. In a split second, the man was torn in two. At the same moment, the molten blood demon launched a counterattack. Almost as soon as he moved, pillars of molten lava erupted from beneath most of the American military's heavy ground units, obliterating them in an instant. Cries of agony burst forth, wave after wave, drowning out even the thunderous roar of the flowing lava. "And as for you pesky flies..." The molten blood demon lifted his gaze to the helicopters circling overhead, his lava whip swelling rapidly in his grasp. He swung it wildly, hurling countless jets of molten rock skyward like a meteor shower, weaving a dense barrage of fire that raced toward the helicopters. Oh hell! The helicopter pilots, panic etched on their faces, desperately wrestled with the controls, trying to evade the incoming lava. But it was already too late. In a single instant, the tide of battle turned completely. Apart from two fighter jets that managed to climb higher and faster, the rest of the American forces suffered devastating losses. Even two media helicopters were caught in the chaos, spiraling downward to the sound of reporters' terrified screams. From the distant lenses of several media helicopters, the molten blood demon appeared between a dozen erupting pillars of lava, brandishing his whip like a god of war from the depths of hell, an image that chilled all who saw him. Some surviving American soldiers were reduced to sobbing, fleeing in terror. "My God, what on earth is this power? Watching from afar, Coulson was so stunned he could barely speak, his favorite catchphrase slipping out in disbelief. Director, I think we should pull back. Most of the civilians nearby have already been evacuated. As Coulson spoke, he found himself involuntarily stepping backward. God, your suggestion, Wait, Coulson, look at that demon. I see him, sir. It looks like he's been trapped by something. With that, Coulson stopped retreating. In fact, he even crept forward a few cautious steps to get a better look. Just then, as the molten blood demon prepared to continue his rampage, he was suddenly ensnared by a chain of molten lava that shot out. From the very rift where he had first appeared, the chain wrapped around his limbs and began to drag him toward the depths of the fissure. Humans, wait for me. When the rift opens again, we shall meet once more. Ha ha ha. With those words, the molten blood demon kicked off with both legs and plunged into the crack. 23. Prince Avenue, Queens. Watching the numbers of emotional energy soar across his system interface, Zhong Hong was filled with joy. Ordinary passers-by could only offer about 0.1 points of emotional value each, but key characters who shaped the narrative and influenced the future of the Marvel Universe could provide much more. Sensing that the destruction had achieved its intended effect, Zhong Hong recalled the molten blood demon through the system. This time, the molten blood demon performed rather well, but that's mostly because there weren't any superheroes around. If a few had shown up, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to run amok. In the future, I'll need to keep the harm to ordinary people in check. Just this brief appearance resulted in over 1,000 casualties. Sure, this is the Marvel world. How many Americans die doesn't really concern me, but I still have to think about sustainability. Zhong Hong chuckled to himself, muttering softly. There was still a long way to go before Thanos appeared, and these carefree days were exactly what he'd always dreamed of. There's another thing. People's emotions grow numb over time. Too much provocation, and the emotional value I get will start to dwindle. My emotional value is already close to 100,000. In a few days, it should stabilize. Then we'll see what kind of treasure chest I can unlock. Should be fun for a while, haha. While Zhong Hong was quietly savoring his private amusement at home, outside the Stark Tower, the argument between the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. had reached a boiling point. You agents allowed that creature to rampage through the city. You have to take responsibility for this. The military official tried to shift the blame, but Coulson wasn't the least bit ruffled. He answered in his usual calm tone. Hey, pal, things aren't as simple as you make them sound. Our own people suffered casualties as well. The military official had arrived late, and seeing Coulson's composed demeanor only made him angrier. Today's incident had cost the military dearly, and he himself might soon face inquiry from a military tribunal. Handling supernatural events like this is your responsibility. Don't think I don't know what you people are up to. Seeing the other man's aggressive stance, Coulson dropped his polite facade, his voice turning cold. I'll be reporting this to my superiors. You have no authority to demand answers from me. As for your losses, that's your own problem. Listen, pal, this conversation is over. With that, Coulson turned and walked away without hesitation, leaving the fuming military official behind. Coulson led a few agents slowly toward the crack in the ground where the molten blood demon had appeared. Even now, molten lava churned below, and the air was thick with the stinging smell of sulfur, impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was already dispatching a team of scientists to the vicinity of Stark Tower, while staying in touch with Coulson via comms. Listen, Coulson, ignore any interference from the military or other agencies. Your top priority is to find out where that creature came from, how it appeared, and what its purpose is. Understood, Director. Coulson's reply came through, prompting Nick Fury to rise and walk to the window, gazing out at the distant sky. The idea of assembling the Avengers grew even more resolute in his mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere within SHLD's base, Alexander Pierce, one of Hydra's leaders, was conspiring with Crossbones, plotting something in secret. Stark, accompanied by Happy and Potts, hurried back to his villa. Jarvis, what exactly is that thing? Based on its appearance, the creature seems akin to a demon. Jarvis, get me in touch with a few experts in the relevant fields. Also, purchase the materials I've listed here. Understood, sir. Inside the sanctuary of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One slowly released the Eye of Agamotto and let out a long, weary sigh. Not long ago, she had sensed an anomaly in the flow of time within this universe, prompting her to use the Eye of Agamotto for observation. But what she discovered was that the timeline of the future had become extremely chaotic, sometimes reduced to a single thread, sometimes splitting into two, and at moments, vanishing altogether in the blink of an eye. Just moments before, she had even found herself unable to peer into the future with the Eye of Agamotto at all. Every timeline had collapsed entirely, tangled together like an unruly ball of yarn, impossible to unravel. What could have happened to cause such violent shifts in the timeline? The Ancient One activated the Eye of Agamotto once more. In the face of this crisis, her plans for retirement were clearly no longer feasible. As events unfolded, nearly all of America was caught up in news reports about the rampage of the Bloodmelt demon. Many were gripped by fear, but most remained skeptical. After all, with fake news rampant online, it was difficult to believe in such things without seeing them firsthand. Rather than worrying about demons, most Americans were more concerned with the announcement that Stark was shutting down his weapons development division. Demons might not pose an immediate threat to them, but the closure of the division would undoubtedly affect their economic interests. While the outside world was busy investigating the Bloodmelt demon, Zhong Hong spent several leisurely days at home, enjoying his meals and sleep, leading a life of ease and comfort. System. Display the panel. Lying back in his lounge chair, basking in the sunlight, Zhong Hong checked his system panel. With over 200,000 emotion points, he felt thoroughly content. Let's open a yellow-grade treasure chest and see if luck is on my side. Seems I'm in luck. Just one yellow-grade chest, and I've already drawn 2 3-star cards. Seeing his gains displayed on the system panel, Zhong Hong felt even more pleased. The system's treasure chest came in 8 tiers: Cosmic, Primal, Heaven and Earth, Mystic, Yellow, and so on, each capable of yielding items, ranging from 3 to 10 stars. Although the results were purely a matter of luck, yellow-grade chests could only ever produce 3-star cards at best. Drawing anything with a higher star rating was simply impossible. A yellow-tier treasure chest costs 10,000 emotion points, while a black tier one requires 100,000. After that, the price for each tier of chest increases tenfold. Since luck is on my side today, let's try opening a black tier treasure chest. Riding the wave of good fortune, Zhong Hong decisively purchased and opened another black tier chest. Another 2 4-star cards. It's tempting to spend all my emotion points at once, but I need to hold back and wait until I've saved enough for an Earth tier chest. Let's fuse the cards that can be combined first. As the system panel shifted, the cards eligible for fusion circled around the virtual furnace. The Tentacle of Cthulhu should have much greater potential, so I'll hold off on fusing that. The Profound Swordfire command doesn't pair well with the other cards for now, so I'll set it aside too. Let's just fuse these 3. With a thought, Zhong Hong sent 3 Cursed Heart cards flying into the furnace. Bathed in the endless divine flames, the cards dissolved into liquid and merged together. Before long, a brand new fusion card was born from the fire. Tony Stark's Villa. After the ordeal with the Bloodmelt demon, Tony found himself plagued by a vague sense of anxiety. In the days that followed, he buried himself in the research and upgrade of his armor. Through countless trials and refinements, the Mark III suit was finally complete. With some time left in the manufacturing process, Tony handed the remaining work off to Jarvis and headed to a Stark Industries gala. Tony had barely set foot inside the party when he discovered that Stark Industries was still selling weapons without his consent. He intended to confront Obadiah, but before he could, Obadiah sought him out instead and openly admitted to shutting Tony out of the company. Facing the uncle, who pushed him aside under the guise of protecting him, Tony's emotions became a tangled knot. The party instantly lost all appeal for Tony. He quickly excused himself and returned home. There, he watched the news and learned that criminals were using Stark Industries weapons to slaughter innocent civilians, with no one daring to step in. Tony realized he had to take action. Once the Mark III armor was fully assembled, Tony donned the suit without hesitation and set out to stop the terrorists. He swiftly defeated them. This daring intervention piqued Obadiah's intense curiosity about Tony's Iron Man suit. At the same time, Tony asked Pepper Potts to investigate Obadiah's recent behavior. Sensing that his secrets had been discovered, Obadiah dropped his pretense. He marched straight to Tony's villa, forcibly removed the arc reactor from Tony's chest, and activated his own Ironmonger suit. Near Stark Tower, several blocks remained under SHIELD surveillance after the recent demon incident. The streets were noticeably less crowded at night. After being released by Zhong Hong, Gawain was assigned to patrol the area. According to the plot of Iron Man 1, Obadiah was about to launch his attack on Tony. A simple clash between villains could never stir the audience's emotions like the struggle between good and evil, nor could it keep innocent bystanders safe. So Zhong Hong arranged for Gao to play the role of a champion against the forces of darkness. Although Gao wins, knightly attire clashed with the modern surroundings. No one dared approach him lightly. The SHIELD agents only gave him a passing glance. After all, in America, eccentric costumes were hardly unusual. A knight's armor might not even attract attention elsewhere. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the New York streets as Iron Man and Ironmonger burst onto the scene. locked in fierce combat. I absolutely love this suit of armor. Obadiah, brimming with confidence, felt utterly invincible in that moment. He spun around and hoisted a car overhead. Inside, a family of 4 screamed in terror. Tony, you must realize, the world has changed. We need greater firepower to stand against these threats. Before Obadiah could finish, Tony blasted him away with a surge from his energy cannon. Tony caught the terrified family just in time, but the panicked woman at the wheel inadvertently dragged him along the pavement for some distance. Tony tried to stand, only to be struck down by Ironmonger wielding a motorcycle as a weapon. As Obadiah readied to launch another attack on Tony, he spotted a lone figure standing resolutely in his path. With a burst from his jetpack, Obadiah swung his armored arm with all his might, aiming a devastating blow at the mysterious newcomer. To his astonishment, the figure caught the massive strike effortlessly with just one hand, without even shifting his stance. Inside the suit, Obadiah's pupils shrank with terror as he realized what he was up against. With a casual shove, Gowan sent Ironmonger stumbling back several paces. "What was that thing you mentioned just now?" Gowan asked calmly after repelling Ironmonger, showing no sign of aggression. Watching from behind, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "He's like a real-life Superman." Obadiah, equally stunned by the encounter, quickly masked his shock with a vicious scowl. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, "That thing is go to hell." Before he finished his words, Obadiah launched 2 missiles straight at Gowan. Tony shouted a warning, desperate to keep his unexpected savior from being killed by Obadiah's attack. But the next moment left Tony utterly speechless. With a flick of his wrist, Gowan drew his long sword and, with effortless grace, sliced the 2 missiles into harmless fragments. "You treacherous villain!" With a furious shout, Gawain lashed out at Obadiah with his sword. A golden arc of light shot forth like lightning toward Ironmonger, striking its mark in an instant. Obadiah cried out in terror, "No!" But Gawain's sword did not take his life. Instead, it carved a gaping hole into the chest of the Ironmonger armor, utterly paralyzing the suit. "Can you speak now?" Gawain stepped up to the unmoving Ironmonger and asked again. Yet Obadiah, still reeling from his brush with death, was too petrified to utter a word. Seeing this, Gawain's brow creased in displeasure. "Hey, sir. Knight, was it? I think I can tell you about that thing." Tony spoke up, slowly approaching Gawain. Having witnessed Gawain's actions during the battle, Tony found himself warming to the knight, certainly more so than the manipulative Obadiah. But clearly, this isn't the best place for a conversation. "How about my office?" Tony came up beside Gawain, lifting the faceplate of his helmet, and extended a humble invitation. At this moment, the usual arrogance had faded from Tony's demeanor, for he understood just how formidable this man truly was. Hearing Tony's suggestion, Gawain nodded in agreement. Tony let out a relieved sigh and led Gawain into Stark Tower. Just then, Pepper Potts arrived with a team of security personnel and rushed forward, throwing her arms around Tony's armored frame. Tony gently patted her in reassurance. "I'm all right, Pepper. Have the team detain Obadiah." With that, Tony and Gawain entered Stark Tower together. Meanwhile, Pepper directed the agents to drag Obadiah out of the disabled Ironmonger suit. Seeing Obadiah so frightened he'd lost control of himself, she decided it was best to send him to the hospital first. "The thing you mentioned, it's a creature that looks a lot like a demon. Here, take a look at this footage. It's more straightforward." Tony handed Gawain a tablet as he spoke. On the screen, a video played, showing the Bloodfire demon rampaging near Stark Tower. "Sir, if you know anything about this, would you tell me? Maybe I can help." Tony ventured, his tone laced with obvious curiosity. Gawain stood, walking to the window to gaze out at the city beyond Stark Tower, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Tony, noticing his silence, refrained from pressing him further. Instead, he quietly uncorked a bottle of red wine and settled onto the sofa, sipping slowly. After a long pause, Gawain finally turned to face Tony. His eyes shimmered with a golden light, making Tony's hand tighten involuntarily around his glass. Unable to bear the weight of Gawain's piercing gaze, Tony stood up, poured a glass of wine, and offered it to Gawain himself. Gawain took the glass, thanked him softly, and took a small sip. Seeing this, Tony visibly let out a breath of relief, then ventured, "Can we be friends?" "Friends? That's a word I haven't heard in a long time. If you wish, since you've shared some information about the Abyssal Demon with me, we can be friends." As he spoke, Gawain extended his hand first. Tony's heart leapt with delight at the gesture, and he reached out to shake Gawain's hand. At the very moment their hands met, Gawain's magical power traveled through his palm into Tony's body. Instinctively, Tony tried to pull his hand away, only to find Gawain's grip as unyielding as steel. There was no way to break free. Yet Tony quickly regained his composure. He knew perfectly well that if Gawain harbored any ill will, he wouldn't need to resort to this kind of trick. He could simply use force if he wanted. This is a gift for a friend, and a token of thanks for the news you've brought me. The energy I've infused into you will purify your physical state and prevent certain harmful effects from worsening. Hearing Gawain's words, Tony's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't yet felt any symptoms of palladium poisoning, but he was well aware of how toxic palladium could be. Will this really cure my palladium poisoning? Tony's voice was filled with disbelief. The problem that had plagued him for so long, was it truly resolved just like that? A permanent cure isn't possible, unless you can remove that device from your chest. Once the magic I've given you is depleted, your body will again be eroded by that force. Still, at least for the next few years, you don't need to worry too much about it. Of course, I'm not skilled in healing, and I can't help you remove the metal fragments inside you. This is already more than enough. Thank you so much. Tony held Gawain's hand firmly, unable to hide the smile on his face. Confidence filled him. As long as he could buy a few more years, he was sure that his intellect would find a solution to the palladium problem. After all, he was Tony Stark, a genius. So, what do you want to know, my friend? Tony asked. My name is Tony Stark, but you could just call me Tony. And how should I address you? What brings you here? And just what is that thing? Tony rattled off several questions in a row, leaving Gawain silent for a moment. Nearly a full minute passed before he finally began to reply. You can call me Gavin. I pledge allegiance to one of the 6 counselors of the Ashen Council, King Arthur himself. I came here because of the appearance of the Netherhell demons. As for where those creatures come from, I can't reveal too much. Trust me, knowing too much would do you no good. All you need to understand is that humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis, and one of those threats is these demons from the Netherhell. They hail from a dimension different from our own. Hearing this, Tony's face was filled with shock. Wow, I've lived all these years, and this is the first time I've heard anything like this. What exactly are the Ashen Council and the Netherhell? Gavin took a sip of red wine and continued his explanation. After the Age of Gods ended, King Arthur led us into an entirely new world. Though it was a new world, we soon realized it was deeply connected to our own. In that world, we humans were not the only inhabitants, and, in fact, we weren't even the first to arrive there. There, we encountered a common enemy to all of human civilization. These foes were powerful, ruthless, and vast in number. Under King Arthur's leadership, we fought many fierce battles against them. Later, the mysterious speaker of the Ashen Council came to us of his own accord. The speaker managed to persuade King Arthur, and so we joined the Ashen Council together to combat the enemies threatening humanity. According to the speaker, that world is known as the Eightfold Wilderness. The Ashen Council is not the only human organization there, just as the evil creatures of the Eightfold Wilderness are not united under a single banner. And the Netherhell demons don't actually belong to the Eightfold Wilderness. They're invaders from another dimension altogether. According to the Council's Divination Division, the appearance of the Netherhell demons is merely the beginning of the crisis. When Gavin finished speaking, Tony sat in silence for a long time, finally muttering under his breath, "My God." He could hardly imagine that, in this seemingly peaceful world, there were such complex and perilous secrets lurking beneath the surface. Even though Gavin had already noticed the surveillance devices in the room, Zhong Hong didn't seem to care. For agents, information that leaks out accidentally often carries more weight than any official statement. Tony, as a friend, I have to warn you. Pushing further with your questions will do you no good at all. Gavin stepped forward and gently patted Tony on the shoulder. He knew all too well that Zhong Hong's little prank would bring enormous trouble to someone as anxious as Tony. Meanwhile, in the shield base, Nick Fury's face was dark and brooding. For a man who fancied himself the king of spies, it was unsettling to discover how much he still didn't know. The sensation of losing his grip on the bigger picture left the so-called king of agents deeply uneasy. On the other side, Alexander Pierce was just as conflicted. As a high-ranking official in S.H.I.E.L.D., a covert leader of Hydra, and the mastermind behind Project Insight, he had never imagined something so secretive could unfold right before his eyes. Though neither of them wanted to accept what was happening, the power displayed by Gawain and the demon was simply undeniable. Give me several experts in Celtic mythology and history, immediately. At almost the same moment, both Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce issued similar commands. After all, with legendary beings now appearing, it was only wise to seek more information. Meanwhile, inside Stark Tower, Tony Stark sat with his brow deeply furrowed. He wasn't yet the Iron Man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, but he already realized he needed to act. Growth often comes in a single moment. Right now, Tony was resolutely stepping onto the path to become Iron Man. Jarvis, order another batch of top-grade materials for me. Understood, sir. Worried about what lay ahead, Tony resolved to prepare in advance. Only with more advanced armor and cutting-edge technology could he better protect humanity. Having made up his mind, Tony set out to upgrade his suit, ready to face the potential threats Gawain had mentioned. Seeing Tony's determination, Gawain's expression turned serious as well. Though he had to follow Zhong Hong's instructions and couldn't reveal his full plan, that didn't stop him from admiring Tony. Since you've made your decision, it's time for me to go. But I'm sure we'll meet again, Mr. Stark. With those words, Gawain leapt straight out of Stark Tower. The unexpected move left Tony momentarily stunned, his eyes widening with surprise. Not long after Gawain's jump, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly located him. At the same time, Zhong Hong lounged on his sofa, stretching lazily and muttering to himself. That's another burst of emotional energy gathered. Looks like Iron Man 2 isn't far off now. Still, in this state, Tony won't be someone Ivan Vanko can easily handle. Maybe I can help elevate him even further. After Gawain jumped from Stark Tower, Coulson, who had been waiting for quite some time, led a team of agents to intercept him. On the way, he flashed his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials. Greetings, Sir Knight. I'm an agent from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. You can call me Coulson. Here are my credentials. Coulson smiled as he offered his badge, but Gawain didn't take it. What is your purpose, Agent? Sir Knight, our Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Agency is mainly responsible for handling anomalous incidents worldwide. Would you be open to discussing things in more detail? So, your agency manages all anomalous incidents around the globe? In other words, everything out of the ordinary falls under your jurisdiction? If that's how you'd like to put it, I suppose that's not inaccurate. You certainly know how to talk yourself up. With that, Gawain clearly had no interest in continuing the conversation and turned to walk away without hesitation. Coulson didn't try to stop him. He understood perfectly well that, even if everyone present joined forces, they weren't a match for Gawain. Making a move in this situation would only put the agency at a disadvantage. Just as Coulson was about to contact Nick Fury for instructions on what to do next, Fury reached out to him first. Follow him. Tell him we've discovered another lead on the demon. Understood, Director. Before Coulson could catch up to Gawain, he saw him suddenly vanish from sight. Where did he go? Coulson barely had time to process what had happened when a calm voice sounded right beside his ear, without the slightest warning. His heart clenched tight, as if an unseen hand had gripped it in an instant. On instinct, Coulson immediately raised his pistol, aiming it without hesitation toward the direction of the voice. Good grief. You nearly scare me out of my skin. Coulson exclaimed in exasperation, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stared fixedly at Gawain, his eyes wide with shock. When he realized it was Gao when speaking, some of his tension eased, but his nerves still refused to settle. He hurriedly lowered his weapon, though the look of lingering fright remained etched on his face. His gaze never left Gawain, wary that he might vanish again at any moment. In stark contrast, Gawain didn't seem to care in the slightest that a gun had just been pointed at him. He simply shrugged, as if it were all utterly inconsequential. With his abilities, such threats hardly warranted concern. Though shaken, Coulson forced himself back to the matter at hand. Our agents have reported that the prison holding Obadiah was attacked. Clues left at the scene suggest that, even if it wasn't the same demon as before, it's certainly connected to him in some way. Lead the way if you would. This time, there was something elusive in Gawain's tone. It seemed the organization that claimed to oversee all anomalous incidents worldwide had finally piqued his interest. Not far from New York, inside a cavern, the molten blood demon emerged from the lava, casually tossing a figure wrapped in molten rock onto the ground. The figure rolled several times before coming to a stop, his face finally visible. It was Obadiah. Ahem. Dear Mr. Demon, is there anything I can do for you? Obadiah crawled up from the ground with the utmost care, his voice trembling with fear and unease. He had already resigned himself to being dealt with by Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D., but the demon's arrival offered him a glimmer of hope. He understood clearly. The demon had spared his life, which meant he still held some value in its eyes, though he had yet to grasp exactly what that value was. Mortal, since you crave power, I shall now grant you an opportunity. As the molten blood demon spoke, he reached into his chest, which flowed like molten lava, and produced a blood-red seed. The moment the seed emerged, the air around them seemed to boil. Waves of scorching heat forced Obadiah to stumble back, unable to withstand the intensity. Just as Obadiah was about to speak, the molten blood demon suddenly appeared right before him and pressed the molten seed directly into his chest. The instant the seed entered his body, Obadiah felt a savage force rampaging inside him. The agony was so overwhelming that he collapsed, writhing and howling on the ground. Gradually, his cries faded. Obadiah looked down at his own body, now seeming to flow with glowing magma, and fell silent in contemplation. In that moment, he had been transformed into a demon hybrid, his flesh fused with molten rock. Feeling the surging power within him, a look of satisfaction crept onto Obadiah's face. With his strength, he felt certain he could crush Tony with ease. This power far surpassed the might of the ironmonger armor he once wore. So what is the price, Mr. Demon? Obadiah knew well. Power always came at a cost. Now that he had received such power, he was prepared to pay whatever was required. Human, what you must do is sow more chaos. Whether it's against that Iron Man or against this country, it makes no difference. As long as you can spread chaos, that is enough. Do your best, and you will grow even stronger. When the time of our arrival comes, you might even survive as one of the chosen few. The molten blood demon tempted Obadiah with honeyed words, luring him with promises and subtle manipulations, weaving the kind of spell that could bend any man's heart. Obadiah bowed slightly, his tone deferential. Understood, my lord. I shall bring more chaos for you and your kind. Having weathered the storms of the business world for years, Obadiah knew exactly when to bow his head. He knew what he wanted, and more importantly, how to survive. After witnessing the extraordinary power of the molten blood demon and Gawain, Obadiah's hunger for wealth and influence had greatly diminished. This shift in desire only made his cooperation with the demon all the smoother. Remember, as long as you get the job done, you will be richly rewarded. You can use this seed of molten blood to summon me, but before you do, you'd better carefully consider the price you'll have to pay. With those words, the molten blood demon's body dissolved into lava, quickly vanishing before Obadiah's eyes. As the demon disappeared, Obadiah let out a long sigh of relief. Just moments before, he had barely managed to hold himself together in the face of the demon. After all, such a supernatural being exerted an overwhelming sense of dread on any ordinary person, especially when Obadiah had recently witnessed the demon's terrifying power firsthand. The pressure had been nearly unbearable. Following the instructions inscribed within the seed of molten blood, Obadiah slowly recovered his composure and exited the cave. If he wanted to create greater chaos, he would need more allies. In his mind, Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries was the perfect candidate for collaboration. The two had been fierce rivals in the business world, so Obadiah knew Hammer all too well. Tony, just you wait. Your uncle Obadiah will come back for you yet. Meanwhile, as Coulson and Gavin rushed to the prison where Obadiah had been held, even the battle-hardened Coulson couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the scene before him. Beyond the police tape stood the prison's entrance, now warped and melted. Scattered just past the threshold were the mutilated bodies of several guards, the scene drenched in blood and horror. There's no mistake. That scorching heat laced with chilling cold. This is the work of those demons from the nether prison, Gavin said, preparing to cross the tape and enter. But just as he was about to step forward, someone blocked his path. Sir, without orders from the director, I can't let anyone enter right now. Of course, this isn't directed at you personally. The one blocking Gavin was Brock Rumlow, better known as Crossbones. As Hydra's embedded elite within S.H.I.E.L.D., Rumlow had arrived as the Rapid Response Unit's leader to lock down the scene. Seeing this, Gavin turned to Coulson. Coulson immediately stepped forward to negotiate with Brock. Gavin's willingness to wait made it clear he had no intention of resolving this with violence. This incident is far beyond an ordinary prison break. As a Level 8 agent, I have the authority to enter. As for my companion, the director has already granted him clearance. I'll fill you in over a drink later. Besides, you'll find out soon enough. Damn it, this mess is worse than anything we've faced before. At Coulson's words, Brock nodded and stepped aside. If the director has cleared you, go on in. But be warned, the scene inside is grim. Honestly, in all my years as an agent, I've never encountered anything like this. It was obvious there was a certain camaraderie between Brock and Coulson in private. After exchanging a nod with Brock, Coulson crossed the line and entered the prison, with Gavin close behind. Oh my God, Gawain murmured under his breath. It seemed that every guard and inmate in the entire prison had met a gruesome end. The corridors were thick with a mingled sense of blood and something burnt. A few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were already at the scene, collecting evidence and taking samples, though Coulson and the others felt a deep unease. As agents, they maintained their professionalism, suppressing their fear as they strode purposefully toward the cell where Obadiah was held. Soon, they arrived at Obadiah's former cell. The door was still dripping with molten iron, clear proof it had been melted by intense heat. Inside the cell, a massive, round pit gaped in the floor, its bottom still bubbling and churning with molten lava. Unlike the cooled pit near Stark Tower, the lava here remained active, making it even more valuable for research. But per Nick Fury's orders, SHLD scientists had not yet begun their analysis. Clearly, he wanted to gather more intelligence before making any decisions. Gawain drew the revolving sword of victory, and with a few swift strikes, shattered the door, now caked with iron slag, clearing the way before stepping inside. Seeing this, Coulson led his team of agents in after him. Just as they entered, the bubbles in a lava pit suddenly swelled and surged. Coulson sensed something was wrong and was about to halt, when a deafening blast erupted and molten rock sprayed through the air. In such a confined space, even the most elite agents had nowhere to hide. For a split second, Coulson thought his end had come. But as he squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death, no pain followed. Opening his eyes, he saw Gawain standing protectively in front of him. Gawain thrust out his right hand, and in an instant, a golden barrier shimmered into existence, shielding them from the barrage of molten lava. I'll report everything that's happened here to the king. The demons of the underworld have already begun to infiltrate this world. You'd best be prepared, Gawain said, then led the way out. Coulson rushed forward to stop him. Sir Gawain, if you ever need to contact King Arthur, you're welcome at S.H.I.E.L.D. at any time. We'll arrange the finest accommodations and guarantee absolute safety and privacy. Watching this from the other side of New York, Zhong Hong couldn't help but chuckle. SHLD's secrecy. Coulson really dared to promise that, considering how riddled with leaks they already were. But Zhong Hong didn't mind. After all, the whole point of contacting King Arthur was to draw their attention. So, at Zhong Hong's signal, Gawain replied, agreed. Just as Coulson and Gawain were preparing to leave, urgent footsteps echoed down the corridor. Clearly, Brock had heard the explosion and rushed over. Soon, Brock skidded to a stop in front of Coulson, his voice tense with worry. Coulson, are you all right? What on earth just happened in there? Coulson saw what was happening and responded with a casual smile. It's nothing serious. There was an explosion in one of the lava pits inside, but I'm fine. I have more important matters to discuss with the director now. Agent Brock, good luck to you. Good luck to you too, Agent Coulson. It didn't take long before Coulson and Gawain's group arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Gawain requested a quiet room, while Coulson headed straight for Nick Fury's office. As he reached the door, he overheard a heated argument between Nick Fury and some high-ranking military officials inside. Damn it, incidents like this are SHELD's responsibility. I don't care what the military has lost. Want to haul me before a military tribunal? Be my guest. Coulson hadn't even entered and already heard these words, his brow furrowing slightly. But this was clearly not the time to be a bystander. Steadying himself, Coulson knocked on the door. The argument inside paused momentarily. Then Nick Fury's impatient voice sounded, "Come in." Coulson stepped inside to find Nick Fury wearing a stern expression, his face even darker than usual, the anger still lingering in his eyes. "Agent Coulson, what's the status of that night?" "Director, I've arranged for him to wait in a conference room, and we've set up both audio and video surveillance inside." "Good. Agent Coulson, what's your impression of this Gawain? Where does he stand regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. and humanity?" "Director, I believe Gawain's attitude toward us isn't what matters most. Based on what we intercepted at Stark Tower, the situation on Earth has already spun out of our control." Coulson's words left Nick Fury silent. He understood that well enough. Knowing it and dealing with it were two different things. Right now, he was making plans to form the Avengers. If Gawain could be persuaded to join, even if only in name, it would be a tremendous asset for S.H.I.E.L.D. and all of humanity. As Fury was deep in thought, Gawain's voice came through the surveillance feed. In reality, Gawain was simply talking to himself, pretending to converse while holding the rotating sword of victory. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no way of knowing whether he was truly communicating with someone else. Meanwhile, in the Zhong family home on Prince Avenue, Queens, Zhong Hong watched as the surge in emotional energy gradually slowed, and he wasn't surprised. After all, the shockwave caused by the molten blood demon was subsiding. Everything was unfolding just as he'd expected. He hadn't let the molten blood demon rampage further because of the Ancient One. That supreme sorcerer was Earth's mightiest guardian, acutely sensitive to dimensional invasions. If the demon were allowed to run wild, it would surely draw her attention, and that was the last thing Zhong Hong wanted. It's not yet the right moment for the Yellow-Wind Great Sage to appear. Someone of his caliber would be wasted if deployed merely to intimidate the people of Earth. He needed to wait for a more fitting opportunity, one that would allow the Yellow-Wind Great Sage to make his entrance on a grander stage. Maybe it's time to enhance Tony's abilities. Otherwise, with his current strength, he'll be unable to participate in the coming battles, Zhong Hong thought to himself. With that in mind, Zhong Hong instructed Gawain to seek out Tony. Given Tony's personality, he'd surely be interested in magic, and might even begin researching anti-demon armor, or perhaps equipment specifically designed to counter Gawain. Having considered all this, Zhong Hong decided it was time for Gawain to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. Everything S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to know, they already knew. There was no point in staying any longer, and Zhong Hong couldn't fabricate further reasons for Gawain's presence in such a short time. Meanwhile, once Gawain left S.H.I.E.L.D., he made his way straight to Stark Tower. Back at the agency, Nick Fury and Coulson lapsed into another heavy silence. Coulson, reach out to more scholars who specialize in Celtic mythology, and make sure every one of them signs a confidentiality agreement, Nick Fury instructed. Understood, sir, Coulson replied, then left the office. Now, only Nick Fury remained. He pulled out an old-fashioned pager, turning it over in his hands thoughtfully. After a long moment of silence, he tucked it away again and let out a weary sigh. Morning at Stark Tower. Pepper Potts had just stepped out of the elevator, ready to start her day. But as she glanced over, she noticed a tall figure sitting in Tony's office. Any lingering traces of drowsiness vanished in an instant. Tony never came to the office this early, remembering how Tony had mentioned last night that Obadiah had escaped from prison almost. As soon as he was put in, Pepperer felt a pang of unease. She was about to quietly back away when a familiar voice called out to her. "Good morning, ma'am. May I ask where Mr. Tony Stark is at the moment?" Hearing that voice, Pepper immediately recalled the night she'd met the day before. Remembering how he'd helped Tony, she felt reassured that he posed no threat to her. Letting out a small sigh of relief, she replied, "Tony should still be resting. Is there something I can help you with?" Gawain nodded in acknowledgement. "Since he's still resting, I can wait. If you have work to do, feel free to go about your business." "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll contact Tony for you." Seeing that Gawain didn't seem eager for conversation, Pepper simply dialed Tony's number. A few minutes later, she hung up and walked into the office to address Gawain. "Sir Gawain, good morning. You can call me Potts. I'm Tony's personal assistant. Tony has asked me to arrange a car to take you to see him. Would that be acceptable to you? Then I'll trouble you, Miss Potts." With that, Gavin stood up. This time, instead of leaping straight from the rooftop as he had before, he chose to take the elevator down. Before long, the vehicle arranged by Potts brought Gavin to Tony's villa. To his surprise, Tony was already waiting by the door. The driver was astonished. Tony, always so confident and sometimes even a bit arrogant, rarely greeted anyone in person at the entrance. "I can't believe you actually came back," Tony said, his voice unable to hide a note of delight. He'd been toying with the idea of integrating magical elements into his next suit of armor, even considering using the residual energy Gavin had left in him as an experimental power source. Gavin's return was both unexpected and exciting. "My king has ordered me to remain here. His decisions always have their reasons. It seems something new is about to happen," Gavin replied as he stepped out of the car and followed Tony into the villa. As they walked, Tony gave Gavin a quick tour, pointing out various features. Gavin had left quite an impression on Tony, and Tony hoped that by showcasing modern technology, he could give this man from another era a taste of a different world and restore a little balance to his own sense of wonder. Soon, they arrived at Tony's laboratory. It was much larger than the one described in the original story, and inside were 3 suits of armor in various stages of development. One of these suits, in particular, gave off a faint resonance that Gavin instinctively felt, a subtle echo of magical power. The material Tony had used for this suit was something Jarvis had identified after a night of comparisons. Its properties were reminiscent of the energy within Gavin. Tony had quickly acquired a batch and was now delving deeper into its potential in his lab. However, Gavin's interest in these things was clearly limited. He simply watched Tony with a calm, distant gaze. Tony noticed this and explained, "These are my inventions, Iron Man suits, just like the one you saw last night." "So what do you want to show me this for?" Gavin responded, "Honestly, I don't know much about these machines. In the 8 realms, there are similar things, but I never really got along with the people who made them." As he spoke, a fleeting look of reminiscence crossed his face. Tony nodded and continued, "This is my new invention, a magical suit of armor. My goal is to explore a brand new energy source to power it. All you have to do is channel some of your magical energy into it." Hearing this, Gavin raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of golden energy, and slowly infused it into the suit. As the energy flowed in, a soft radiance spread across the armor's surface. Tony's face lit up with excitement. This moment proved that the material he'd chosen could indeed respond to magical energy. "Jarvis, record the experimental data." "Yes, sir." After Gawain finished infusing the magic, he glanced at Tony with a hint of helplessness. He simply couldn't understand why Tony was so delighted by such a basic act of channeling magical energy. Tony paid no mind to Gawain's confusion. He strode over and began fastening the armor onto himself. With a couple of swings of his arms, the golden glow on the suit quickly faded. But in those two brief movements, the armor was truly powered by magical energy. The efficiency was still abysmal, but it marked a genuine breakthrough. Gawain's eyes widened ever so slightly at the sight, and Zhong Hong, who was monitoring the screens, was equally astonished. He'd long heard rumors of Tony's exceptional talent for research, but witnessing it firsthand only cemented that belief. It even sparked an idea in Zhong Hong's mind. Perhaps Tony was worth cultivating. After all, watching a genius grow was a pleasure in its own right. "This is my latest magical battle suit," Tony announced. "Its performance is limited for now, but that's mainly because of the materials. If I can find something more suitable, its capabilities will soar. When that day comes, this fusion of magic and technology will serve up quite the surprise for those guys in Infernal Prison." With those words, Tony activated his thrusters and rocketed into the sky, leaving Gawain standing there, staring after him in disbelief. As Tony soared across the skyline, many onlookers managed to capture his flight on camera. But he didn't care. Even if the whole world knew he was Iron Man, Congress wouldn't dare touch him. After all, this was America, where capital reigned supreme, and Tony Stark was the biggest capital of all. Of course, Tony's flamboyance also made him plenty of enemies eager to see him fail. Justin Hammer, for instance, was among the most formidable of them. A week later, after relentless questions from reporters, Tony finally went public. "I am Iron Man." At this press conference, some journalists tried to bring up Gawain, but he never made an appearance, and Tony divulged nothing about him. In fact, any information about Gawain was being actively suppressed by some unseen force, most likely S.H.I.E.L.D. pulling strings from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, as Tony was announcing his identity to the world, in a poor district, Ivan Vanko clutched the body of his recently deceased father, swearing vengeance on Iron Man with burning grief. Tony, of course, knew nothing about this. No sooner had he returned home than he noticed a strange black man inside his house. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my home?" Tony asked, instantly on guard. But seeing Gawain sitting nearby in meditation, Tony wasn't worried in the slightest about this intruder posing a threat. He was well aware of Gawain's abilities. As for whether this stranger was connected to Gawain, Tony had his doubts. After all, there were no black people in Arthurian England, and the two men couldn't have been more different in bearing and style. "You can call me Nick Fury. I'm the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Though these days, we usually just call it S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury introduced himself. Tony strolled over to the sofa, crossed his legs, and sat down with an air of indifference. He looked straight at Nick Fury and said, "So, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., what brings you to me?" Although Potts had mentioned S.H.I.E.L.D. to Tony before, it was clear he hadn't taken him seriously. "I knew your father, Howard Stark. In fact, he was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. I understand you're facing some difficulties right now. Perhaps something your father left behind could help you." Nick Fury replied calmly. At this, Tony's expression changed instantly. His tone grew cold. "Are you spying on me?" Nick Fury shrugged, answering with an easy nonchalance. "Actually, it's more like protection." "Damn it, I don't need your protection." Tony snapped back, anger flaring. For someone as proud as Tony, discovering he'd been watched from the shadows was a bitter pill to swallow. "Calm down, Tony. At least hear him out." Gawain interjected from the side, trying to defuse the situation. After all, the reactor problem was still unresolved, and it wasn't something Gawain could fix himself. In truth, Nick Fury's appearance at this moment was already a departure from the events of the film. As far as Zhong Hong was concerned, he didn't mind lending Tony a hand with the reactor problem right now. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Tony asked, "Well then, Director Fury, what exactly did my father leave for me?" "You'll have to retrieve it yourself. It's at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury replied, a note of relief in his voice. His main purpose in coming today was to speak with Gawain. Helping Tony with his problem was just a bonus. He came in person to gauge Tony and Gawain's attitudes toward the Avengers Initiative. As Sir Gawain here pointed out, the world is facing unprecedented challenges. That's why I'm assembling the Avengers, to gather people with special abilities and stand against these threats together. Gawain replied calmly, "I am a knight in service to King Arthur. I have no intention of joining any of your organizations." His answer was expected, and Nick Fury simply shifted his gaze to Tony. Tony fell silent for a moment, choosing to observe for now. He could feel the pressure of the looming crisis, but he wasn't yet sure if this organization would become just another tool for politicians. Seeing that neither of them gave an immediate answer, Nick Fury didn't press further. He understood that the world needed heroes, and Tony, without a doubt, was a man with a strong sense of responsibility. At this moment, Zhong Hong was focused on the conversation between Nick Fury and Tony, when suddenly he sensed the molten blood seed calling out to the molten blood demon. He quickly realized this was Obadiah's doing. Without hesitation, Zhonghong dispatched the molten blood demon to the scene, sharing its senses to keep watch. Ever since the molten blood demon had broken him out of prison, Obadiah had been on the run, lying low and making his way back to New York in secret. It had taken considerable effort before he finally managed to get in touch with Justin Hammer. When the two met, Justin Hammer wasted no time mocking Obadiah with biting sarcasm. As former rivals, there was no love lost between them, neither willing to admit defeat to the other. Yet, the moment Obadiah revealed the extraordinary power he had acquired, Justin Hammer's contempt vanished at once. He had been keeping close tabs on Stark Industries, and was well aware of what had happened that day. So you really did obtain the power of a demon? Justin Hammer stared at Obadiah in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. I know you've always wanted to bring down Tony, and I share that goal. I think it's time we join forces. What do you need from me? Now, I have power, and you have resources. We need to create more chaos, draw Tony and that mysterious knight out into the open. But before that, we'll need even more strength. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Obadiah, a flicker of conflicted emotion crossed Justin Hammer's face. Catching sight of his reaction, Obadiah's lips curled into a faint smile. The feeling of having the upper hand was intoxicating. We'll need some vagrants. After all, a demon's arrival always calls for sacrifices, doesn't it? Without another word, Justin Hammer immediately ordered his men to take care of it. In New York, the homeless were hardly a rarity. Their disappearance would barely register with the police, and might even be seen as an improvement to the city. Soon, Obadiah and Justin Hammer arrived at a spacious underground warehouse, inside which dozens of homeless people lay unconscious. Obadiah transformed into his demonic form and snatched one of them up without a second thought. The unfortunate man didn't even have time to scream before Obadiah instantly absorbed him, leaving no trace behind. Feeling the surge of power within, Obadiah nodded in satisfaction. He folded his arms across his chest and began chanting in a low, guttural voice. As his incantation continued, the temperature in the air rose rapidly, so much so that the change was tangible, searing against the skin. Standing nearby, Justin Hammer and his bodyguards watched in stunned silence. The scene unfolding before them was overwhelming, especially for those raised with deep religious beliefs. Soon, a scorching geyser of molten lava burst forth in the center of the underground warehouse. From the bubbling magma, a massive molten blood demon slowly emerged. Oh my God! The bodyguards' legs were trembling uncontrollably. Some even collapsed to their knees, unable to look directly at the creature. Why have you summoned me? The molten blood demon addressed Obadiah in a deep, rumbling voice. As it spoke, it swept its arm, and the unconscious vagrants on the ground were instantly swept into the lava, their flesh and blood absorbed into the demon's body. Obadiah drew a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, "We need more power to unleash chaos." The molten blood demon nodded in response. No problem. In a shadowy underground warehouse in New York, a chilling scene was unfolding. With a sweeping gesture, the molten blood demon sent more than a dozen seeds of molten blood shooting into the bodies of Justin Hammer and their bodyguards. After a chorus of agonized cries, Justin Hammer and his entourage were swiftly transformed into demon spawn. Instantly, the warehouse erupted with searing heat and the wailing of fiends. The molten blood demon's crimson aura flared as he took in the chaos below. After all, for demons, nothing nourished them more than pandemonium and carnage. After a brief pause for thought, the demon conjured another lump, a fusion of blood and magma, and shoved it toward Obadiah. This act left Obadiah utterly stunned. The moment the substance merged with him, he felt a surge of raw power. Most astonishing of all, he realized he now too could use blood and molten rock to turn humans into demon spawn. Obadiah was truly shaken by this. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the promises made to him would actually come true. Spread chaos. Sow despair. When my kin descend upon this world, your rewards will be far greater, the molten blood demon declared, and then unleashed a wave of bloodline pressure that forced all the junior demons to their knees, Obadiah included. Satisfied with the display, the demon nodded approvingly and vanished once more into the molten pit. After a long silence, the transformed group gradually regained their human shapes and stood up. Justin Hammer cast a complicated look at Obadiah. He could scarcely believe how easily the demon had been summoned into their midst. "Don't look at me like that, Justin. We're in this together now," Obadiah said, his voice low. "Our only option is to start thinking about how to stir up some real chaos." "What's there to discuss?" someone replied. "Just send them out to the streets. Let them cut down a few people. That'll be enough to throw the city into bedlam. No, no, if it were that simple, the demon would have done it himself. I still haven't forgotten that knight who attacked me the other day. There's no doubt, this world is far more complicated than it looks. So what are you suggesting, Obadiah? We send them out in waves. America is full of religious fanatics, plenty who already worship demons. Let's have them leave New York, and I'll keep creating more demon spawn. If we attack from all directions, the chaos we unleash will be far greater than if we all stay here in New York and get wiped out by Iron Man and that night. Then that's what we'll do. Justin Hammer agreed. He turned to his bodyguards and continued. I've kept you on the payroll for long enough. Now it's your turn to prove your worth. Stir up chaos, draw Iron Man's attention, and you will be rewarded with more money and power. Each of you, take $1 million now. True to his word, Justin Hammer didn't bother with empty promises. He simply began handing out millions. Instantly, the energy in the room shifted as every bodyguard was roused to action. Yes, sir, came the chorus of replies. Soon, under the secret arrangement of Justin Hammer, more than a dozen low-ranking demon breeds began infiltrating the surrounding cities, while Obadiah stayed in this underground warehouse, creating even more demons. In the following months, reports of demon sightings surfaced in cities across several states near New York. Despite being reported up the chain of command, little progress was made, leaving the public gripped by fear and uncertainty. Tony, too, found himself plagued by these sudden demon sightings. At first, there were only a handful of reports, but as local police turned a blind eye, the number of sightings skyrocketed. The situation had escalated to the point where both the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. were now involved. Tony and Gavin had both been to the scenes, but the troubling part was that many of these sightings proved to be real encounters with demons. Several demons had already fallen at the hands of Tony and Gavin. Meanwhile, gangs, traffickers, and heretical cults across the region provided perfect cover for these creatures to hide in plain sight. Yet, throughout it all, Iron Man's rapid response and tactical deployment abilities had thoroughly impressed the military, so Tony was summoned to a congressional hearing. Worn down by the endless demon incidents, Tony finally relented and made a concession. He personally designed a suit of armor called War Machine for his friend, Colonel Rhodes. On this particular day, Tony was in Stark Tower, putting on his new Iron Man suit. Gavin was out, continuing the search for demons. Just as Tony was preparing to head to a distant site where a demon had been spotted, a sudden, thunderous explosion shattered his plans. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, we have an intruder. The defense system is engaged, and the nearest police precinct has been notified. Damn it, I haven't even gone looking for those demons yet. Don't tell me they've come for me first. With that, Tony blasted upward, shooting out of Stark Tower. But to his surprise, the intruder wasn't a demon. It was a human wielding 2 crackling whips of lightning. This whip-wielding figure was Ivan Vanko, who had spent months sneaking into the United States. Now, he had come to Stark Tower to seek revenge. With a single lash, he tore open the main gates of the Stark compound and charged inside, only to be stopped halfway by the defense system. Seeing this, Tony dropped down to confront him. What do you want? As far as I know, I've never done anything to someone like you. Tony eyed Ivan Vanko, bewildered. He was certain he'd never seen this man before. Vanko's appearance was far too distinctive to forget. Ivan Vanko didn't bother to reply. With a flick of his electrified whips, he struck straight at Tony. But Tony was unfazed. Just as the lightning whips were about to hit him, a brilliant blue energy shield materialized, blocking the attack in an instant. Ivan Vanko, having missed with his first strike, lashed out again with his electrified whip, snagging one of Tony's luxury cars and hurling it at him. Seeing this, Tony's boots flared with jets of fire as he deftly dodged out of the way, but the spectacle only served to enrage him further. Well, that's enough. Looks like you need to cool down a bit. With that, Tony surged forward and landed a solid punch right on Ivan Vanko's face, sending him flying several meters and leaving him dazed and reeling. But Vanko was nothing if not ruthless. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to his feet and cracked his whip at Tony once more. This time, Tony caught the whip and swung Vanko aside, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Tony strode over and yanked the reactor from Vanko's chest. As he studied the device, which was nearly identical to the previous generation of his own reactor, Tony fell into deep thought. Where did you steal this technology from? Behind the iron mask, Tony's brow furrowed. He was confident that no one else could have developed the arc reactor technology at this stage. Hearing Tony's question, Ivan Vanko laughed loudly. Though he admitted he had underestimated Iron Man, he was adamant that the arc reactor technology was not stolen. Tony, you and your family are the real thieves. You're the ones who stole everything. Tony was baffled by these words, but before he could press further, the police, summoned with remarkable speed thanks to Tony's wealth, arrived and restrained Ivan Vanko. So in the end, the infamous Whiplash didn't even manage to scratch Tony and was hauled away in defeat. Meanwhile, thanks to the chaos the demonic breeds had stirred up over the past few months, Zhonghong's emotional energy had finally soared past the 1,000,000 mark. This meant he could now open a terrestrial tier treasure chest. Relaxing at home on his sofa, Zhonghong watched TV as news of demon sightings dominated the broadcasts over the past few months. Looking at his accumulated emotional energy, well over 1,000,000, Zhonghong couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the few demon breeds that had been taken down on TV. He hadn't expected these low-level demon breeds to be so surprisingly effective. Time for a terrestrial tier chest. Thinking that he'd been saving up for long enough, Zhonghong decided it was time to open a high-level treasure chest. The results this time were just barely acceptable. The cards he'd drawn were of excellent quality, but what he really wanted was to bolster the forces of the Nether Prison faction. Unfortunately, none of the rewards seemed to fit that goal, leaving him a bit frustrated. But as the saying goes, there's always a way forward. No need to rush new factions right now. I can save these fusion cards for later. The Bloodmelt Demon is already at a low terrestrial level, and the Nether Prison Demon's strength is more than sufficient for the time being. I've got some ideas for new combat cards, but there's no hurry. Once those gods from Asgard descend, I'll have something big prepared for them. While Zhonghong was comfortably lounging on his sofa, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were working tirelessly around the clock. Earlier today, the New York police received a rather unusual report. A lady from an affluent neighborhood claimed that her daughter had been kidnapped by members of a cult. The NYPD responded swiftly, and after a brief investigation, it became clear that this was no ordinary crime. It was a supernatural incident. Rather than stubbornly handling it themselves, Commissioner George Stacy made the wise call to escalate the matter. Ultimately, S.H.I.E.L.D. took over the case. Ever since those demonic beings began appearing, cult-related incidents had been on the rise. Some were nothing more than reckless acts by deranged outcasts, hardly a real threat. Others, however, truly involved the demonic breed, and those cases often led to significant casualties among ordinary people. Soon, Black Widow Natasha and Coulson led a S.H.I.E.L.D. team to the outskirts of New York City. They quickly spotted their target. From a distance, they could see a group of rogue cultists gathered on a farm. Rather than rushing in, the agents observed the scene from afar using surveillance equipment, strategically placing several snipers in position. "Oh my God, get word to Tony and Gawain." Coulson and Natasha gasped in shock at the sight before them. Broken limbs of cattle and sheep, along with blood, were strewn around a bizarre and horrifying altar. Atop the altar stood a black, inverted cross carved with demonic figures. Beneath the cross, several girls were tied up, their mouths gagged, terror in their eyes as they struggled in vain. Cultists, clutching pitch-black tomes, knelt in fervent prayer, while two others dragged a bleeding sheep carcass as they traced a pentagram, reversed and twisted, on the ground. Once the ritual circle was complete, the cultists, chanting their incantations, drew wicked blades and approached the captive girls. "These bastards," Natasha cursed, and Coulson ordered the snipers to take out the two cultists at once. Two sharp cracks rang out, and with the threat diminished, Coulson, Natasha, and dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents charged in. The cultists, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered and drew fully automatic weapons from beneath their black robes. Gunfire erupted in a wild barrage, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were highly trained. After a brief firefight, most of the cultists lay dead, leaving only their leader, wreathed in swirling black smoke. Seeing that the leader had no intention of firing, the agents closed in cautiously, weapons trained on him. "You vile fools! My God will never forgive you." With that, the cult leader drew a jet-black blade and plunged it into his own heart. As the blade sank into his chest, the black smoke around him thickened and writhed. With a guttural roar, the cult leader's body suddenly shot up by a meter, his frame bulging with rippling muscle. Natasha reacted instantly and fired her gun, swiftly followed by the other agents, and for a moment, the air was filled once again with the thunder of gunfire. Yet, just as the bullets approached the cult leader, they were engulfed and corrupted by the black miasma he controlled. "Use the holy water grenades," Coulson shouted as he pulled out a holy water grenade. Ever since cases involving demonic entities had surged, S.H.I.E.L.D. had issued almost every field agent grenades wrapped in vials of holy water. Fortunately, these holy water grenades proved to be quite effective. Aya! 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 Several holy water grenades exploded around the cult leader, drenching him in a torrent of blessed water. The moment the holy water made contact, his body began to corrode and pit as if splashed with acid, and the cult leader let out a howl of agony. "It's working! Keep throwing them." The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents coordinated their assault, with snipers providing cover from a distance. The cult leader, for all his monstrous size, couldn't lay a finger on any of the agents and was driven back, howling in pain. If I must die, then none of you will walk away alive. Seeing no hope of escape, the cult leader roared in fury and despair, then pulled out a pitch-black tome and slashed open the veins of his own arm. Inky black blood spattered across the book as if it were alive, and immediately the inverted pentagram on the ground and the blood of the cultist began to surge toward the cult leader. Before the agent's eyes, a dark crimson cocoon formed around him. 2 more holy water grenades were hurled, but to no avail. Seeing this, Natasha ordered the agents to carry the children to safety and quickly organize them to set up a defensive line. No sooner had the children been whisked away than the cocoon gave a sharp, cracking sound, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents felt a wave of oppression that seemed to grip their very souls. Ha ha! Patatik umans. I am the great son of hell, Webtoon. You dare slaughter my followers? Offer up your souls, and perhaps I'll leave your bodies intact. A figure burst forth from the cocoon, roughly the same build as the cult leader, but now wreathed in a scarlet glow. 2 fleshy nubs sprouted from his forehead, threatening to tear through his skin and become true demonic horns. Though the body remained, the cult leader was now possessed, his form inhabited by Webtoon, the son of hell. At the very moment Webtoon emerged from his shell, shadows boiled across the farm, the air thick with the stench of sulfur, and the sky itself was tainted a hellish black. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were now buckling under the weight of this soul-crushing oppression, their minds screaming at them to flee. A few of the less resolute agents broke and staggered backward in panic, but agents like Carlson and Natasha managed to keep their wits and hurled more holy water grenades. This time, however, the grenades, once so reliable, barely phased Webtoon, doing little more than causing a flicker of discomfort in his demonic form. Ha ha! Is that supposed to tickle? Seeing the agent's futile efforts, the demon sorcerer burst into laughter. In a blur, he appeared before one of the fleeing agents, seized him by the neck, and with his mouth agape, violently drew out the agent's soul. Oh shit! Take him down! Take him down now! Witnessing such a horrifying scene, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents unleashed a hail of bullets at the demon sorcerer, holding down their triggers without a second thought. After all, given the sorcerer's terrifying speed, they knew escape was impossible. The brief silence of the farm was shattered once again by a storm of gunfire, punctuated by frantic shouts and curses. Yet their weapons proved useless against the demon sorcerer. Even holy water grenades rarely found their mark. Amid this chaos of gunshots, the demon sorcerer effortlessly claimed the souls of 2 more agents, a sight that shook the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives to their core. Just as the agents struggled to hold their ground, a blinding flash of light struck the demon sorcerer, staggering him and forcing him back several steps. Furious, the demon sorcerer glared in the direction of the attack, only to see a red-armored figure hovering in the air. Tony Stark, Iron Man, had arrived to lend his support. You annoying pest, die! Infuriated by the interruption, the demon sorcerer roared at Tony. Black smoke poured from his mouth, coiling and twisting before shooting toward Tony like arrows. But the black smoke arrows never came close to hitting Tony. Recognizing the sorcerer's terrifying speed, Tony kept his distance, refusing to engage in close combat. Instead, he unleashed a relentless barrage from above. Miniature missiles and energy beams rained down like a torrential storm, turning Tony into a flying arsenal bristling with firepower. Naturally, the demon sorcerer wasn't foolish enough to face the onslaught head-on. He darted and weaved, dodging Tony's attacks with supernatural agility, occasionally firing his own black smoke arrows in retaliation. So the man and the demon found themselves in a brief stalemate. Realizing he couldn't get the upper hand against Tony anytime soon, the battered but unbowed demon sorcerer turned his attention back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In a flash, he appeared before another agent. This time, foregoing soul extraction, he struck the agent with a single blow, sending him flying dozens of meters. The agent crashed to the ground with a scream, struggled feebly for a moment, then lay motionless. Seeing another life snuffed out before his eyes, Tony let out a furious curse and intensified his attack with renewed ferocity. Haha, human! Does it matter if I kill them right before your eyes? What can you do about it? The demon sorcerer charged toward his next target, taunting Tony with every move. All he needed was for the armored man to descend from the sky. Then he'd show Iron Man what true cruelty meant. But Tony was no fool. He refused to be goaded into a reckless move. Instead, he continued his barrage from above, hurling insults and firepower alike, determined to keep the demon sorcerer at bay and protect the remaining agents. He was already piloting another suit of armor, racing toward the scene with Gawain. As long as Gawain arrived, Tony was certain that the demon before him would fall to Gawain's blade. While Tony harried the heart demon from above, Coulson and Natasha weren't idle below. They organized the agents, launching a large-scale holy water grenade assault against the demon. Just as the heart demon finished off another agent, dozens of holy water grenades rained down upon him from above. Manhwaresumen. Caught off guard, the heart demon suffered a devastating blow. A swath of his body was seared by holy water, and much of the surrounding black mist was swept away. Umans, you have enraged me. With a furious roar, shadowy smoke billowed around him, and the ground flickered with the illusion of molten lakes. The very air seemed to ripple and distort, and for a fleeting moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Tony glimpsed what looked like the very gates of hell. The fleshy stubs on the demon's head cracked open, sprouting real horns, and his body swelled as if he'd been fed some potent elixir, growing to nearly 5 meters. Now a crimson giant towering above all. Now, you insects shall witness the true power of the great son of hell. As the heart demon unleashed more of his power, the great ritual array formed by the 3 sanctums of earth hummed to life, its resonance jolting the Ancient One from her trance as she used the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, to weave through the timelines. Yet the Ancient One did not intervene directly. She sensed the power of Dormammu, a clear sign that the dimensional demon had taken notice of the chaos on Earth, his strength slowly seeping into the spell. The Ancient One knew she had to deal with Dormammu first, that looming threat. She cast a long, searching look at the heart demon, clearly holding hell itself responsible for this disturbance. The heart demon, for his part, could never have imagined that simply answering a worshipper's sacrifice and devouring a few souls would draw the attention of the Sorcerer Supreme herself. Still, the heart demon was bent on killing these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the Iron Warriors soaring above, but that ambition was about to be shattered. Gawain, riding in Tony's armor, had arrived on the battlefield. He leapt from the suit, bringing his great sword down in a fierce, punishing arc toward the demon. Sensing the threat, the heart demon looked up just as Gawain's blade descended. Feeling the force radiating from the sword, he dared not be careless. Black mist surged to his arms, which he raised above his head in a desperate block. The instant sword met guard. The sunlight, blazing from the sword of revolving victory, burned straight through the demon's shadowy shield, and the heart demon himself was hurled backward by the overwhelming force. He crashed and tumbled for dozens of meters, black blood spraying from his arms. Only when he hit the ground did he unleash a bellow of rage. "Human, I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb, strip your flesh from your bones, and torment your very soul in the flames of hell for all eternity." With those words, the demon of the witch's heart flickered and instantly appeared before Gawain, his arms swirling with black mist as he brought them crashing down upon him. Gawain braced his sword to block, then, with an upward swipe from below, slashed fiercely at the demon's lower half. Startled, the demon of the witch's heart hurriedly swung his hand to block the attack. The two clashed in a relentless exchange of blows, moving with such speed and ferocity that neither Tony nor the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could make out their movements. "What is the origin of that sword you wield, human?" After another fierce exchange, they both leapt back, and the demon of the witch's heart barked out the question. He could feel the intense power of the sun radiating from the blade, a force that severely suppressed him and stifled his dark aura. Gawain landed, braced his legs, and lunged forward once more. Witnessing this, the demon's rage boiled over. Since his creation, only the Hell Lord Mephisto had ever stood above him. He had rarely suffered such humiliation. Now, to be treated so by a mere human from Earth was more than he could bear. With a surge of black energy, he rushed at Gawain again. Their blades met with a thunderous clash, but to the demon's astonishment, he realized that when the sunlight touched Gawain, the human strength seemed to triple. This revelation left the demon deeply shaken. Tony and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, too, were witnessing for the first time Gawain bathed in golden light. They were stunned, not only by the demon's terrifying might, but by the sheer power Gawain himself now displayed. This battle had more spectators than anyone realized. Several American intelligence agencies and military branches were watching intently. Every moment of the clash between the demon of the witch's heart and Gawain sent shockwaves through the hearts of America's top officials. It was one thing for a demon to be so formidable, but that a human could wield such power, too? Empowered by the sun, Gawain's strength tripled. With a sudden burst, he swung his sword and sent the demon flying. Without pause, he charged after him. The demon of the witch's heart felt cold sweat trickling down. If only he were capable of sweating. Despite being forced onto the defensive, his countless years of deadly experience in Helm made it clear. He would not be so easily defeated by Gawain. Human, let's talk. Let's negotiate. Let me go back, and I promise I won't return. But even as he spoke, the demon's mind was scheming. Once the Ancient One was gone, he would descend in person to crush this insolent human. Humph. Only a fool would trust the word of a demon. I don't negotiate, I pass judgment. Today, I sentence this body of yours to die here. With that, Gawain's attacks grew even fiercer. The golden radiant wheel of victory flashed in his hands, slicing toward the demon in a relentless storm. Assailed by this onslaught, the demon of the witch's heart could only barely defend himself. He had no strength left to strike back, and the fury of being so thoroughly beaten by a human burned ever deeper in his heart. If not for his fear of Master Ancient One and the magic arrays of the three great sanctums, he would have come in person to deal with this insolent human. Seeing his attacks had the upper hand against the demon of sorcery, Gawain seized upon a momentary opening. The sword of revolving victory blazed with golden light as he struck down hard on the demon's chest. With a thunderous blow, the demon of sorcery was sent flying. Black demonic blood spattered from his chest. Clearly, this strike had wounded him grievously. Toppled to the ground, the demon was then struck by a barrage of Tony's missiles and several holy water grenades from shield agents. The pain and humiliation sent his rage surging beyond control. You'll all pay with your lives. The demon's furious roar echoed across the sky. Instantly, a hellish portal materialized on the farm, its inky clouds billowing out to blot out the sun. Gawain charged in again, but the dense black miasma forced him back. Dark runes began to crawl over the demon's flesh. Grotesque wings of flesh unfurled from his back, and spiraling horns erupted from his brow. As all this unfolded, the magic arrays of the three great sanctums burst into a cacophony of arcane detonations, abruptly halting the demon's attempt to draw in even greater power. He could go no further. Amid his struggle with Dormammu, Master Ancient One frowned at this turn of events, cursing inwardly as she wondered whether this was the demon's own reckless move or Mephisto's will at play. Dormammu sensed Ancient One's distraction and turned his gaze to the farm on the outskirts of New York. Taking in the scene, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ancient One, if you don't return soon, your New York sanctum will be wiped from existence. As the Ancient One pondered whether to send more wizards from Earth to reinforce the battle, a sudden shift erupted on the battlefield below. Unable to withstand the ever-mounting pressure on their souls, Tony and the shield agents made the call to retreat, leaving Gawain alone to face the demon of sorcery. Drawing a deep breath, Gawain raised the sword of revolving victory high above his head, gripping it with both hands as he began to chant. This sword is the incarnation of the sun. With the first line, sunlight pierced the darkness, the last ray of light that remains on Earth. With the next, a torrent of solar power surged and gathered at the sword's blade. Sensing the overwhelming energy, enough to annihilate his avatar, the demon of sorcery bellowed in fury, unleashing bolts of blackness that shot toward Gawain like a barrage of obsidian lances. Sword of revolving victory. As Gawain's chant reached its climax, the radiant force of the sun transformed into a blade of pure light that cleaved straight for the demon. Wherever the blade passed, neither the black clouds nor the onrushing darkness could hinder it in the slightest. Like the noonday sun melting the last snows of winter, all shadows were swept away. No. As the lightsaber closed in, the mind demon let out a roar of utter despair, but his cry was futile. His body melted away like butter meeting a hot knife, vanishing in moments without even a trace of ash left behind. Watching the system panel flood with massive surges of emotional energy, Zhong Hong, already delighted by witnessing a spectacle that far outshone any Hollywood blockbuster, felt his joy deepen even further. The uproar this time was tremendous. It had caught the attention of so many major figures. Facing off against Dormammu, the Ancient One gave a faint, knowing smile and said, "It seems you'll be disappointed. The New York sanctum will not fall." Dormammu snorted coldly. "So what? Sooner or later, I'll finish you and destroy every sanctum there is." Far away in hell, Mephisto was equally shaken by what he saw. The mind demon, defeated on Earth by an unknown figure, left him frowning in deep thought. Just how many such humans could be hiding on that planet? In the palace of Asgard, Odin was thunderstruck as well. He found himself wondering whether sending Thor to Midgard for trials was wise or reckless. But, reminded that his own time was running short, his hesitation quickly gave way to resolve. If necessary, he would simply keep a close watch on everything himself. General Ross, observing the scene through his own means, found his hunger for the Hulk's power only growing. Although he was interested in Gavin as well. Nick Fury had already teamed up with Alexander Pierce to put pressure on him, forcing Ross to temporarily set aside his desire to control Gavin's power. Many other organizations, too, were contributing to the surge of emotional energy through their own channels. Yet amidst all this, neither Tony nor the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on site had any inkling of what was happening behind the scenes. They had been left utterly numb by Gavin's overwhelming display of power. The golden lightsaber, like a force of nature capable of unmaking the world, had seared itself into their memories. "Jarvis, did you get all that on record?" "Sir, the footage is saved, but the energy levels are off the charts, impossible to calculate. The black mists, the hellish portal, and the lakes of molten lava had all vanished without a trace. Only a gigantic sword mark gouged in the earth remained as evidence of the terrifying battle that had just taken place." Out on a farm in the New York suburbs, Gavin stood with his sword lowered. Tony flew over, concern etched on his face. "Hey, Gavin, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Gavin replied calmly, though his brow was furrowed in thought. Tony, seeing his expression, assumed he was hurt and immediately instructed Jarvis to scan Gavin's body. Since Gavin hadn't been injured at all, Jarvis' skin showed he was perfectly healthy. Gavin stared back at Tony in utter confusion. Hearing Jarvis' report, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Gavin had been wounded, and another threat like the Mind Demon appeared, they'd be in serious trouble. "Buddy, your frown is so deep you could crush a fly between your brows. I thought you'd been hurt or something." "I'm frowning because this demon obviously doesn't belong to the Netherworld. That means there are other demons eyeing this world." Seeing that the Mind Eater demon had been destroyed, some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came over, just in time to catch Gawain's words. Tony's face filled with disbelief as he said, "Are you telling me there's more than one kind of demon?" "Of course. Like I said before, the Netherworld demon's dimension is different from ours, but there are many similar demonic dimensions out there." "So, you mean this demon came from another dimension?" "Exactly. Those demonic dimensions are filled with malice toward our world, but thanks to the Ancient One, they haven't dared to launch a full-scale invasion." "Oh my god, and what's an Ancient One? I feel like my entire life up to now has been a joke." Tony realized that ever since the last Blood Demon incident, the world before him was nothing like it used to be. Gawain looked at Tony with a hint of sympathy. He really had an odd sense of humor. Of course, Tony wasn't the only one shocked. The surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the people behind them all contributed their fair share of astonishment. Watching Tony and the agents' stunned expressions, Gawain spoke up again. "But you don't need to worry. When it comes to major events like dimensional invasions, there are big players who will handle it. We just need to focus on doing our own jobs." Although these words didn't exactly comfort the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Gawain's goal wasn't to reassure them. They just needed to deal with the mess at the farm. As expected, the moment Gawain finished speaking, Coulson immediately organized the agents to clean up the farm, had everyone sign their NDAs, and issue the necessary warnings. Because the clash between the Mind-Eater demon and Gawain had been so intense, even people in downtown New York saw the golden longsword and the swirling black clouds. This left S.H.I.E.L.D. with a massive workload. Coulson glanced at a TV news helicopter approaching in the distance, spat on the ground, and instantly called Nick Fury for backup. Gawain and Tony, meanwhile, used their Iron Man suits to leave the scene swiftly, leaving the farm's chaos for S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle. After returning to Stark Tower, Tony hurried out again, while Gawain quietly sat on the sofa, carefully cleaning the blade of the revolving sword of victory. Tony, of course, was off to the prison to see Ivan Vanko. He had a lot of questions for him. Inside the prison, Ivan Vanko refused to cooperate with Tony, and their conversation quickly ended in mutual displeasure. However, just as Ivan Vanko was letting his guard down, Tony discreetly launched a micro-tracker on Vanko's head. After all, with the lesson from Obadiah still fresh in his mind, Tony was twice as cautious when it came to criminals who posed a direct threat to him. Besides, Tony considered Ivan Vanko to be even more valuable than Obadiah. He genuinely admired Vanko's genius. Troubled, Tony left the prison, his mind preoccupied with the crisis Gawain had warned him about. It had never been Tony Stark's way to entrust the safety of himself or his loved ones to anyone else. If he could take down the infernal demons through Ivan Vanko first, it would certainly help relieve some of the pressure. A few days after Tony's visit, just as in the original story, Ivan Vanko was rescued by Justin Hammer. Although Justin Hammer now had greater ambitions, he and Obadiah had both witnessed Gawain's battle with the Mind, which not long ago. Realizing he was no match for Gawain, Hammer knew he and Obadiah needed more leverage against Tony, and this brash troublemaker who had barged into Star Tower was the perfect weapon. Soon after Vanko's escape, Tony received word from the prison. Tracking the microchip's signal and listening to the prison's official story that Vanko had died in an explosion, Tony couldn't help but scoff. It wasn't long before Ivan Vanko was brought to one of Hammer Industries' production facilities. Meanwhile, far away in Star Tower, Tony gave a quiet chuckle as he instructed Jarvis to silently breach Hammer Industries' firewall and hack into the surrounding surveillance systems. With a glass of red wine in hand, Tony watched Vanko and Justin Hammer's meeting unfold on the screens. But soon, someone appeared who took Tony by surprise. Obadiah, who hadn't been seen since his prison break, suddenly showed up in the surveillance footage. Coupled with the recent, relentless emergence of infernal demons, Tony's mind raced with ominous suspicions. As Tony's thoughts whirled, an awkward atmosphere settled over the production facility. With Ivan Vanko's broken English, a comical misunderstanding occurred. Left with no choice, Justin Hammer assigned him a translator, finally enabling effective communication. "So, what exactly do you want from me? Is it my technology?" Ivan Vanko was the first to speak. He knew that any force opposed to Tony would covet his expertise, so he wasn't surprised by his rescue. "That's right, sir. We have a score to settle with Tony, and you do as well. I think we're going to have a wonderful partnership." Justin Hammer carefully considered his words. Right now, he needed to use this hothead's hatred to cause Tony some trouble. Ideally, if they could actually take Tony down, that would be perfect, but even if they failed, the resulting chaos would be more than enough. Most importantly, they wouldn't have to risk their own necks for any of it. "Ivan Vanko, is it? I knew your father, Anton Vanko. We were friends once. What a pity about what happened later." Obadiah dabbed his mouth and began to speak. Living a long life did have its advantages. At the very least, as Howard Stark's old ally, he really did know Nikolai Vanko. Hearing Obadiah mention this, Ivan Vanko suddenly lost control and roared at him. What exactly happened back then? Did that scoundrel Howard use some underhanded trickery? Seeing this, Obadiah was secretly delighted. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. He put on a look of deep regret and said, "Back then, Howard lied to me. He claimed your father had stolen his technological achievements. When I tried to help your father, he'd already been deported and vanished without a trace." Obadiah paused, then continued, "That so-called Iron Man, that should have been yours, kid. Tony's glory should have belonged to you. Ever since I discovered the truth about what really happened, I wanted to take Tony down myself. But I failed." As he spoke, Obadiah even managed to squeeze out a few tears. Ivan Vanko, who had never encountered such theatrics, was completely taken in. Watching Obadiah on the surveillance feed, Tony thought of the clues left behind by the prison break. He realized this was quickly spiraling out of his control. With that in mind, Tony decisively turned to look at Gawain, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his eyes closed, quietly conserving his strength. Tony might have an ego, but no one ever accused him of being stupid. Running into a situation like this alone would just be asking for trouble. "Gawain, looks like we got another mess to clean up. Are you feeling up to it?" Gawain opened his eyes and looked at Tony. "The reason I work with you is to deal with exactly this kind of trouble. My body's in perfect shape." Several days had passed since his last big battle with the demon sorcerer, and Gawain hadn't really used up much energy back then. By now, he was back his peak. "Great, then I'll call in the agents. After all, nobody's better at cleaning up messes than those guys. Not using their expertise would be a real waste." Tony promptly reached out to Nick Fury. Nick Fury was also highly concerned about Obadiah's breakout. After all, it was only after the escape that the months-long demon incidents began. These events had greatly distracted S.H.I.E.L.D., so as far as Fury was concerned, the sooner this was resolved, the better. Soon, an assault team was formed, led by Tony, Gawain, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. On SHLD's side, Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha brought their agents into the team directly, while Coulson took charge of smoothing things over and dealing with the fallout from Justin Hammer's involvement. For a small company like Hammer Industries, this lineup was already beyond extravagant. Guided by Tony, the assault team quickly arrived near the Hammer Industries production facility. Seeing the heavily guarded base, the group halted at a distance. With Tony having hacked into the surveillance feeds, Natasha and Barton swiftly put together a detailed plan. There are at least 30 lower-level demon breeds inside, and 2 of them are even stronger than the rest. "You'd better factor them in as well," Gawain remarked. Natasha and Barton had to revise their plan after hearing Gawain's warning. After all, while Gawain himself could handle those lesser demons, they could easily devastate the agents they brought along. A new plan was quickly drawn up. Soon, several agents quietly made their way toward Hammer Industries. After silently taking out the perimeter guards, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Tony launched a massive cyber attack on the production facility. In an instant, chaos erupted inside the base. Justin Hammer's mind raced with possibilities, but he soon realized his demonic identity might have been exposed. He immediately ordered more than a dozen men to cover his and Obadiah's retreat. As for Ivan Vanko, He was meant to be the scapegoat thrown into the fray to sow confusion, so there was no need to bring him along. Besides, Ivan Vanko had already modified several robots. If this really was Tony coming for them, having Vanko stay behind might buy them some precious time. But just as the bodyguards were swarming around Justin Hammer and Obadiah, there was a thunderous crash from the ceiling. The next moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hurled holy water grenades inside, using every method at their disposal. Holy water grenades rained down in a torrent. Obadiah, terrified, instinctively grabbed 2 bodyguards and used them as shields. Justin Hammer did much the same. The explosions from the holy water grenades engulfed a large number of bodyguards. Some were instantly reduced to ashes, while more than 10 others howled in agony as they transformed into demons. Obadiah and Justin Hammer, thanks to their quick defenses, managed to avoid being caught in the blast. With the holy water grenades detonated, even more bodyguards rushed toward the commotion, just as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had hoped. Along the way, several demon breeds were taken down. After the hail of holy water grenades, Tony blasted through the hole in the ceiling and flew straight in. But the moment he entered, he was intercepted by Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko lunged forward, tackling Tony and pinning him near a cluster of robots. Instantly, the robots opened fire on Tony in unison, unleashing a barrage of steel that hammered down upon his Iron Man suit in a relentless storm. Although the suit's shields managed to block the bullets, the energy reserves were being rapidly depleted. Regaining his composure, Tony quickly leveraged his superior maneuverability to break away from the onslaught. The makeshift mech suits, hastily modified by Ivan Vanko, were clumsy and slow to respond. In no time, Tony was able to dodge and weave circles around them, making them look utterly foolish. Tony was battered and disheveled, but as he fought back while soaring through the air, it was clear the defeat of these robots was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, after Tony flew inside, Gowan followed closely behind, cutting off the escape route of Obadiah and Justin Hammer. Finding their retreat blocked, the 2 villains had no choice but to grit their teeth and confront Gao when head-on. They transformed into their demonic forms and, leading their minions, charged straight at him. Gowan faced their attack with ease, dodging nimbly while striking back with swift, precise sword thrusts. The golden blade flashed, felling several demons in a single motion. These low-level demons pawn couldn't withstand more than a few strikes. A single slash spelled their doom. Seizing the moment as their minions kept Gao when occupied, Obadiah and Justin Hammer combined their powers to summon a massive wave of molten lava, surging toward Gowan. Demon's Pawn might be immune to lava, but Gowan was not. He rolled away from their encirclement and spun his sword in a dazzling arc, the flurry of strikes forming a shield that warded off the advancing lava. Just as Gowan was holding back the tidal wave of molten rock, chaos erupted. Suddenly, one of the low-level demon's pawn exploded from within, and a colossal whip of molten lava shot out, lashing violently at Gowan. Startled, Gowan raised his sword in defense, but he had underestimated the force behind the lava whip. In an instant, he was sent hurtling through the air. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had just arrived, along with Tony from the other side of the battlefield, were stunned by the sight. After all, not even the formidable Witchheart demon had managed to put Gowan in such a precarious spot just days before. This lava whip, appearing so suddenly, possessed astonishing power. But before anyone could recover, the molten remains of the exploded demon's pawn twisted and contorted, and the towering figure of the blood-melt demon emerged before their very eyes. Wretches of the Ashen Council, the coming of my kind cannot be stopped. This world shall fall before the great king of sin. The blood-melt demon roared, hurling another sphere of molten lava at Gowan. But before it could land, Tony fired a repulsor blast from a distance, striking the lava sphere and causing it to explode midair. Gowan swiftly repositioned himself, dodging the fiery explosion. Witnessing this, Ivan Vanko halted his own assault, staring at the blood-melt demon in disbelief and murmuring to himself, What is that thing?" The molten blood demon let out a cold snort upon seeing Gawain dodge his attack. Without missing a beat, he lashed his molten whip at Gawain with fierce force. But now that Gawain was prepared, the demon's assault gained no advantage. Gawain's sword swept up, parrying the whip and then crashing down, severing a length of molten cord with a single, decisive blow. Yet the molten blood demon seemed unfazed. He knew full well he was no match for Gawain. His true purpose here was simply to stall him. Their exchange of blows was, in truth, little more than a pretense. Why risk his life when they both served the same master? Still, since his orders were to protect these 2 humans, he would see it done. Gawain understood, too, that the 2 men were still of use to their master. For now, he had no choice but to focus his efforts on the molten blood demon. Even if he took the demon down, the creature would only return to their master, so there was no need to hold back. With that thought, Gawain charged at the demon, sword flashing downward in a powerful arc. But the demon's body dissolved into flowing magma, and Gawain's blade found no purchase. His attack thwarted, Gawain quickly withdrew. From across the battlefield, Tony, seeing Ivan Vanko's halt, flew to Gawain's side, joining the fray. The shield agents, rushing in, wasted no time. Their black-tech firearms and holy water grenades rained down on the molten blood demon. But all of it was stopped by the demon's command of molten rock. Unlike the shadowy aura of the warlock demon, the molten blood demon's magma was impervious to holy water. After forcing Gawain back, the demon wrapped a shield of molten rock around Obadiah and Justin Hammer, then conjured a pit of magma and tossed them inside for safekeeping. Now, unburdened, the molten blood demon swung his whip again, hurling spheres of molten lava that quickly filled the entire Hammer Industries factory with searing heat. One had to admit, the demon's ability to reshape the battlefield was formidable, almost impossible to counter for anyone on his level. Damn it, we need to get out of here, Barton barked, quickly commanding the shield agents to retreat. But the demon spawn left alive ahead now became their greatest obstacle. Earlier, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surprise attack had caught the demon spawn off guard, but now that they'd recovered, the demons launched a fierce counterattack. Not only did the rivers of magma in the corridors make things hellish for the agents, but the demon's sheer strength outmatched any ordinary operative. If a demon spawn got close, there was no chance for a standard S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to survive. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Tony gritted his teeth and made a desperate move, flying forward and blasting a path open with a repulsor shot from his palm. But as Tony exposed himself, the molten blood demon hurled a torrent of magma at Gawain, then lashed out with his whip in a vicious strike aimed directly at Tony. Tony couldn't dodge in time and was about to be struck, but at that moment, a robot was flung onto the lava whip, abruptly altering its trajectory away from Tony. Stunned, Tony looked toward where the robot had come from, only to realize that it was Ivan Vanko who had just saved him. "Tony, your life belongs to me. Sooner or later, I'll kill you with my own hands." Ivan Vanko shouted at Tony, then turned and ran. Clearly, this was no place to linger. He was certain that there were plenty of people in America interested in his technology. Having missed his chance, the molten blood demon let out a cold snort and clashed with Gawain once more. Gawain's sword strikes were fierce, while the molten blood demon's long whip lashed out, the battle between the two growing ever more intense and spreading chaos in all directions. Before long, Tony rejoined the fray, unleashing repulsor blasts and mini-missiles at the molten blood demon, trying to disrupt its movements. Irritating little pest. The molten blood demon was thoroughly vexed by Tony's interference. Anyone would be frustrated by a nuisance buzzing overhead, impossible to hit yet constantly in the way during a fight. With a furious roar, the molten blood demon swept Gawain aside with both whips, then stomped its hoof hard onto the ground. The earth shook violently. Dozens of pillars of molten lava erupted skyward, some soaring up to 100 meters high, so tall that even people in downtown New York could see them. These were nothing like the lava columns that once burst from Stark Tower. In an instant, every building in the Hammer Industries production facility groaned under the strain, as if mourning their imminent destruction. The facility's ceiling, already breached by Tony earlier, collapsed with a mighty crash, revealing Tony, Gawain, and the molten blood demon within. In this terrain, the molten blood demon could summon jets of lava at will, both for attack and defense. Gawain found it nearly impossible to gain the upper hand. As for Tony, the lava pillars forced him higher into the air. Attacking the molten blood demon directly while surrounded by these deadly columns was far too risky. A risk Tony simply couldn't afford to take. Oh, hell, this thing is way tougher than I thought. The U.S. military unit stationed near New York soon detected the disturbance. There was no way not to, with the NYPD's phones ringing off the hook. As soon as you're in range, don't wait for orders, open fire. I want that monster blasted to ashes. General Ross barked out the command. He had just located the Hulk and was about to launch a capture operation, only to be interrupted by this chaos. Most importantly, this situation was absolutely unacceptable, no matter what. The moment General Ross gave the order, several short-range missiles launched into the sky, and dozens of rockets streaked toward the molten blood demon. Learning from the previous lesson, this time the U.S. military didn't even try to get close. They launched a long-range assault right away. But the attack was utterly useless. Sensing a hint of danger, the blood-melt demon immediately summoned pillars of molten lava. As the lava pillars erupted, they formed a massive barrier, shrouding the entire Hammer Industries production base in a blazing shield. Every strike against it triggered fierce explosions overhead. Yet the flowing magma of the barrier simply absorbed the shockwaves, swallowing up the force of each blast. Missiles and rockets alike couldn't even pierce through to the inside. Damn it, what are those military idiots doing? Nick Fury, monitoring the scene closely, was infuriated by the military's reckless actions. As for whether their intervention could actually take down the Bloodmelt demon, well, the fiasco at Stark Tower had already proven otherwise. What really worried Fury was the prospect of Gawain getting caught in the crossfire. If that happened, they'd stand no chance of stopping the Bloodmelt demon. And now, seeing the towering magma barrier rise up, Fury's already dark, egg-shaped face grew even darker. Oh shit, what the hell is that? This kind of landscape-altering power made everyone present, and those watching from behind the scenes, feel a chill run down their spines. In that moment, no one could think of a way to break through. Tony, meanwhile, was relentlessly attacking the magma barrier. Gawain was still inside, and though they'd only known each other for a few months, Tony had come to value him deeply. After all, Gawain had saved Tony's life in more ways than one. The arc reactor in his chest began to glow with energy, and a powerful beam shot straight at the barrier. This time, there was a reaction. The magma barrier rippled like the surface of water. Seeing his attack take effect, Tony poured even more power into the blast. Just then, the barrier responded. It opened up a passage right in front of Tony. But when the barrier parted, the scene that greeted Tony shocked him. His energy beam was now streaking straight toward Gawain's back, who was locked in a standoff with the Bloodmelt demon. Tony knew all too well the destructive force of his chest cannon. He instantly killed the output, but the beam he'd already fired was just moments away from striking Gawain. Caught in the midst of his clash with the Bloodmelt demon, Gawain couldn't dodge in time. Tony's chest cannon struck him squarely. Luckily, Gawain managed to use the impact to twist his body, sending himself tumbling sideways. Even so, the armor on his back was shattered by Tony's blast, and for the first time since being summoned, Gawain bled. Ha ha! Well done, little insect. The Bloodmelt demon burst out laughing, showering Tony with mocking praise. But that so-called compliment only made Tony's blood boil. You bastard, go to hell. Tony roared in fury, unleashing another blast from his chest cannon straight at the molten blood demon. But aware of how powerful this attack was, the demon didn't take it head-on. With a mighty leap, it dodged to the side. Yet that very leap gave Gawain the opening he'd been waiting for. This sword is the incarnation of the sun, the last ray of light left on earth. The wheel of victory. Gawain swiftly released the full power of his noble phantasm, bringing his blade down upon the demon in a single, decisive strike. Damn it, you cunning humans. The molten blood demon tried to transform its body into molten lava to avoid the blow, but it was a moment too late. Gawain's sword crashed down, cleaving the demon's upper body clean in two. The sheer force of the strike split the demon's form apart, its upper half instantly turning to ash. Even a molten lava barrier shattered completely under the blow. With the demon's power gone, the broken lava barrier collapsed, dripping down like a weary rain. Below, the Hammer Industries production facility, already in ruins, suffered yet another round of devastation. Gawain, are you all right? Tony blasted apart the molten rock, threatening to pour down on Gawain's head with a couple of repulsor shots, then quickly flew to his companion's side. I know you're not dead. Show yourself. Ignoring Tony, Gawain shouted toward the spot where he'd struck the demon moments before. No sooner had he finished than the lava in that spot began to bubble and churn, quickly reforming into the shape of the molten blood demon. But now, the demon was a shadow of its former self. It had shrunk noticeably, and its energy seemed utterly depleted. Remember this, humans. I will return. The demon bellowed in rage as it transformed once more into molten lava, plunging into the fiery lake at the base of the lava pillar and making a hasty retreat. As soon as the demon fled, Gawain's face fell. Drawing in a sharp breath against the pain, he muttered to Tony, "Honestly, your blast packed some serious punch." Seeing Gawain still had the spirit to joke, Tony heaved a sigh of relief. It meant his injuries weren't life-threatening. But when Tony caught sight of Gawain's back, guilt washed over him. The armor was shattered, and twisted metal was fused with torn flesh and blood. Thanks to Gawain's incredible healing abilities, bits of new flesh had already begun to grow around the armor fragments, creating a grisly, unsettling scene across his entire back. I think you need a doctor. Tony fetched a large sheet of metal, had Gawain lie on it, then carefully lifted him and flew straight toward the nearest hospital. With the main combatants gone, waves of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly arrived to seal off the area. The battle had taken place in the heart of New York City, and rumors and footage were already spreading too fast to contain. Though the major news outlets, wary of SHLD's pressure, kept silent, countless videos from the scene still found their way online through various channels. The various videos circulating through different channels would continually supply Zhong Hong with a steady stream of emotional energy. Even General Ross himself was growing frustrated with the military's incompetence, while S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken the escaped Ivan Vanko into custody. The only party truly suffering heavy losses was Hammer Industries. At SHLD's instigation, the company was swiftly divided up by various factions, and Justin Hammer himself became a wanted man. Hammer Industries, for all intents and purposes, was finished. All the way over in Queens, Zhong Hong hadn't stopped smiling for days. The emotional energy from the Witch Heart Demon incident hadn't dried up, and now, with the blood-melting demon event, there was even more coming his way. It was easy to imagine that in the days to come, he'd be raking in emotional energy by the handful. The thought alone made Zhong Hong's heart soar with delight. System, show me my emotional energy balance. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. I can't believe I've gained so much emotional energy from these two incidents. It seems even the strong are turning their gaze toward disaster-plagued New York. With that, Zhong Hong began pacing back and forth in his room, pondering the future storylines of the Marvel Universe. At this point, Hulk and Captain America haven't shown up yet. If I remember right, not long after the Whiplash incident, the Hulk and Abomination are supposed to battle it out in New York. Then comes Thor. I need to plan this carefully. Lost in thought, Zhong Hong absently rubbed his chin. After a long pause, he spoke in a calm tone. System, give me another Earth-grade loot box. Whoa, 2 5-star cards. This Tree of Eternal Youth could be the key. I could use it as the core of a major storyline. System, list all available cards. Without even realizing it, I've gathered so many material cards. For my next plan, I can try fusing a few together. With that, Zhong Hong summoned the system furnace and fed in the Broken Death World and Lich King's power cards. This fusion has produced something incredible. Reading the card's description, Zhong Hong couldn't hide his excitement, murmuring to himself as he scanned the long list of traits. Most impressive were the top 3 features. Each one was clearly extraordinary. Even without devouring entire worlds to complete the Broken Death World, it already possessed power on par with the Allfather. If it were to consume a few more worlds, it might even surpass that level of strength. I can send it out to devour a few uninhabited minor worlds first, just to whet its appetite. In the 9 realms, there are several worlds ripe for the taking. If it absorbs a few of these magic-rich realms, it should be enough to repair Death World. With that thought, Zhong Hong located a nearby stretch of desolate cosmic space and projected the card into it. Suddenly, a world unlike any ordinary planet materialized in that cosmic void, a disc-shaped realm resembling a typical Asgard, its edges shrouded in dense, swirling mists of death. Yet from the outside, that world appeared somewhat battered and broken. Jagged cracks, like savage scars, stretched across the shroud of deathly mist, and through those fissures, one could catch glimpses of countless undead creatures dwelling within. No sooner had the world of death manifested than it fell under the control of the Lord of the Dead. It began to devour the surrounding asteroids, and with each one consumed, the deathly mist grew thicker, while the hideous cracks visibly mended at an astonishing rate. However, this was only a superficial repair. The world was still far from being fully restored. From now on, your name shall be Eliza's, Zhong Hong said offhandedly. The sovereign of the deathly world gave a slight nod and replied, From this moment, I shall be known as Eliza's. At those words, the entire world of death trembled, as if it had become even more substantial and real. Back on Earth, Zhong Hong nodded in satisfaction and sent the fallen dragon Lich into the world of death as well, knowing that its environment would greatly benefit the creature's growth and power. With that, Zhong Hong turned his attention elsewhere, leaving Eliza's to guide the world in absorbing more matter and replenishing itself. Next, I'll synthesize a few more. The powers within the 8 Desolations realm could use some reinforcement, he mused. As he spoke, Zhong Hong directed the mystical sword flame art and the myriad sword spirit body into the forge. This one's not bad either. It's the perfect time to give him the Crimson Mystic Sword, and it'll also boost the 8 Desolations realm's might, he said, nodding repeatedly as he read the introduction. Although he knew he'd never wield such power himself, the thought that he could call upon the strength of a free-spirited sword cultivator at any time filled him with delight. Eliza's power might be even greater, but what son of China could ever refuse the allure of sword cultivation? There's enough material left for one more synthesis, just what the 8 Desolations realm needs to strengthen its non-human forces. Without hesitation, Zhonghong tossed the bear god's remains, the thunder crystal, and the heart of fury into the forge. With this, the strength of the 8 Desolations realm has risen yet again. If I stir up a few more events, maybe I'll even unlock a heaven-grade treasure chest, Zhonghong murmured, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a New York hospital, Tony stood by a bedside, guilt weighing heavily on his heart as he looked at Gawain sprawled across the bed. For once, the usually carefree Tony seemed at a loss. After a long pause, Tony finally muttered, I didn't mean for it to happen. I'm sorry. He waved his hands awkwardly, betraying his nerves, but failed to notice the slight smile tugging at the corners of Gawain's mouth. It's nothing, Gawain replied heartily from the bed. On the battlefield, blades know no friend or foe. There's no need to dwell on an accident. He continued with a boisterous laugh. Besides, even among us knights of the Round Table, we sometimes wound each other during sparring, let alone in the heat of battle. Though Gawain didn't seem to mind, Tony still looked rather uncomfortable. Turning his head to look at Tony, Gawain rose from the hospital bed. Seeing this, Tony anxiously waved his hands and kept saying no, since in his opinion, Gawain's injuries would take at least a month to heal. However, Gawain's constitution was clearly much stronger than that of an ordinary person. After his wounds had been cleaned, they began to heal at an incredible rate. Now, although they still looked a bit frightening, in reality, he was almost fully recovered. Seeing Tony's worried expression, Gawain smiled and said, I'm just about fine now, really, I'm not lying to you. And besides, if you really feel that guilty, why don't you make me a new suit of armor? As he spoke, Gawain reached out his hand to Tony. Tony looked at him, then grasped Gawain's hand in a firm handshake. Because of the American government's attempts to win them over, both Stark and Gawain were awarded official medals of honor. But Gawain couldn't be bothered with the government at all, so only Tony attended the ceremony. Bro, honestly, sometimes I think you should get out more, Tony couldn't help but remark, seeing Gawain still sitting cross-legged on the sofa. After all, when Tony left Stark Tower to attend the award ceremony, Gawain was already sitting there. Now that Tony was back, Gawain hadn't moved an inch. For someone as outgoing as Tony, he simply couldn't imagine living like Gawain. After all, people are social creatures, aren't they? So, where do you think I should go? Gawain opened his eyes and looked at Tony, his voice tinged with curiosity. He'd always avoided appearing in public too much. In fact, when dealing with those stray demons a while back, he'd always acted swiftly and avoided lingering. He had absolutely no desire to deal with the media or various organizations. After all, once you open that door, an endless stream of bothersome and troublesome matters would come looking for you. Well, suit yourself, Tony said, waving his hand dismissively as he headed back into the lab to work on his new suit. It had to be said, ever since the incidents with the Mind Demon and the Molten Blood Demon, Tony had made time every day to develop new armor. As for the company, he'd handed the reins entirely over to Potts. These days, Tony's life was split between designing new suits and chasing after blonde women, constantly switching between the genius scientist and the notorious playboy. Just as Tony was deep in his research, Jarvis's voice interrupted his train of thought. Sir, you'll want to see this. With that, a screen appeared in front of Tony. As he saw the footage displayed, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God, 2 giant green brutes brawling in the streets? Has the world really gone this insane? 2 hulking green figures were locked in a fierce battle on the streets of New York, their fight radiating a cool, menacing energy. All around them, military personnel fired relentlessly, while innocent bystanders suffered the consequences. Countless people fled in terror, but many still fell victim, caught in the crossfire of the rampaging giants. The 2 colossal brawlers on the street were none other than the Hulk and the Abomination. Even though General Ross had become somewhat more restrained, he had still brought the Abomination, this living weapon, into existence. We have to stop them, Tony said to Gavin, who nodded in response, stood up, and joined Tony at his side. Without hesitation, Tony donned his suit of armor and, with Gavin in tow, soared toward the chaos. Hulk and Abomination traded brutal, bone-crunching blows, their clash wreaking havoc on everything nearby. The U.S. military tried desperately to intervene, but quickly realized they were powerless. Neither heavy-caliber guns nor rocket launchers could so much as slow the 2 down, and firing missiles in such a densely populated area was out of the question. Seeing the military's utter helplessness, panic swept through the crowd. Cars careened haphazardly, quickly jamming the streets and further fueling the chaos. Amid the stampede, a man strode purposefully against the tide, moving toward the heart of the battle. He was strikingly handsome, dressed in simple white robes, with a crimson long sword at his waist. Most striking of all was his long, half-tied, half-loose red hair that cascaded down his back. Stop, You can't go any further. Turn back. A U.S. soldier blocked his path, pointing a gun at him with a stern warning. The man frowned slightly, about to reply, when suddenly, a car hurled through the air, struck him with bone-shaking force, sending him flying. At that moment, the Hulk was faltering. Poison laced with a suppressant had weakened him, leaving him far from his peak. After a brief struggle with Abomination, he found himself overpowered. Abomination pinned the Hulk into the cement, then cast a vicious glare at the soldiers who'd been attacking him. With a casual sweep of his arms, he sent 2 cars hurtling through the air, then charged straight at the military's defensive line. In an instant, the military's ranks were shattered. Soldiers recoiled in terror at the onrushing Abomination. Some even tossed aside their weapons and bolted in a desperate bid for safety. After all, even their lodging and uniform cost money. Firing a few shots was already doing their duty to the president. With death looming, what use was bravado? The man in white pressed forward undeterred, ignoring the Abomination's rampage. His calm, solitary advance soon caught Abomination's eye. Once a special ops soldier, Abomination had taken the imitation super soldier serum that mimicked Captain America's. He'd once dreamed of becoming the next Captain America, but a disastrous Hulk capture mission left him gravely wounded. Bitter and vengeful, he had forced Dr. Blue to turn him into a monster like the Hulk. Thus, Abomination, a being whose power could rival the Hulk in his normal state, was born. Though possessed of immense strength and resilience, his mind had become twisted, leaving him a creature of uncontrollable rage. At this moment, he glanced at the man standing before him, but saw not even the faintest ripple of emotion in the man's eyes, as if he were nothing more than an insect. This only fueled Abomination's fury. With a roar, he charged at the man and unleashed a tremendous punch. Oh my God! Cries of alarm erupted all around. Everyone knew that this monster could casually fling cars aside. A punch like this would surely reduce an ordinary person to pulp. But just as Abomination's fist was about to strike the man, the crowd witnessed a scene even more astonishing. The man calmly raised his right hand, and with a steady grip, caught the monstrous fist in his palm. His face was expressionless as he received the blow. The only movement about him was the faint flutter of his clothing. Were it not for the cars and debris sent flying by the force of the punch, the onlookers might have believed that Abomination hadn't used any strength at all. From a distance, Tony, arriving with Gawain, was also taken aback by what he saw. According to Jarvis's analysis, not even his Iron Man suit could withstand a direct blow from that brute. Yet here was this man in white, blocking the attack with apparent ease, as if it cost him no effort at all. Unlike Tony and the stunned crowd, Abomination was shaken for a different reason. He had put everything into that punch, yet this man had stopped it, as if it were nothing. It was clear this man's strength far surpassed his own, by more than just a little. This kind of power could easily crush him. Realizing this, Abomination tried to pull back, only to discover in terror that he couldn't move his arm at all. How dare mere ant offend me so? The man in white spoke in a cool, measured tone. With a casual wave of his hand, Abomination was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently into a nearby building. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Then, a thunderous wave of astonished cries erupted. Oh my God, he's like a god. This is unbelievable. The scene had so thoroughly stunned the crowd that, for a moment, they forgot to run, forgot even to fight. Tony watched as Abomination was flung away, swallowing hard before turning to Gawain, his voice quivering. Do you think you could toss that big guy aside so easily? But even before Tony finished speaking, he noticed that Gawain was staring intently at the white-robed man, as if he hadn't heard the question at all. Only after about half a minute did Gawain finally come back to himself. I'm not that strong. In fact, not even Tenemy could take him on. He's almost the youngest celestial father in the 8 Desolations, and as far as I know, no one whose rank can challenge him. Tony could hardly believe what he was hearing. He'd known Gawain for months, and this was the first time he had ever heard Gawain admit that someone was out of his league. After a moment's thought, Tony asked again, "Do you know him?" Gawain nodded at the question, then replied gravely to Tony, "His name is Yangchun. He comes from a human faction called Qingxian sect in the Bawang realm. I met him a few times on the battlefield fighting against the alien races." Yangchen? Qingxian sect? Tony struggled with the unfamiliar names, then looked at Gawain in confusion and asked, "I suppose Yangchun is his name, but what exactly is the Qingxian sect?" All I can say about the Qingxian sect is that it's one of the most powerful human forces in the Bawang realm, and also the most mysterious. I can't tell you more. Some things are better left unspoken. Even knowing too much can bring trouble. For now, let's focus on cleaning up this mess. With that, the two of them prepared to check the building where Abomination had been smashed in, but before they could move, an angry roar echoed through the air. Abomination emerged from the wreckage, his bulging fish-like eyes locked fiercely on the white-robed man named Yang-chun. At this moment, Abomination's rage completely overwhelmed any sense of reason, making him forget the vast difference in strength between himself and the other man. All he wanted now was to tear that man to pieces, to avenge being hurled into the building. Grabbing two massive chunks of debris, Abomination hurled them at Yang-chun with all his might, then charged after them with another furious roar. From a distance, Tony seemed about to say something to Gawain, but before he could speak, Gawain said coolly, "That big guy is finished." The two huge chunks of debris hurtled toward Yang-chun. For the onlookers, their hearts felt as if they might leap out of their chests. Reason told them to run, to escape the scene, but their curiosity and thirst for excitement kept them rooted to the spot. What happened next shocked them to the core. When the debris came within 10 meters or so of Yang-chun, it suddenly shattered into countless shards. Each fragment was smooth and clean, as if sliced by innumerable blades. Yet the real danger had yet to pass. Abomination, undeterred, clenched his iron fists and hurled himself at Yang-chun. Yang-chun raised his right hand and made a grasping motion in midair. Instantly, Abomination was suspended, frozen in place, unable to move. Yang-chun's eyes flashed as he spoke. A small punishment, a great warning. Then, as if noticing something, Yang-chun changed direction and began walking toward Gawain and Tony. Just as everyone thought Yang-chun was about to let Abomination go, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. In a blink, all four of Abomination's limbs were severed at the root. The monstrous creature sliced apart in an instant, before slowly tumbling to the ground. It wasn't until he crashed to the floor that Abomination finally let out a wretched scream. Now, without his limbs, even rolling over was a near impossible struggle. Even his formidable regenerative powers seemed to be suppressed by some unknown force, unable to take effect at all. If one looked closely, they would see a gray light shimmering at the place where Abomination's limb had been severed, clinging to him like a parasite and blocking any hope of recovery. Though that light was not the sword energy of the Chaos Profound Sword, it was still Yang-chun's sword energy, carrying a faint, irreparable quality. Unless someone could somehow erase that sword energy, even if Abomination's body behind was cut away, the severed limb would remain lost forever. Such a direct and inexplicable method of severing Abomination's limbs left everyone present utterly astounded. They had never witnessed anything so uncanny or supernatural. They could understand energy blasts, shockwaves, or a sword swung in anger, but this was something else entirely. How could a limb be severed out of thin air? Did that mean if Yang-chun wished, he could dispatch Abomination without even lifting a finger? Could he just as easily strike down any of them in the same mysterious way? That thought sent a wave of nameless dread rippling through the crowd, stirring unease and whispering panic from person to person. At first, the crowd only stepped back, but as Abomination's wails grew more harrowing, their retreat turned into a panicked rush, and in an instant, people were packed together in a heaving, chaotic mass. Yet Yang-chun paid no mind to any of this. He quickly strode up to stand before Gawain. Seeing Yang-chun approach, Gawain was the first to speak. "Are you here because of the infernal demon as well?" Yang-chun looked surprised at the question. "The infernal demon? No, I have no interest in them. I've come because of the great calamity. My elders sent me into the world to see what was happening." "Then how did you end up here?" Hearing Gawain's question, Yang-chun blinked, a hint of incongruity on his face. After a pause, he replied, "I've never left the 8 Desolations realm since I was born, so everything here is unfamiliar to me. Besides, my elders said this was the heart of the calamity, and I sensed your presence, so I came." Gawain nodded in understanding and continued chatting with Yang-chun. Standing off to the side, Tony suddenly realized something odd. Yang-chun wasn't speaking English, he never had. Yet Tony could understand every word as if it were his native tongue. That thought left Tony's mouth dry with anxiety. He wondered if Yang-chun could be some kind of ghost or apparition. He couldn't help but steal another glance at Yang-chun. And to his shock, Yang-chun was already looking straight at him and spoke. "I'm not the ghostly sort you imagine. The reason you can understand me is because I'm speaking directly to your soul. This isn't some form of mind reading, either. It's simply a rudimentary use of soul communication." Oh shit. Tony felt a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This sensation was almost too much to bear. "I remember you, Tony Stark. In the future, you'll face enemies skilled at attacking or corrupting the soul. You do well to prepare for that in advance." Hearing Tony's startled exclamation, Yang-chun spoke these words. Tony, taking in what was said, turned to look at Gawain. In that moment, he chose to trust Gawain. Seeing this, Gawain nodded and said to Tony, "You might want to believe him. The Qingxian's sex methods are profound and unpredictable. Knowing your situation isn't surprising at all. I advise you to get ready for this sort of threat." Tony, upon hearing this, lifted the mask of his Iron Man suit and looked straight at Yang Chun. With genuine sincerity, he said, "Thank you. I'll keep that in mind." A faint smile played at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth as he replied, "And that's how I also know you're a billionaire. Like I said, this is my first time leaving the Bahuang realm, and I don't have any money on me, so—" Tony burst out laughing. "No problem. Whatever you need here. Tony Stark is picking up the tab." Tony immediately understood what Yang Chun was getting at. A bit of money was nothing to him. If taking care of Yang Chun could buy this level of power, on his side, it was more than worth it. Tony Stark never lacked for cash. Besides, if trouble ever found him, wouldn't Yang Chun step in to help? To Tony, securing someone like Yang Chun for just a bit of money was an unbeatable bargain. As the three of them chatted, the Hulk, who had earlier been slammed into the pavement by Abomination, peeked at Yang Chun from behind the cover of broken concrete. Then, with a powerful leap, he vanished into the distance, putting as much space as he could between himself and the scene. Watching the Hulk bound away, Tony thought for a moment before saying, "Jarvis, pull up the military's database. I want to know where those two brutes came from." Though Hulk and Abomination had been slugging it out, Tony had noticed that Hulk was actually trying to keep Abomination from hurting people, even drawing the fight away from the crowds. That gave Tony pause. He wasn't sure how to judge Hulk. In no time, Jarvis broke through the military's firewall. Hacking their system was as easy for him as tuning into a random TV channel. "Sir, the big one goes by the military codename Hulk. Real name, Bruce Banner. He holds doctorates in 7 fields, including nuclear physics. A genius, then? How'd he end up like this?" Tony's curiosity was piqued by Jarvis's report. Clearly, this Bruce Banner was a prodigy in the world of science. According to the military database, Hulk's mutation was the result of gamma radiation exposure. The other one, codename Abomination, was originally a special forces operative named Blonsky, apparently mutated after being injected with Hulk's blood. So all this chaos on the street, is the military to blame? At present, yes, sir. Oh hell, damn those power-hungry maniacs. General Ross and the military's actions had clearly infuriated Tony. If Yang Chun hadn't shown up today, who knows how many more people on this street would have been injured or even killed. After a moment's thought, Tony spoke to Jarvis again. "Alter the military's monster creation files. Remove Dr. Bruce Banner's name, then anonymously leak the information to the media. Make sure it gets out everywhere." "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied. Gawain and Yang Chun had been watching Tony's every move. Yang Chun remained silent, while Gawain addressed Tony. "There's never been a shortage of ambitious people in this world who crave great power. Though only a rare few are lucky enough to succeed, that hardly stops the others from their reckless pursuits. After all, wielding such power is truly intoxicating." Tony nodded at that. He understood this all too well. That's why, back then, he refused to hand over his armor technology to others, compromising only by giving his friend Rhodey a single suit. When power falls into the hands of those with twisted intentions, the harm they can inflict on humanity far exceeds anything a handful of supervillains or monsters could do. Publishing those files was his way of putting public pressure on the military. Later, he'd use the might of Stark Industries to do the same himself. Granted, he couldn't stamp out this kind of behavior completely, but as long as Tony Stark was around to see it, he'd never just stand by and do nothing. Having taken care of these matters, he turned to Gawain and Yang Chun. "All right, gentlemen, let's put that runaway brute aside for now. How about we head back?" Gawain and Yang Chun didn't mind in the least. They hadn't cared much for this mess to begin with, and now that Tony was done, they were even less inclined to get involved. With that, Tony reached out his hand to Yang Chun and said, "I'll fly you back." Yang Chun was momentarily taken aback by Tony's offer. After a brief pause, he shook his head and replied, "Just lead the way. I can keep up." Hearing this, Tony withdrew his hand, then took off into the sky with Gawain in tow. Yang Chun watched Tony's flight for a moment, made a quick estimate of his speed, and without even unsheathing the Qi Xian sword, channeled a trace of spiritual power and rose effortlessly into the air, quickly catching up to Tony. Up ahead, Tony glanced back and saw Yang Chun keeping pace with ease. He couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. It was as if someone was about to break through the lid of their own coffin. New Mexico, USA. An elderly man sat in a Western-style saloon, savoring a fine drink. Although the bar was bustling with patrons, it was as if no one noticed the old man at all. Finishing his drink, the old man stood up and made his way outside. Just as he reached the door, a middle-aged man, extravagantly dressed and dripping with gold and jewels, fell to his knees at the old man's feet. The middle-aged man clung desperately to the old man's pant leg, pleading with all his might, bowing his head to the ground again and again as he begged. Only when blood was streaming down from his forehead did he finally raise his head to look at the old man. But he discovered that the old man had been watching him all along, his lips curled in a smile, gazing at him as though admiring a sumptuous feast. "Please, I beg you, just give me a few more days." "No, just one more day." Seeing the old man unmoved, the middle-aged man began to weep. After a few more desperate pleas, he broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. At last, as if resigning himself to fate, he collapsed limply to the ground. Finally, the old man spoke, his voice raspy and grating, like a cracked bell that sent shivers down the spine. "My child, greed always demands price. This was a bargain. You gained wealth, and I gained your soul. You agreed to this from the very start." With that, the old man placed his palm upon the middle-aged man's head. In the next horrifying moment, the man's soul was wrenched straight out by the old man. As his soul was torn away, the middle-aged man's body shriveled into a lifeless husk. His soul, reduced to a fine powder, drifted into the old man's body. The old man closed his eyes and savored the soul with rapturous delight. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. He realized he was now within a strange realm, facing a crystalline barrier. Through this barrier, every detail of the tavern, the decor, the light, appeared in bizarre, mirrored symmetry, as if the entire space had been folded into twin phantoms. "Ancient One, I don't believe I've done anything here to threaten this planet, nor have I offended you." Far from panicking, the old man addressed a seemingly empty spot before him. The next moment, a circular portal of light shimmered in that empty space, and the Ancient One stepped out from within. "Mephisto, return to your hell." So it turned out, the old man was none other than Mephisto, Lord of Hell. Mephisto's expression did not change. After a thoughtful pause, he replied, "I haven't done anything outrageous on Earth. Surely Earth can't be ruled by the will of the Sorcerer Supreme alone." The Ancient One was not angered by his words. She simply caressed the eye of Agamotto, then extended her hand toward Mephisto. Countless streams of red magical light gathered at her palm, and the Ancient One spoke in a calm, steady voice. "Though I haven't caught you in the act, given the state of affairs on Earth, I absolutely cannot allow you to remain here." Seeing the Ancient One gathering magical energy, poised to strike at any moment, Mephisto's annoyance grew. When had the mighty Lord of Hell ever suffered such indignities? Today he would show this so-called Sorcerer Supreme what it truly meant to be the Lord of Hell. In an instant, the mirrored realm was engulfed by swirling black clouds. Oppressive heat and the stench of sulfur spread through the space, as if hell itself had broken loose. Sensing that a great battle was about to erupt, the Ancient One let her magical energy dissipate. Then, with both hands, she lifted the eye of Agamotto, while the three sanctums scattered across the earth gathered their own magical light. Mephisto, who had been on the verge of unleashing his wrath, instantly dispersed the black clouds at this sight. The stench of sulfur and the oppressive heat vanished as well. The mirror dimension returned to its original state, as if the impending battle had been nothing more than an illusion. "Haha, I was just joking with the Sorcerer Supreme. I'll be heading back to hell now," Mephisto said with an awkward laugh, his figure slowly fading away. Only a fool would dare face the Ancient One, especially when she was prepared to wield the eye of Agamotto with the combined power of the three sanctums. Once Mephisto had truly left, the Ancient One let out a deep breath. From the chaos of the timeline's disruption, to Dormammu's invasion, and now to the banishment of Mephisto, she had barely had a moment's rest in months. Just thinking about the tangled timelines made her head ache. Despite months of effort to straighten things out, the threads remained hopelessly knotted. It wasn't until she sought answers from the great cosmic entity, Eternity, and discovered that even Eternity himself was ignorant of the source of this chaos, that the Ancient One finally realized the situation was far more dire than she had ever imagined. With this in mind, she abandoned her attempts to untangle the timeline, deciding instead to investigate whether someone or something had caused such confusion. Using the eye of Agamotto, she surveyed the world, and with astral projection, she observed other parallel universes. Among the myriad parallel realities, many progressed, much like her own. She hoped that by comparing them, she could pinpoint what was wrong in her universe. Yet, the Marvel multiverse was chaotic by nature, and the scrambled timelines made it even harder for the eye of Agamotto to function clearly. Her plan was fraught with obstacles. But when Dormammu appeared, followed by Gawain's battle with the demon of sorcery, she at last discovered something out of the ordinary. In all her previous observations, the figure of Gawain had never existed. Now, with another unknown, powerful being emerging, she had wanted to investigate further. However, the havoc wrought by the hellish demon force. Her hand, no matter the circumstances, she could not allow a demon of Mephisto's caliber to remain on Earth, even if it was just an avatar. After banishing Mephisto, the Ancient One conjured a circular portal. The scene beyond it was the top floor of Stark Tower. Once the portal stabilized, she stepped through without hesitation and conjured the mirrored dimension. Stark Tower, top floor. After leaving the site of the abomination and Hulk's fierce brawl, Tony and his companions soon returned here. After the green light at the entrance to the lab lit up, Tony's face broke into a smile as he turned to Gao 1 and said, "The suit of armor I designed for you is ready. Want to come take a look?" Without waiting for Gao 1's reply, Tony was already striding into the lab, chatting with Yang Chun as he walked. "Mr. Yang Chun, I've already notified my assistant. If you have any requests, just let her know, or you can tell Jarvis as well." With that, Tony stepped into the lab, Gao 1 following close behind. No sooner had they entered than Tony gestured at a set of gleaming silver armor and began to introduce it to Gao 1. "This suit is tailored to your fighting style. I've stripped away the unnecessary firepower, greatly enhanced its agility, and, just like my own armor, it's capable of long-distance flight. Most importantly, I've changed the way its functions work. So long as your magic doesn't run dry, it can keep fighting indefinitely. You can also channel your magic to form energy shields or enhance your strength, and more. This is truly one of my proudest creations." Tony's gestures were animated as he spoke, his pride unmistakable in his voice. After all, aside from Tony Stark himself, there probably wasn't another scientist in the world who could craft a suit that so perfectly fused magic and technology. Truth be told, Gowan was thoroughly impressed by the suit as well. What he'd been lacking was high-speed mobility, and he was confident that with this technological marvel, his combat abilities would see a tremendous boost. Under Tony's guidance, Gowan quickly donned the armor. But as they stepped outside, the scene that greeted them left both men utterly stunned. There was Yang Chun, lounging on the sofa with his legs casually crossed, hands gripping the latest handheld gaming device. His fingers danced across the controls so fast they seemed to blur. On the coffee table in front of him sat an assortment of drinks, including a bottle of soda, the kind beloved by die-hard gamers. Gone was any trace of the ethereal, sword-wielding immortal they'd seen before. Tony stared in disbelief, feeling as if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He blinked hard, but the scene remained unchanged. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, but Yang Chun was still very much the picture of a seasoned gaming enthusiast, a far cry from the formidable figure who'd just dispatched the monstrous abomination. As Tony stood there in a daze, Pepper Potts pushed open the door, followed by several Stark employees carrying all kinds of gaming gear. Spotting Tony, Pepper hurried over, fixing him with a puzzled look as she asked, "Is this the distinguished guest you mentioned?" Pepper had been busy with work when Tony suddenly called, telling her an important guest had arrived and that she should do everything possible to accommodate them. Anyone Tony referred to as a distinguished guest was surely no ordinary person. At this thought, Potts immediately set aside her work and hurried over. When she arrived, she saw a man dressed in white with striking red hair. As expected, he carried himself with an extraordinary air, and there was a certain intensity in his gaze that felt almost oppressive. Potts assumed he would make some demands that would require the company to mobilize significant resources, and she was already considering which departments would need to cooperate. But what happened next left Potts utterly astonished, because all he asked for was the latest handheld gaming console and some drinks. Though surprised, Potts still arranged for someone to prepare everything he wanted. Now, seeing Tony come out, Potts couldn't help but voice her bewilderment to him. Tony was equally taken aback. This man was certainly not what he expected. Sensing the curious stares, Yang Chun paused his game, glanced lazily at Tony and the others, and spoke up. "What's wrong? Never seen a sword cultivator playing video games." Tony instinctively responded with a confused, "Huh," and then heard Yang Chun continue. "It's boring in the 8 Desolations realm. Every day is either fighting or cultivating. Now that I finally have a chance to get out, of course I want to experience the outside world." With that, Yang Chun popped open a bottle of soda and took a swig. After smacking his lips in satisfaction, his fingers flew rapidly across the controls once more. Seeing this, Tony just shrugged at Potts and said, "Once they've set everything up, you can get back to work." Potts said nothing more. Once the staff finished installing the gaming equipment, she left with them. No sooner had Potts walked out than a stream of light enveloped the entire top floor of Stark Tower. In an instant, Yang Chun, Gao 1, and Tony were all pulled into a strange new space. On the sofa, Yang Chun's eyes sharpened. In a heartbeat, the crimson profound sword leapt from its sheath, and Yang Chun swept his sword through the air 4 times toward the space around them. Each stroke unleashed a wave of sword energy, blazing with crimson fire that shot toward the boundaries of the space. The sword aura crashed violently into the edges of the mirror dimension, causing the entire space to tremble as if it might shatter at any moment. When the 4 strikes were finished, Yang Chun sheathed his sword and stood at ease, the fierce look in his eyes softening. Only after all this did Gao Wen come to his senses, quickly stepping in front of Tony to shield him. After all, Tony didn't have his Iron Man armor right now. One stray hit, and he'd be done for. Yang Chun swept his gaze around the space, then called out in a clear voice to a certain spot. Would the Ancient One kindly show herself? As soon as Yang Chun spoke, the Ancient One materialized from the empty space, her expression puzzled as she asked, "Do you know me?" "The Sorcerer Supreme who has protected Earth for centuries. I have indeed heard of you. Some of my seniors in the sect hold you in high regard." Yang Chun's tone was calm, but his words sent shockwaves through the Ancient One's heart. She didn't know Yang Chun, a powerhouse who stood out even among beings at the level of Archfathers, let alone the so-called elders of the sect he'd mentioned. Not only had she never observed Yang Chun within this universe, she hadn't come across his name or presence in any other parallel universes, either. All these strange occurrences unsettled the Ancient One, casting her into deep thought. She had never encountered a situation quite like this, and she had no intention of resorting to forceful measures. At least, not unless Yang Chun and the powers behind him became a threat to Earth. Until then, she would refrain from using force. But how to handle Yang Chun and the force behind him was a matter she could not take lightly. Barely half a minute had passed from the moment she drew the 3 of them into the mirror dimension until she lapsed into quiet contemplation. Yet it was only after she became lost in thought that Tony realized he was now in a very unusual space. If the Ancient One harbored any ill intentions toward him, and he was here alone, he would have no hope of survival. That chilling realization sent a cold shiver down Tony's spine. A sheen of cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, and he couldn't help but shrink a little further behind Gao Wen for cover. Perhaps Tony's movement caught the Ancient One's attention, for she snapped out of her reverie. She then turned her gaze to Yang Chun and spoke again. "I hope you have no intention of harming Earth. I truly do not wish to become your enemy." Yang Chun smiled at her words and replied, "You can rest assured on that point. In fact, the human race of the 8 Desolations realm has always guarded this planet, even this universe." "Is that so? Then why have I never heard of you before?" The Ancient One was not eager to accept Yang Chun's claim, but neither did she openly oppose it. Instead, she seized the opportunity to probe for more information. Yang Chun, unperturbed by her question, answered with the composure unique to a sword cultivator, calm as a mountain even in the face of disaster. "The 8 Desolations realm does not reside within this universe. Perhaps it is a world born alongside this universe, but it is far more powerful." He paused briefly before continuing. "In fact, if not for the impending catastrophe, our paths might never have crossed. After all, coming here was no easy task in the past." The Ancient One's face remained impassive as she listened, though inwardly she was shaken to the core. Had it not been for Zhong Hong keeping a close watch on the system panel, she might very well have been fooled. But Zhong Hong's eyes never left the panel for a second. Far away in Queens, the corners of Zhong Hong's mouth curled upward. As long as the Ancient One was convinced, their next moves would become much easier, and she might even unwittingly patch up some of their loopholes herself. After all, the Ancient One was human, and people only believe what they want to believe. As for the idea that sword cultivators don't lie, what a joke. It's not that sword cultivators can't lie. They simply disdain to do so. Besides, the one telling lies here was Zhong Hong. What did any of this have to do with Yang Chun, the sword cultivator? Meanwhile, within the mirror dimension conjured by the Ancient One, although she was inwardly shocked, she maintained her composure as she spoke. "What do you mean by this great calamity you mentioned? And you said it was difficult to come here before. Does that mean it's easier now?" Hearing this, Yang Chun took a couple of steps forward before replying. "No one truly knows the specifics of the great calamity. When it is about to occur, the threads of fate become muddled. This phenomenon has already appeared in the 8 Desolation realm. As a result, even the Elder Masters within the sect cannot divine the details of the calamity. All we can say is that it may plunge the entire multiverse into destruction. As for travel between the 2 realms, perhaps it's also due to the influence of the calamity. Recently, spatial rifts have started appearing in the 8 Desolation realm, and these rifts all lead to this universe. Most of the rifts that appear in territories controlled by humanity lead directly to Earth. Whether similar rifts have appeared in territories belonging to other races, or even other planes of the 8 Desolation realm, we simply don't know." The Ancient One nodded at this. She might not know the details, but at a time like this it was crucial to maintain her poise. Otherwise, she would lose the upper hand for no reason. This is the sincerity of the Qingxian sect. Now, Master Ancient One, what about yours? The Ancient One paused for a moment, then replied slowly. That depends on what you seek. No matter how earnest the offer, if it doesn't meet the other's needs, it's meaningless. So, do you think our sincerity is enough to satisfy you, Master Ancient One? At this, the Ancient One fell silent. After a brief moment, she decided to answer honestly. It certainly does. This information is precisely what I needed right now. What is it, then, that you require from me? Yang Chun smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to Tony, standing behind Gawain. Addressing the Ancient One, he said, in the days to come, I imagine Mr. Tony Stark might need to trouble you quite a bit. Why not let him study some useful magic under your guidance? The Ancient One nodded in agreement. Very well. I will give Tony some instruction in the magical arts. At this, Tony, who had been standing behind Gawain, couldn't help but show his unease. So, just like that, you decided my entire schedule for me? Though Tony grumbled, he didn't refuse. He was proud, not foolish, and it was clear that this arrangement would be greatly to his benefit. Gawain spoke up at this point, turning to Tony. You should take this seriously. You've already experienced the advantages of magic. I'm not one to teach magic systematically, but Master Ancient One certainly can. Learning from her will do you good. Tony nodded in response, signaling his agreement. After this exchange, everyone seemed satisfied with the outcome. The Ancient One received the news, and she too held high hopes for Tony's talent. After all, in certain parallel universes, Tony himself had become the Sorcerer Supreme. Tony was granted the chance to study magic, and this was undeniably a boon for him. In the future, as he further combined technology and magic, the power of Iron Man would be nothing to scoff at. As for Yang Chun and Gao Wan, although they seemed to have gained nothing on the surface, the Ancient One certainly wouldn't act against them before she had fully investigated their backgrounds. Most likely, she would also prevent other cosmic-level beings from making a move against them. After all, this appeared to be an exchange between two worlds, and their side was by no means weak. In fact, it might even be far stronger than Earth. I'll bring Tony to Kamartaj every afternoon for his lessons, the Ancient One said. Once he's grasped the basics of magic, I'll give him a spellbook so he can continue learning on his own. With that, the Ancient One's figure vanished, and the three of them returned to Stark Tower. Back at Stark Tower, Tony headed straight for the lab to put on his Iron Man suit. He felt it was absolutely necessary to design a set of armor he could carry with him at all times. Only after suiting up did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, then slowly walked out of the lab. Seeing Yang Chun engrossed in a handheld game on the sofa, and Gao when tinkering with the Iron Man suit, Tony felt a rare sense of security. Even if someone tried an assassination attempt, they'd have to get past these two first. After his raid on Hammer Industries, Tony had felt some weight lift off his shoulders. But when Yang Chun mentioned the so-called Great Calamity, that weight settled right back again. Even someone as powerful as Yang Chun, and the forces behind him, treated this Great Calamity as a taboo, while Tony himself knew nothing about it. That sense of the unknown was deeply unsettling. It made him realize that perhaps he should learn more about this so-called 8 Desolations realm. With that in mind, he decided to ask Yang Chun directly. Can you tell me more about the 8 Desolations realm? Tony lifted his faceplate and sat down across from Yang Chun, getting straight to the point. Yang Chun glanced at Tony, then at Gao Wan, and replied with a puzzled look. Hasn't Gawain told you anything? At this, Gao Wan, who'd been fiddling with the armor, walked over and replied with a helpless tone. Ever since I got to the 8 Desolations realm, it's been nothing but missions and battles. How could I possibly know as much as you, a native? Yang Chun was taken aback by that, and just as he was about to speak, he felt a gaze watching them. It was subtle, but Yang Chun was no ordinary cosmic-level being. He sensed it immediately. After a moment's thought, Yang Chun found the situation a little amusing. The Ancient One was still harboring doubts. Since that was the case, he might as well play along. Far away in Queens, Zhong Hong received Yang Chen's message and promptly sent one of the dreamlike bubbles produced by the fantasy bubble machine to Yang Chen. Zhong Hong hadn't been idly wasting time at home all this while. Ever since he drew the fantasy bubble machine, he had been meticulously constructing scenes from the 8 Wilderness realm. Now, finally, his efforts would pay off. Atop Star Tower, Yang Chun put down his handheld console. He traced a circle in the air with both hands, channeling his magical power, which swirled and wrapped itself around the dreamlike bubble. Tony watched as energy gathered in Yang Chen's palms, forming something that resembled a shimmering bubble at its center. While conjuring this magical spectacle, Yang Chun began to explain. The primary plane of the 8 Wilderness realm is composed of countless floating islands. The smaller ones are about the size of this planet we're standing on, while the larger ones can be tens of thousands of times greater. As for the four massive core islands at the heart, their size is truly beyond measure, for they are constantly expanding with every passing moment. As Yangchen spoke, the images before Tony's eyes shifted and transformed, unfolding in a style reminiscent of a nature documentary. He glimpsed the smaller islands, then the larger ones. Then, as the perspective zoomed out, Tony witnessed the four colossal islands at the center of the archipelago, each of them visibly expanding and evolving. Thanks to the unique properties of the dreamlike bubble, Tony felt as if he were right there in person, completely immersed in the spectacle. He gasped in awe. "Oh my God, this is incredible, but it defies all logic. How can a world like this even exist?" "Jarvis, record everything you see." "Yes, sir." Tony watched, utterly captivated, mumbling to himself in astonishment, but still remembered to instruct Jarvis to capture every detail. Seeing this unfold on the system panel, Zhonghong couldn't help but smile. All those hours of hard work were finally worth it. As long as he could deepen the Ancient One's impression, it was a win. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD base, Nick Fury was fuming with frustration. The surveillance feed confirmed it. Tony was definitely discussing some crucial information with that powerful figure called Yang Chun, and visuals were even being transmitted. These images had to be related to the 8 Wilderness Realm. The thought of missing out on such vital intelligence made Nick Fury's heart ache with regret. Determined not to fall further behind, he ordered several translators to record every word, making sure nothing was missed, and dispatched agents to lurk outside Stark Tower, hoping to catch a glimpse of the visuals, Spider-Man style. Yet, regardless of how shocked the Ancient One and Nick Fury were, the visions in Yang Chen's hand continued to shift and evolve. After a brief pause, Yang Chen resumed his explanation. Beyond these islands lies a boundless sea of chaotic spatial currents. Within these swirling torrents, new realms are sometimes born, some of them vast, even larger than the grandest islands themselves. The beings within these realms occasionally launch raids upon the creatures inhabiting the islands, and at times, especially powerful realms can even pull entire islands into their own domains. In the vision, scars like jagged cracks appear between the islands and on the outer edges. From some of these fissures, beings emerge. Some gentle and kind, others vicious and malevolent. There are even realms within which deathly silence reigns, devoid of any life. A kaleidoscope of different realms flickers before Tony's eyes, shifting and transforming ceaselessly. Among them, Tony even spots a few infernal demons from the Nether Prison, creatures he's already somewhat familiar with. At one point, he witnesses a massive invasion, the demons of the Nether Prison pouring onto floating islands. Wherever they go, devastation follows, entire islands laid to waste. In the most harrowing scenes, when a colossal demonic altar rises, the whole island is devoured, plunging into a rift exuding an overwhelming aura of evil. Just as Tony is gripped by panic at the sight of such a rift, the vision shifts once more. Now, he sees countless floating islands, each marked with a human symbol. These human-occupied islands are slowly spreading outward in all directions, their influence even reaching significant portions of the 2 core islands. From a higher vantage point, Tony notices something extraordinary. The human-dominated islands seem to resonate faintly with each other, as if they are subtly linked, moving in unison. In the 8 wastelands, the human race has managed to secure its place. There are many powerful human warriors here, plenty stronger than me, and even more on par with me. There are said to be several supreme beings as well. However, there's a careful balance of power among all the race's supreme beings, and the human supremes rarely show themselves. By now, Tony is utterly stunned. The visual spectacle, combined with Yang Chen's narration, has left an indelible impression of the 8 wastelands upon his mind. Next comes what I mentioned before, the calamity. Yang Chen, seeing Tony's dazed expression, gently reminds him. At this, Tony snaps back to attention, focusing all his senses on the bubbling vision before him. Far away in Kamartaj, the Ancient One is just as absorbed in the magical surveillance before her. Previously, she'd only half believed Yang Chen's story, but now, recalling the persistent chaos in the timelines and witnessing this peering into another world, she has become wholly convinced that such a realm truly exists. Now, the Ancient One is desperate to learn the true nature of this so-called great calamity. She leans in, her curiosity and vigilance sharper than ever. Oh, for the love of, what on earth are they watching? Back in the SHIELD office, Nick Fury feels a rising sense of dread. The conversation is clearly turning to something even more important, yet he has absolutely no way to see what's happening on that mysterious screen. All the agents sent out reported that the top floor of Stark Tower was shrouded in a special space. Once inside, they could hear nothing at all, and would find themselves endlessly lost. From a distance, nothing inside the top floor could be seen, as if the entire level was cloaked in a thick, impenetrable fog. Seeing Tony's face absorb in concentration, Zhong Hong, who had been attentively watching the situation, knew the moment had come. So he gestured for Yang Chen to continue his story. Yang Chen's hands shifted in intricate patterns, channeling his magical power, and the image within the bubble changed once more. In fact, Yang Chen began, in the 8 Desolations realm, a calamity of some sort occurs roughly every 1,000 years. But none of those disasters compare to the great tribulation that is upon us now. Within the vision, the floating islands of the 8 Desolations realm gradually became entwined in a red glow. At first, it was just a faint blush, but as time passed, the red deepened, turning from a gentle hue to a dark, ominous crimson. Suddenly, beams of light blazed forth from every floating island. Upon closer inspection, terrifyingly powerful beings of all races soared from the islands to do battle in the skies. Countless mighty figures clashed among the archipelagos, and now and then, even more powerful combatants would collide, their duels shattering small islands and even smashing several of the larger ones to pieces. At last, from within the 4 core islands, 2 towering figures emerged, majestic and awe-inspiring. They shot straight into the boundless, chaotic space beyond the 8 Desolations realm. The 2 colossal figures faced off at a distance within the swirling chaos, treating the perilous spatial turbulence as if it were nothing. Their forms defied description, and even those observing could only glimpse their vague outlines. Suddenly, both figures struck at the same time. Instantly, the surrounding spatial currents erupted with violent turmoil, as if cold water had been poured into boiling oil. Back in the 8 Desolations realm, countless small islands were reduced to ashes by the catastrophe. Many of the larger islands crumbled beneath overwhelming power, and even the areas surrounding the 4 core islands began to collapse outward. At last, several more immense figures appeared, each unleashing their abilities to protect the 4 core islands and the remaining floating isles. Gradually, the red glow in the vision faded away. The 2 colossal beings withdrew their powers and returned to the core islands. The shattered fragments and ruined isles were absorbed by the 4 core islands, while the debris fallen from the core islands formed new ones of every shape and size. And this was only what could be seen in the vision. No one knew how many worlds hidden in the spatial currents beyond had vanished, unseen and unrecorded. Witnessing such a breathtaking scene, Tony swallowed hard, unable to recover his composure for a long time. Even the Ancient One, far away in Kamartaj, was utterly astonished. Worldly and wise as she was, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Cries of amazement escaped her lips again and again. When those 2 towering figures clashed, all Tony could see was a dazzling display of colored lights. Meanwhile, the Ancient One witnessed laws, Tao rhythms, and other mysterious forces either colliding, eroding one another, or merging together. Even someone as powerful as the Ancient One couldn't perceive the deepest layers of what was happening. But she understood well that this was a protective measure for the observer, insisting on watching further. Even for her, might mean being consumed and becoming just a part of their vast, boundless energy. A sharp pop, like the bursting of a bubble, jolted Tony from his reverie. Glancing toward the window, he realized the sky was no longer dark. Dawn was already breaking in the east. Only then did Tony realize he'd spent the entire night poring over data on the 8 Desolations realm. Rubbing his temples, he glanced at Yang Chen and Gawain at his side, uncertain what to do next. Just then, Yang Chen spoke up. "It's time for you to get some rest now." No objections. Humanity has long since built up enough strength for the young to rest when needed. The great legacy our ancestors left behind wasn't meant for us to work ourselves into exhaustion. Tony wanted to protest, but Yang Chen cut him off. Thinking it over, Tony had to admit he had a point. Besides, he was truly exhausted. So, he made his way into his private quarters to finally get some sleep. In the days that followed, every afternoon the Ancient One would come to take Tony to Kamartaj for lessons. When it came to learning useful things, Tony's enthusiasm knew no bounds. And so, Tony embarked on his journey into the magical arts, spending his mornings researching armor and his afternoons studying magic. His days were suddenly much fuller, and he even lost interest in chasing after women. Zhong Hong had already spent several months cooped up at home, when he wasn't creating dreamlike scenes with his fantasy bubble machine. He was teasing the neighbor's kid, Peter Parker. Even a homebody like him was starting to feel the urge to get out and see the world. Still, he decided it would be best to set the stage for his next grand performance before heading out. Chewing gum, Zhong Hong stood on his balcony, gazing in the direction of New Mexico. By his calculations, the hammer-wielding Thor would be arriving soon, and Zhonghong had prepared some special surprises for those Asgardian aliens. Inside a cave in New Mexico, the air within the cave began to twist and warp, then suddenly split open, forming a shimmering portal. As soon as the gateway solidified, a figure in dark robes stepped through. It was the fallen dragon sorcerer. Having absorbed vast amounts of death energy in the netherworld, his power had reached formidable levels. The moment he arrived, he stabilized the portal with practiced ease, then cloaked it with his magic. Until Zhonghong issued a command, this portal would remain closed and undetectable, its connection to the netherworld dormant until summoned. With everything in place, the fallen dragon sorcerer stood in silence, gazing into the depths of the cave, lost in thought. He remained there until nightfall, only then stepping out into the darkness beyond. After briefly sensing his surroundings, he rushed toward the nearest town at top speed. Without bothering to conceal himself, he strode straight into the town's most crowded area. This was a bar where Old Mike, a redneck unwinding after a long day's work, and Old Mo, an out-of-work immigrant, were both drinking with abandon. No one noticed the presence of the fallen dragon warlock at the back door. Silently, he drew his staff from his belt and raised it to the sky. Cloaked by the darkness of night, a war-torn canopy descended and shrouded the entire town. With a surge of his power, the fallen dragon warlock transformed every inhabitant into a creature of darkness, werewolves or vampires. Some tried to resist, but their struggles were pointless. No one could so much as scratch the fallen dragon warlock. Others attempted to call for help, but the war-torn sky blocked all signals. No cry for rescue could escape. Soon, at the fallen dragon warlock's command, all the dark creatures reverted to human form. Yet although they looked human, their very nature had been irreversibly altered. They were now beings of darkness. With dawn's arrival, the town seemed to run as usual, but a careful eye would catch some townsfolk shrinking from the sunlight, while others shaded themselves with umbrellas as they set out across New Mexico. Having turned the entire town's people into dark creatures, the fallen dragon warlock returned to his cave. Now, with the townsfolk as his eyes and ears, he waited for the arrival of a certain god of hammers. According to the story, he wouldn't have to wait long. The hammer god would soon make an appearance. When that happened, he would be the first to know the approximate location of Thor's descent. While Tony was learning magic from the ancient one day after day, something momentous was unfolding far away in Asgard. Inside the magnificent Golden Palace, the coronation ceremony for Prince Thor Odinson was underway. On the high dais, King Odin stood smiling, watching Thor approach with a deep, unreadable look in his eyes. Thor basked in this moment of glory. All eyes were on him, and in this instant, he was the brightest star in all of Asgard. But just as Thor was about to ascend the dais, Odin's gaze sharpened, and he struck Gungnir down with a resounding thud. The vault has been breached. Odin's voice echoed through the great hall, sending everyone rushing toward the royal vault. Thor, however, was left standing aside. The sudden intrusion had interrupted his coronation, leaving Thor seething with frustration. He was tempted to fly over and deal with the intruders himself. Within the palace of Asgard, a warrior's spirit ran deep. Every Asgardian was raised in this culture, and Thor, shaped by these traditions, was not one to take things lying down. Very soon, the Destroyer, the security force of the treasure vault, eliminated the frost giants who had come to steal the casket of ancient winters. However, Thor's coronation ceremony had already been disrupted. The crowd dispersed, each returning to their duties to continue searching throughout Asgard. Not long after, under Loki's subtle persuasion, Thor led Loki, Sif, and the warriors 3 to the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the bridge, opened the way for them at Odin's command, allowing Thor and his companions to charge across the Bifrost towards Jotunheim. Upon arriving in Jotunheim, Thor and his party quickly realized that defeating the frost giants with so few people was impossible. Before long, they were surrounded on all sides by the giants. At the critical moment, Odin arrived, wielding Gungnir and riding his 8-legged steed, Sleipnir, to rescue Thor and his friends. Meanwhile, Loki, discovering that he was immune to the frost giants' attacks, began to doubt his own identity. After returning to Asgard, Thor and Odin erupted into a fierce quarrel. Odin stripped Thor of his powers, reclaimed Mjolnir, and banished both Thor and the hammered earth. Gazing in the direction where Thor had fallen, Odin murmured to himself, "Grow up quickly, my child. My time is running short." At that very moment, on Earth, under the cover of night, the astrophysicist Jane Foster was driving with her best friend and her mentor, Dr. Selvig, observing astronomical phenomena. They witnessed unusual weather patterns and clouds flashing with strange lights. Instead of fleeing, they steered straight toward the source of the disturbance. As they advanced, snapping pictures, they were suddenly caught off guard and collided with a bewildered Thor. To their astonishment, Thor was completely unscathed. He mumbled fragments like "my hammer," "this can't be," "this isn't real," and "Bifrost," over and over. Sensing that something was not right with him, Jane and her companions cautiously approached Thor, but he suddenly shouted at them. "What realm is this? Where's the Rainbow Bridge? Heimdall!" As he strode toward them, the three women were startled, convinced he must be a lunatic. Jane's best friend quickly pulled out a stun gun and fired at Thor, electrocuting the mighty god of thunder into unconsciousness. The three of them then hauled Thor into the car, intending to take him to the hospital. Unbeknownst to the group, a pair of blood-red eyes watched them intently from the shadows. After Jane drove away, the owner of those eyes transformed into a giant bat and followed closely behind. Once the bat was gone, far away in Asgard, Odin tightly gripped Gungnir. After a moment's thought, however, he let go of Mjolnir, letting the hammer fall. At the same time, deep within a mountain cave, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the fallen dragon shaman flared to life. In faraway New York, Zhonghong immediately sensed the location of Thor. Excellent. Now, all we need is for those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to show up, and then the real fun can begin. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury was studying a set of urgent photographs sent by agents stationed in New Mexico. The photos clearly showed an unidentified object suspended in the sky. Amid strange atmospheric phenomena, something had come crashing down from above. No one yet knew exactly what it was, but the agents on the ground were certain this was a supernatural event. Inside the only hospital in the small town of Pandiantigo, in one of the hospital wards, Thor slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he awoke, a wave of pain washed over him. Focusing his eyes, he found a strange man in a white coat driving a sharp object into his body. At this sight, Thor immediately roared in outrage. "How dare you? Do you have the audacity to attack the son of Odin?" The doctor was taken aback, clearly suspecting that this patient was suffering from some sort of head injury. "Someone, give me a hand here." Before the doctor could take further action, Thor shoved him aside with a single motion. Thor then leapt straight off the bed, causing panic among the surrounding medical staff. Several tried to restrain him. But how could ordinary doctors hope to overpower Thor? Even stripped of his godly powers by Odin, he still had centuries of battle experience, far beyond what these doctors could handle. Soon, however, security guards were drawn by the commotion and rushed in. Thanks to sheer numbers, they managed to pin Thor down, barely. Still, Thor continued to resist, and it was clear the guards were struggling to hold him. At that moment, a doctor produced a syringe of tranquilizer and jabbed it forcefully into Thor. "You are no match for the mighty." Before Thor could finish his declaration, he drifted into a deep, childlike sleep. Meanwhile, back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury sought out Agent Coulson. As soon as Coulson entered the director's office, Nick Fury pulled out a file from his coat. "This is your next assignment, Agent Coulson. Our satellites and field agents captured these images." Coulson took the file and glanced through it, finding it filled with photographs. "There's an object from space that's crashed in New Mexico. Your job is to locate it as quickly as possible and bring it back. I've arranged for some backup. Agent Barton will join you shortly." Coulson straightened and replied to Nick Fury with firm resolve. "Understood, sir." 50 miles west of Pandiantigo, Thor's hammer had crashed to Earth, carving a massive, circular crater dozens of meters wide into the ground. Early in the morning, the townsfolk drove out and discovered Thor's hammer. Soon after, they gathered together, each eager to try their luck at lifting it. But because of Odin's enchantment, not a single person could budge it. Even worse, a pickup truck was wrecked in the process. For a while, the air was filled with hearty laughter, but the amusement didn't last long. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived at the scene not long after. Agent Coulson was the first to step out of the vehicle. He produced his FBI badge and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this area is now under the jurisdiction of the FBI. For your own safety, please leave immediately." "Oh, come on. We were here first," someone shouted. A chorus of complaints broke out, but, grumbling aside, the crowd soon melted away, everyone clearly aware of the seriousness of the situation. Next, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents took turns trying to lift the hammer themselves, but naturally, none of them succeeded. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasted no time. In the blink of an eye, they'd set up a makeshift research station around the mysterious object. During this time, Coulson led a team to confiscate Jane's research notes and equipment. Jane was furious with S.H.I.E.L.D. for this, though her mentor, Dr. Selvig, understood all too well the might of such secretive organizations. Jane tried to argue her case, but Coulson was unmoved. In the midst of their dispute, another agent quietly made off with her research journal. Unable to bear it, Jane was about to take matters into her own hands, but Dr. Selvig stopped her. After all, He knew a gamma radiation specialist who had vanished without a trace after getting involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. He had no wish for Jane to follow the same unlucky path. Helpless, Jane could do nothing but watch as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents walked off with the fruits of her labor. But it was clear she would not simply swallow this humiliation. When she got the chance, Jane sent Dr. Selvig and her friend Darcy on an errand, then slipped away alone, determined to retrieve her research notes herself. On the road, she encountered Thor, who was also intent on reclaiming his hammer. The two joined forces, driving off together. As night fell, Jane and Thor arrived at the crash site of the hammer. After watching for a while, Thor decided to make his move, taking advantage of the cover provided by the impending downpour. Inside the impact crater, Coulson was chatting idly with Barton. This blasted weather report. It was supposed to be clear skies tonight, Coulson complained. Sir, you know me. I only trust what I see with my own eyes, Barton replied. Coulson nodded, saying, Right. Everyone knows Agent Barton is a crack shot. Coulson was about to continue when Barton suddenly interrupted. Something's not right. It's too quiet around here, sir. Even with the rain coming down this hard, we shouldn't be hearing only the rain. Coulson was a trained agent as well, and with Barton's warning, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Without hesitation, Coulson grabbed his pistol and spoke into his radio. Everyone, arm yourselves and heighten security. There's something happening nearby. Copy that, sir. Copy that, sir. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents responded in unison, quickly reaching for their weapons and sharpening their vigilance to the highest degree. Clad in raincoats and clutching their firearms, they swept their surroundings with flashlights turned up to full power, scanning every shadow for threats. Hidden nearby, Jane felt her heart pounding so hard it could leap out of her chest. After all, the moment Thor entered this temporary base, the level of alertness had skyrocketed. Because of the powerful beams of the flashlights, she was forced to retreat closer to her car. Just as she was about to call Dr. Selvig, she too sensed that something was off in the air. The pitch-black, rainy night was unnaturally silent, broken only by the drumming of rain and the occasional rumble of thunder. The deep darkness seemed to swallow every hint of sound. Suddenly, two chilling wolf howls cut through the night, short, sharp, and haunting, making the hair on the agent's arms stand on end. Yet even as the beams swept the area, the flashlights revealed nothing suspicious. Barton, take your weapon and get up to the platform, Coulson ordered. Barton nodded, slinging his bow and arrows over his shoulder and heading up. From his vantage point, Hawkeye quickly spotted something unusual. Instantly, he let an arrow fly. The arrow found its mark, and at that moment, a bolt of lightning slashed the sky, illuminating the darkness, and revealing a shocking sight to all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Beneath the rain and thunder, a horde of massive black wolves surged toward the base, their numbers so great they seemed endless under the stormy shroud. But the real shock came next. The giant wolf struck by Barton's arrow suddenly reared up on its hind legs and wrenched the arrow from its body. Coulson's radio crackled with the tense voice of another S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Sir, we've spotted a large number of hostiles to the southwest. There must be hundreds of them. Oh, mother. Before Coulson could issue his next command, the pack of giant wolves, knowing they'd been discovered, charged at full speed toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. In the blink of an eye, the leading wolves were already at the fence, and the agents opened fire without hesitation. The good news, bullets could penetrate their defenses. The bad news, it took concentrated fire from multiple agents to bring down a single giant wolf. But time was running out. The wolves were too many, and they were almost upon them. As the wolves reached the fence, they leaped up on their hind legs and vaulted into the heart of the base. At the center of the chaos, Coulson immediately contacted Nick Fury, transmitting live footage of the wolves' assault. Sir, you need to see this. I think we need backup. Coulson was at a loss for words. Ever since Iron Man appeared, these supernatural phenomena seem to have sprung up everywhere like mushrooms after the rain. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York, Nick Fury frowned deeply as he watched the footage Coulson had sent. Then he said, Oh, for the love of, if this gets out of hand, pull back immediately. I'll arrange for reinforcements. With that, Nick Fury called out toward the door, Someone get in here. A moment later, an agent hurried in and asked, What is it, sir? Give me the New Mexico National Guard on the line. Yes, sir. The agent turned on his heel and left at once to contact the National Guard in New Mexico. Meanwhile, Fury drummed his fingers anxiously on the table. An incident of this scale was too much for S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle alone. He needed the military involved, whether they liked it or not. Over in the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New Mexico, the agents were holding their ground behind makeshift fortifications. Their firepower was formidable, but sheer numbers were not on their side. Before long, the giant wolves had closed the distance. By now, giant wolves hardly described them. These towering creatures were full-fledged werewolves, drawn straight from Western legends. Once the werewolves broke through, the well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agents found themselves almost powerless in close combat. Only a few agents with exceptional hand-to-hand skills managed to put up a fight, but they were quickly overwhelmed. Packs of werewolves stormed the base, and under the relentless rain, blood, severed limbs, and muddy water mixed together on the ground. From his vantage point, Barton realized the danger and immediately leaped down from the platform. He directed a few agents to provide cover, then grabbed Coulson and made a run for it toward the northeast. Thunder boomed and lightning split the sky. Veiled by the downpour and chaos, Thor managed to reach the hammer of the gods. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Despair crept across Thor's face. He had no idea what to do anymore. Meanwhile, outside, the gunfire was fading, but the howls of the wolves only grew louder, now laced with a savage joy for the hunt. Far away in a secret chamber in Asgard, Odin watched the scene unfold, tense with worry for Thor. He had already resolved that if Thor insisted on fighting to the end, he would intervene. Just as Odin's anxiety peaked, Thor was jolted by the howling and broke into a run. Clearly, he was heartbroken, but he hadn't lost his wits. Seeing this, Odin let out a heavy sigh of relief. Outwardly, he feigned the deep sleep of the Odin force and handed over affairs to Loki, but in truth, Odin was forcing himself to stay awake, his watchful eyes never leaving Thor. Fortunately, things never reached the point where Thor's ordeal needed to be forcibly ended. Now, he was beginning to think that letting Thor experience some real danger might not be such a bad idea after all. Meanwhile, Loki had found Heimdall. Heimdall, what did you see? Upon the shimmering Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall stood tall in his golden armor, leaning on his great sword, silently keeping watch over Thor's fate. Beside him, Loki, brimming with confidence, gripped Odin's spear, Gungnir, as he questioned the gatekeeper. Heimdall simply shook his head, his face an unreadable mask. I saw nothing at all, he replied. Loki, however, was far from convinced. After all, Heimdall's all-seeing gaze could pierce through nearly every secret in the 9 realms. Hardly anyone could escape his notice. So when Heimdall claimed to have seen nothing, Loki knew it could mean only 2 things. Either Heimdall was shirking his duties, or his attention was fixed squarely on Thor. The first was impossible, of course, and the idea that Heimdall, right in front of him, cared more for Thor than for his own king made Loki's gaze turn dangerous. Now Thor was exiled. Odin had fallen into his deep slumber, and even Gungnir was in his own hands. For all intents and purposes, Loki was the true ruler of Asgard. How dare this gatekeeper treat him with such disregard? With that thought, Loki began plotting how he might put the insolent watchman in his place. Heimdall was well aware that the second prince meant trouble, but he truly didn't care. In fact, aside from Odin's immediate family, few in all of Asgard cared much for Loki. The people of Asgard respected him only out of deference to Odin, for in this warrior realm, a man obsessed with scheming and trickery would never win their hearts. Loki, for his part, felt the sting of Heimdall's contempt. Suddenly, he had the urge to see his brother in person. The thought of Thor's current misery filled Loki with secret delight. With that, he lifted his chin at Heimdall, drove Gungnir into the ground with a sharp motion, and spoke. Gatekeeper, by the authority of the king of the gods, I command you, open the Bifrost. I will go to Midgard myself to pay Thor a visit. Heimdall frowned. He could see the danger now facing Thor, and he hesitated, weighing the consequences of letting Loki travel to Midgard. But before he could consider further, Loki's impatient voice cut through his thoughts. Gatekeeper, what are you waiting for? Will you defy the will of Odin's son? Heimdall, hearing the edge of threat in Loki's tone, could only respond with resignation. Loki, the situation in Midgard is extremely dangerous right now. Dangerous? Loki scoffed. I've dared to walk the frozen wastes of Jotunheim. What danger could Midgard possibly hold for me? But Loki's shout drowned out whatever Heimdall had meant to say. Address me as your majesty, the God King. All right, your majesty, the God King. Very good. Now, by the name of the God King of Asgard, I command you, open the Bifrost. With a sigh, Heimdall complied, answering, Yes, your majesty, the God King. Heimdall then gripped his massive golden sword and thrust it forcefully into the Bifrost mechanism. Instantly, a surge of immense energy shimmered across the rainbow bridge. A column of radiant, multicolored light enveloped Loki, whisking him away toward Earth through the pathway that links the 9 realms. Thor raced off in the direction he had come from, while Hawkeye, carrying Coulson, was also making his way there. It wasn't long before the 2 groups met. Hey, Thor, over here. As the 3 of them reached the outer edge of the base, they found Jane, who had been waiting anxiously. She had first heard the howling of wolves, followed by the crack of gunfire, and had started her car in anticipation. She had been waiting for Thor all this time, but after a long while with no sign of him, she was just about to drive off when he finally appeared. Not only did Thor show up, but with him was the man who had once stolen her equipment, as well as another stranger she didn't recognize. Seeing Jane, Thor and his companions were overwhelmed with relief. The gunfire inside the makeshift base had ceased, which could only mean the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had all been defeated. Fortunately, Jane's vehicle offered them a quick escape. Coulson had already called for backup. Waiting for reinforcements before making their next move was clearly the wisest choice. Just as they prepared to pile into the car and get away, a dazzling column of rainbow light thundered down from the heavens above. It was Loki who had arrived. "It's the Bifrost. Someone from Asgard is here." Thor's eyes lit up with delight at the sight, and even the gloom of being unable to lift Mjolnir faded from his mind. But for the other three, their faces turned grim. Such a spectacle was bound to attract the attention of those monsters lurking nearby. Sure enough, as soon as the Bifrost struck the ground, the previously silent howls of wolves echoed once more, this time more furious than ever. The chilling cries pierced the quiet, rain-soaked night, making it all the more terrifying. "Oh, damn it! You're going to bring those monsters straight to us. Everyone in the car now?" Without hesitation, Barton grabbed Coulson and Jane, hurrying them into the car. Seeing this, Thor rushed over to pull Loki along, but Loki shoved him away. "Brother, you've grown so weak since coming to Midgard. I am a god. How could there possibly be anything in a mortal realm that can harm a god?" Loki looked at Thor with scorn, but the moment he turned around, a werewolf leapt at him and knocked him to the ground. Staring wide-eyed at the beast's gaping, bloody jaws, Loki froze in shock. But just then, Gungnir, acting on its own, shot out a beam of golden light, instantly reducing the werewolf to ashes. Seeing this, Thor hurried to pull Loki to his feet. Loki, relieved and elated by Gungnir's timely intervention, beamed with joy. However, before he could utter a word, he caught sight of a seemingly endless horde of werewolves charging straight toward them. Seeing this, Loki immediately turned and bolted in the same direction Barton and the others had gone. He moved so fast that even Thor, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. But despite his surprise, Thor's instincts kicked in. He too dashed with all his might toward Jane's vehicle. Fortunately, the car wasn't far away. With Barton's arrows providing cover, both Loki and Thor managed to scramble into the vehicle. No sooner had the brothers climbed aboard than Jane, sitting in the front seat, stomped her foot down, flooring the accelerator. The RV sliced through the curtain of rain and sped ahead, but the pack of werewolves, running on all fours, kept up right behind them, relentless in their pursuit. With no other choice, Jane pressed harder on the gas. She could barely make out the road through the downpour, but her desperate will to survive drove her to keep accelerating. Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared in the space right before the RV. Jane had no time to react. The vehicle charged straight into it. A dozen or so werewolves, unable to stop themselves in time, dove in after them, while the others hesitated, fear rooting them in place, and scattered without following. At the very moment they entered the vortex, Heimdall, stationed at the Bifrost, widened his eyes in alarm. Thor and Loki had vanished from his sight. Elsewhere, Odin's face darkened as he watched Thor and Loki disappear from the viewing portal. Yet with a wave of his right hand, their images reappeared, thanks to a hidden measure he had left within Gungnir. "It seems they are in an independent pocket of space," Odin murmured, his voice low, "and this space appears to be on the verge of merging completely with Midgard." After Thor and the others passed through the vortex, Jane's frantic driving caused the car to stall almost immediately. As the werewolves poured in behind them, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. But just as they braced themselves for a desperate fight, the unexpected happened. Every werewolf that had entered dropped flat to the ground, their bodies trembling violently, as if some unspeakable terror filled this place. Seeing this, Loki boldly stepped forward. Even when he drove Gungnir through one of the werewolves, the creature didn't resist. The others simply stayed prostrate and quivering, making no move to retaliate. This eerie scene sent cold sweat running down Loki's back. Just moments ago, these werewolves were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Now, they let themselves be slain without lifting a paw. There was something profoundly wrong here. Realizing this, Loki wasted no time trying to finish off the rest. Instead, he raised Gungnir and shouted skyward at the top of his lungs. "Heimdall, send me back. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Heimdall." But no matter how much he yelled, it was useless. Heimdall could neither see nor hear him now. Seeing that no matter how he called out, the Bifrost still didn't appear, Loki cursed inwardly. Then, venting his frustration, stabbed a few more werewolves to death. Barton and the others, noticing what was happening, quickly stepped forward and took down the rest of the werewolves that had come inside. After all, leaving these creatures alive would be like leaving time bombs behind. No one could predict when these werewolves might suddenly fly into a frenzy. Fortunately, only about a dozen had managed to get in, so the men dispatched them swiftly. As for Jane, she was still trying to get the car started again. But just as she had restarted the engine and called for everyone to get in, Coulson stopped them, blocking their way. "Gentlemen, the vortex in that direction has disappeared, and the car is too loud. We should check the area on foot first. The surroundings are far too strange for comfort," Coulson said. After he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Loki. After all, his shouting earlier had been far louder than any car engine. Yet no one argued with him. Their top priority was to ensure their environment was safe, and after that, to find a way home. With that in mind, they all agreed with Coulson's suggestion. However, when they tried to retrace their steps, they discovered an invisible barrier blocking their path. A wall of air they couldn't get past, no matter what methods they tried. With the way back cut off, they could only press on, moving forward. The further they walked, the more uneasy everyone felt. Thunder rumbled more and more frequently, and beneath it all, they could vaguely make out the sound of some creature breathing. Finally, when they climbed to the top of a small hill, their steps came to an abrupt halt. What they saw made their pupils contract in shock. Instinctively, they dropped to the ground, pressing themselves flat, holding their breath and doing everything they could to remain utterly silent. Before them lay a vast, crater-like depression, roughly 200 meters across and several dozen meters deep at its center. In the heart of the crater stood a stone platform, upon which grew a fruit tree. Even from a distance, the tree glowed with a soft green light, lending it a vibrant, almost otherworldly vitality. Loki, with his keen eyes, saw more clearly than the rest. He counted 5 fruits growing on the tree, each one shimmering as if green light flowed within. But what truly held them frozen, barely daring to breathe, was the immense bear slumbering beneath the stone platform. The beast was colossal. If it stood upright, it would easily tower 40 or 50 meters high. Its massive frame, covered in scars, was a startling blend of blue and white, and its enormous body, paired with razor-sharp fangs and claws, gave the impression of a creature born for battle. With every breath the bear took, thunder crashed through the space, as if the very storm itself was tied to the rhythm of its slumbering breaths. Upon seeing the giant bear for themselves, everyone felt a pressure that seemed to come from the very depths of their souls. Thor and Loki were able to withstand it a bit better, but for Coulson, Barton, and Jane, the intensity of it made them want to turn around and run. Though the giant bear lay sleeping and the group could have made a quiet retreat, not a single person suggested leaving. All eyes were fixed on that fruit tree. From the very first glance, each of them felt an overwhelming desire for the fruit hanging from its branches, a craving that seemed to rise from deep within their bodies. Even Odin, far away in Asgard, could sense his own body longing for that fruit. Had he still been young, he would not have hesitated to seize the tree and bring it back to Asgard. But age had caught up with him. Without knowing exactly what effect the fruit might have, he was not about to risk creating a powerful new enemy without cause. Those present did not yet have the strength to truly sense how formidable the giant bear was. Yet Odin, through Gungnir, could feel the depths of its power. Judging by the force that radiated from it, the giant bear was undoubtedly a powerhouse, almost on par with the Skyfathers. Odin prided himself on his vast knowledge, but he could not identify the tree, nor did he know when such a bear-like being of near Skyfather strength had appeared on Midgard. He chalked it all up to the peculiarity of this strange space. Realizing that this place was on the verge of merging completely with Midgard, he decided not to act rashly. Even if the bear awoke, he was confident he could protect Thor and Loki with the contingency he had prepared within Gungnir. Soon, Thor and the others tore their gaze away and returned to the area near the RV. Though they stood together, each was lost in their own thoughts. They all coveted the fruit on the tree, but none wanted to be the first to make a move. Amid the heavy silence, Jane finally spoke up. "Oh, come on, guys. Don't tell me you're actually thinking about going after that thing. I hope you all realize one thing. If that, bear wakes up, none of us are getting out of here alive. I, for one, would rather not die here. So how about we focus on finding an exit first?" Her plea, however, seemed to fall flat. Aside from Thor, the other 3 didn't even acknowledge her concerns. "Ma'am, it's our duty to investigate supernatural phenomena like this. We can't just leave something like that unchecked," Coulson began, but then seemed to reconsider and quickly shifted his tone. "But when it comes to finding a way out, I think cooperation is in order. I believe our extraterrestrial friend here feels the same way, don't you?" With that, Coulson turned to look at Loki. Of the 5 present, Loki was currently the strongest. If anyone was likely to attempt to seize the fruit and risk waking the giant bear, it would be him. Loki was momentarily taken aback when he noticed Coulson looking his way. He was still considering how to trick these mortals into testing that enormous bear. But after a quick thought, Loki realized that finding an exit would benefit him as well. Once they found the way out, he could either trouble these mortals or give Thor a humiliating lesson. Either option would be available to him. As for gathering those fruits himself, please, he was the god of mischief, with the throne of Asgard awaiting him. There was no way he would risk his own neck. Zhong Hong stared at the emotional value displayed on his system panel, lost in thought. As expected, that old Odin was keeping a watchful eye on Thor. After a moment's reflection, Zhong Hong could almost picture a marvelous scene unfolding. Perhaps the power levels involved in this incident would reach truly terrifying heights. Princeton Avenue, Queens, New York. At that moment, Zhong Hong was also at home, keeping an eye on the situation in New Mexico. That particular space was his handiwork. He had sealed away a small, unconverted patch of land absorbed from the realm of the dead and discreetly transported it there. The seal wasn't particularly strong and would soon dissipate. When that happened, everything inside would appear in New Mexico. As for what was inside, well, it was all extraordinary. The tree was the tree of Everlife, though 4 of its 9 fruits had already been picked by Zhong Hong. With no side effects and the promise of hundreds of thousands of years of added life, it was only natural for him to keep some for himself. The giant bear was the storm bear god. Because its appearance was so similar to a certain video game hero, Zhong Hong had named him Volibear. As a being of near primal strength, he served as the guardian of the tree of Everlife. After all, only treasures of such worth would be protected by such powerful beings. After carefully reviewing his plan and finding no flaws, Zhong Hong reached out to the fallen dragon sorcerer. Somewhere in a cave in New Mexico, the fallen dragon sorcerer's hollow eye sockets once again blazed with the fire of his soul. He immediately rose, and with a swing of his staff, the portal in the cave began to churn wildly. Countless undead creatures surged out from within. At the very moment the portal roared to life, the Ancient One in Kamartaj opened her eyes. Is this another dimensional incursion? She sensed the dense spatial turbulence, as well as the profoundly evil world lurking beyond. The Ancient One stood up at once, determined to destroy the source of the disturbance. But before she could act, she sensed a powerful presence manifesting near Kamartaj. Her brows drew together in a frown, but given the sanctum's importance, she had no choice but to deal with this new threat first. High above Kamartaj, the master of the realm of the dead, Illithas, made his appearance. Clad in deep black knight's armor and wielding a massive sword, he emanated a powerful aura that he made no effort to conceal. Illithas had come specifically to hold off the Ancient One, although the realm of death was not nearby, and he knew he could not defeat the Ancient One while she still possessed the Eye of Agamotto. Keeping her occupied would be no problem at all. Soon, the Ancient One appeared before Illithas. She did not attack immediately. She had already sensed that the powerful presence before her shared the same source of evil she had felt in New Mexico. The chaos in New Mexico was clearly connected to this formidable stranger. With this in mind, the Ancient One frowned slightly and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Stranger, what is the meaning of this? Are you two planning an invasion of this planet? Illithas let out a low, chilling laugh, then replied nonchalantly, Don't misunderstand me. I only came because I heard the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth was a being on par with the gods, so I wish to see for myself what you are capable of. His voice seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you could choose another time. Then I would gladly accompany you, the Ancient One said, hoping to avoid unnecessary conflict. Dormammu had only recently attempted an invasion, and Mephisto lurked in the shadows, ever ready to strike. Making an enemy of another godlike being now would spell disaster for Earth. But Illithas acted as if he hadn't heard her. He remained rooted to the spot, the oppressive aura around him intensifying. Deathly energy from his realm began to stain the clouds above Kamartaj a deep, ominous black. Seeing this, the Ancient One's face darkened. She let out a resigned sigh. Without further hesitation, she swept Illithas and the mass of blackened clouds into the mirror dimension. Once inside, crimson magical energy began to swirl in her hand. You arrogant fool. Your arrogance will be your undoing. You will find no resting place in this world, she declared. As she spoke, the red energy in her hand transformed into a scarlet chain that shot toward Illithas. This was the scarlet chain of Sidorak, its energy drawn from the dread god of the Crimson Dimension. Its power was such that even Strange had once used it to bind Thanos. In the Ancient One's hands, its might was even more formidable. As the chain closed in, Illithus made his move. He swung his massive sword, cloaked in death energy, and shattered the scarlet chain of Sidorak in a single, brutal stroke. Without pause, he surged toward the Ancient One. Seeing Illithus charge, the Ancient One instantly invoked the form of the icon. In a flash, countless duplicates of the Ancient One appeared before Illithus, making it impossible for him to tell which was the real one. Yet, with the energy of an entire world at his command, Illithus would not tire, unlike the Ancient One, whose strength had limits. Eliza's swung his long sword, unleashing an endless torrent of death energy from within himself. The onslaught swept indiscriminately across the mirrored space around him, and in an instant, dozens of Ancient One's duplicates were obliterated. Seeing this, the Ancient One's face darkened. Her hands moved swiftly, casting a barrage of powerful spells. The magical energies entangled and intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier that held back the surging death energy. When he saw his attack thwarted, Eliza's hands shifted again. Not only was he a formidable warrior, but he was also a masterful sorcerer. With a fluid motion, he conjured countless deadly spells woven from pure death energy, hurling them straight at the Ancient One. Immediately, the entire mirrored realm lit up with dazzling, multicolored brilliance. If any skilled mage had witnessed the scene, they would have been utterly astounded, for every streak of light was a spell of tremendous power. The Ancient One and Eliza's exchanged spell after spell, neither able to gain the upper hand. Although Eliza's commanded the entire realm of death as his fortress, the Ancient One was shielded by the Eye of Agamotto, constantly rewinding time to restore her own condition. She had even attempted to use the Eye of Agamotto for a direct assault, but her disintegration rays, so effective against dark beings and black magic, were completely neutralized by the sheer magnitude of Eliza's death energy. For a time, the battle was locked in a stalemate. While the Ancient One and Eliza's were deadlocked, the portal to the realm of the dead in New Mexico had fully opened. With every passing moment, waves of undead surged onto Earth, some among them powerful enough to threaten the surface world itself. Having opened the portal, the fallen dragon sorcerer wasted no time. The curtain of war was unleashed at full force, and a vast, deathly cloud, covering over 1,000,000 square kilometers, quickly shrouded the entire state of New Mexico. The disaster didn't stop there. Several neighboring states, and even parts of northern Mexico were swept up in the deathly gloom. Beneath the curtain of war, countless dead rose from their graves. Chaos erupted wherever the shadows stretched. Fortunately, the National Guard was quick to respond, and with hidden superheroes among the people, not to mention the widespread ownership of firearms, the newly risen lesser undead managed to cause only localized chaos. Meanwhile, on Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall furrowed his brow. The sudden black clouds now obscured his vision of that region, and he hesitated, debating whether to report the matter to Queen Frigga. At the same time, deep in Marvel's own hell, Mephisto watched the unfolding events in New Mexico with great interest, images swirling within the crimson mists before him. On the top floor of Stark Tower, Tony was jolted awake at dawn by Jarvis's relentless alarm. Still groggy, one glance at Jarvis's screen banished all trace of sleep from his mind. Stunned, he cried out in disbelief, "Holy crap. Jarvis, are you sure you're not messing with me? These things look exactly like they crawled out of a horror movie." "I'm sorry, sir. This is no joke, as you can see for yourself." "Oh shit, this defies all scientific logic." Tony was on the verge of losing it. These past months had made him question everything he'd done with his life so far. "Sir, based on information from Stark Industries satellites and multiple sources in New Mexico, the report is accurate." "Oh fuck. Well, I guess we're in deep trouble again." With a frustrated groan, Tony raked his fingers through his hair, hurriedly slipped into his Iron Man suit, and strode off toward where Yang Chun and Gao were waiting. Catching sight of Gao when meditating and Yang Chun, who clearly had been up all night gaming, Tony's anxious mood eased just a little. In his mind, with these two, especially Yang Chun, on their side, as long as they could pinpoint the source of the trouble, sorting it out shouldn't be too hard. Without delay, Tony called out to them, "Guys, I think we've got a problem that needs fixing." Yang Chun and Gaowen both looked over. After setting his handheld console aside and chugging a large bottle of cola, Yang Chun replied, "Take Gaowen to gear up first. Once you're both ready, we'll head out." Lately, with nothing major happening, Gaowen, who usually never parted with his armor, had taken it off. His days were spent either meditating or honing his techniques. Since Gaowen had no interest in the internet, he was completely unaware of what was happening in New Mexico. Or perhaps he knew, but chose not to know. It didn't take long for Gao to suit up and grab his revolving sword of victory. When Tony saw the armor, a proud grin spread across his face. After days of training with the Ancient One, Tony had mastered some basic magic, and he'd been steadily enhancing Gao Wen's armor with magical upgrades. Now, Gao Wen's suit could finally give him a real, meaningful boost. Tony was confident that as his own magical expertise deepened, the enhancements would only get stronger. As for his own suit, it was now a fusion of technology and magic, and his tests confirmed it was more powerful than any previous version. Then Tony looked at Yang Chun and offered, "Maybe I can make a suit of armor for you too?" Yang Chun, lollipop in mouth and gaze turned toward New Mexico, glanced back at Tony. Sensing Tony was serious, he smiled and replied, "My cultivation system is very different from magic. Besides, as long as I have my sword, that's all I need. Too many gadgets would only get in the way." Tony nodded. "All right, let's get going then." He'd already left the company's affairs in Jarvis's capable hands. Tony couldn't help but think, maybe it was time for Stark Industries to have a lady at the helm. Tony was the first to take off, with Yang Chun and Gao Wen following closely behind. But before they could even leave New York, Yang Chun suddenly accelerated, catching up to Tony and saying, "Something interesting is emerging over there. I'll go check it out first. You two can take your time." As soon as Yang Chun finished speaking, he willed his thoughts, and the Qi Xian sword leapt from its scabbard. It instantly transformed into a size perfect for him to ride and hovered at his feet. Sword riding, Yang Chun shot through the air at astonishing speed, turning into a streak of crimson light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Tony's sight. Tony was still mulling over Yang Chun's words when he caught a flash of red light, and then Yang Chun was simply gone. "Jarvis, how fast was Yang Chun flying just now?" "Sir, Mr. Yang's speed was too great. The system couldn't calculate it." "Oh my goodness." By the time dawn broke, Thor and his companions finally emerged from that mysterious space. Not because they found the exit, but because the space itself had fused with Earth. They stepped out naturally, and at the very moment they reappeared, Heimdall, far away in Asgard, caught a faint glimpse of Gungnir's divine radiance. Before he could see more clearly, he heard Loki's call. After confirming he'd returned to Earth, Loki looked up at the war-torn sky blanketing the city. The suffocating aura of death that filled the air drained the color from his face. As he debated whether to flee immediately, the rumble of thunder behind him grew louder and louder. Loki felt a chilling premonition. The terrifying giant bear was about to awaken. With that thought, Loki hastily raised Gungnir high and shouted at the sky. "Heimdall, by the authority of Odin's son, I command you, open the Bifrost. Send me home." Hearing Loki's summons, Heimdall could only sigh and resignedly thrust the golden sword into the heart of the Bifrost. Instantly, the great rainbow bridge roared to life, its powerful colored energy shooting straight toward Earth. Yet what happened next took Heimdall by surprise. As the Bifrost entered Midgard, it encountered resistance from whatever had previously blocked his sight. Neither side would yield. Just as Heimdall was about to pour all his strength into breaking through, the opposing force suddenly chose to withdraw. Meanwhile, beneath the war-torn sky in New Mexico, the fallen dragon necromancer lowered his staff. In front of him stood more than 10,000 spellcasters, liches, corpse mages, and death wizards. It was their combined power that had stalled the Bifrost just moments before. Against the world-ending might of the Bifrost, the fallen dragon necromancer's strength alone was simply not enough. Even so, the effort had drained them considerably. Thankfully, behind them loomed the portal to the realm of death, where death, energy, and souls were in endless supply. Any energy lost could be quickly replenished. However, going head-to-head with the Bifrost was neither part of Zhong Hong's plan nor worthwhile for the realm of death, so the fallen dragon warlock made a decisive move. He stopped the stalemate, opened a gap in the Bifrost, and let Loki slip out. By now, the number of deathly creatures arriving on Earth had swelled to several million. These beings had long been steeped in the deathly energies of the realm of death. Their power was far beyond that of the newly turned undead formed beneath the war canopy. Their purpose was clear. They marched relentlessly toward the place where the tree of undeath had appeared. Over 1 million skeletal warriors and plague-ridden corpses formed a vanguard, cutting a path forward. Among their ranks prowled monstrous undead beasts, while behind them, hundreds of thousands of death knights held the line, guarding even more colossal undead giants. Ordinary skeletons and lesser undead didn't even have a chance to show themselves. Above this undead army, countless wraiths and stone gargoyles circled in the air. Tens of thousands of immense bone dragons and over 1,000 ghostly dragons cruised through their ranks, filling the sky with howling black winds. Against the backdrop of the war canopy, it all looked like a scene torn from the end times. Because of the Bifrost, a corner of the war canopy had been torn open. Through this gap, satellites from every nation, drawn by the sudden, massive black cloud over New Mexico, caught a glimpse of what was happening inside. Almost instantly, the leadership of every major power on Earth was thrown into chaos, like a pot of oil hitting a roaring flame. The roads near government headquarters around the world became choked with traffic. At the Shield base in New York, Nick Fury's phone was ringing off the hook. He could never have imagined the situation would spiral this far out of control. At first, he thought this would be no more than an annoying supernatural incursion. Now, it had become a full-blown crisis. The casualties and consequences, if mishandled, will be far beyond anything he could answer for. Most of the calls he received were nothing but pointless questions. Nick Fury was thoroughly fed up with these fools, but he still had to respond to certain matters. He'd wanted to keep the situation under wraps, but the affected area was simply too vast, and events were unfolding far too quickly. There was no way to cover it up. Even though the Fallen Dragon Warlock's war canopy could block signals, Zhong Hong wasn't about to waste the massive influx of emotional energy this event was generating. He'd specifically instructed the Warlock to lift the interference on network signals. Nick Fury now had no choice but to rally S.H.I.E.L.D. agents while simultaneously fielding questions from every direction. And one should never underestimate the numbers S.H.I.E.L.D. could muster. As the largest intelligence agency on Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had enough agents to fight an all-out war if necessary. In theory, a level 10 agent could even authorize the use of nuclear weapons, the most powerful force currently at humanity's disposal. Whether or not such drastic action would be needed was another matter. But no matter what, they had to be prepared to deal with whatever came next. While Nick Fury was busy dealing with the situation, the U.S. military in New Mexico and several neighboring states had already begun to take action. They were used to being the ones launching attacks on others. Now, the tables had turned, and the enemy had come knocking at their door. With the infamous tempers of the American redneck soldiers, there was no way they would tolerate such provocation. Pressed by the urgent circumstances, the local U.S. troops reported to the Pentagon and the White House, but at the same time, they decided to strike first, believing that a preemptive attack was their best option. Who cared if these were creatures straight out of myth? Better to hit them with a couple of missiles first and ask questions later. Dozens of missiles were immediately launched from bases and mobile launch vehicles in New Mexico and the surrounding states, all aimed at the areas with the densest concentrations of the undead. Although New Mexico's own military strength wasn't particularly formidable, it was bolstered by its proximity to two powerhouse states, California and Texas, each home to over 100,000 U.S. troops. Texas, especially, shared a direct border with New Mexico. The war shadow had already spread there, and the Texas forces had been drawn into the fray the previous night by the constant appearances of undead creatures. At first, they didn't understand the source of the problem. But after the shockwave of the Bifrost, military satellites could now faintly detect the vast swarms of undead. The U.S. military in Texas couldn't stand by any longer. They immediately began to mobilize. Soon, the first wave of American attacks, those dozens of missiles, soared toward the undead army. But as if sensing the destructive power within the missiles, black thunder surged within the war-torn sky, striking down most of the missiles before they could reach their targets. The few that slipped through were intercepted by gargoyles, who sacrificed their own bodies to block the blasts. In the end, the first U.S. offensive managed to destroy only a few dozen gargoyles. Before long, the second wave of attacks arrived. Airstrike formations led by F-22s advanced from multiple directions, heading straight for the undead ranks. They didn't dive headlong into the massive cloud of gargoyles and wraiths. Instead, they danced along the edges, employing hit-and-run tactics that proved surprisingly effective. Thousands of gargoyles fell to the overwhelming firepower of the U.S. jets. Against these agile, high-speed aircraft, most of the gargoyles and wraiths were utterly helpless. The few more powerful undead who tried to pursue were swiftly singled out and brought down by concentrated fire. After a fierce exchange, only the occasional black lightning bolt managed to destroy a handful of U.S. fighters. Seeing their attacks having an effect, the U.S. commanders chose not to continue targeting the undead on the ground. Following the advice of their military strategists, they decided to focus their fire on the dense clusters of flying undead. All kinds of anti-aircraft weapons unleashed a deadly metallic storm on the clouds of gargoyles as if ammunition were free. The undead creatures filled the sky so densely that every shot found its mark, inflicting heavy casualties among them. But this bombardment was like poking a hornet's nest. Gargoyles, wraiths, bone dragons, and other such horrors scattered in all directions at once. This spelled disaster for the nearby towns and cities. The attack sent many undead creatures flying toward surrounding communities, and it wasn't long before the people there fell victim to the aerial onslaught of the undead. A significant number of these creatures also tailed the planes that had attacked them, seeking out their base of operations. They were driven by a thirst for revenge against those who had caused them such losses. Once these cannon fodder undead had flown off, only the ghostly dragons, hidden within the war-torn, blackened sky, continued with the main force. More expendable undead poured out through the portal, constantly reinforcing their ranks. The undead army pressed relentlessly toward the ageless tree, obliterating any small towns that crossed their path. Anything bold enough to stand in their way was swiftly added to their ranks. Perhaps it was thanks to the giant bear's presence, but when Thor and his companions emerged, they saw no sign of werewolves. Just as they thought themselves safe, Loki was abruptly whisked away by the Bifrost. He found himself staring up at the pitch-black clouds in the sky and the massive swarm of undead in the distance. The whole group was left speechless, their faces frozen in shock. Thor prided himself on having witnessed many epic battles, but even he had never seen anything like this. Coulson, his hands trembling, pulled out his phone to call Nick Fury. Even in this dire moment, he felt compelled to report the situation to Nick Fury, along with his strange encounter in that small, mysterious space. Look, those are military missiles. They're here to rescue us. Barton was the first to spot the military's initial strike and grew visibly excited, for he still had faith in the might of the armed forces. But as everyone turned to where Barton was pointing, they saw the missiles obliterated by bolts of black lightning. A wave of despair washed over them. At this point, leaving the protection of the giant bear might mean being hunted down by distant werewolves. They were still counting on the military to defeat the werewolves and save them. Look, military aircraft, the latest F-22s, are leading the formation. Though he knew in his heart that these fighter jets stood little chance against so many grotesque creatures, he clung to a shred of hope. Only after most of the jets had destroyed a large number of targets and safely withdrawn did the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then they saw a barrage of anti-aircraft weapons pounding the cloud of undead, a spectacle so awe-inspiring that it drew another round of gasps from them. For a brief moment, they even forgot about the giant bear slumbering in the crater. "Oh, Mother, let's get out of here. Those damn things are headed our way." Barton was the first to notice the undead creatures, blasted apart and now scattering in every direction. Without hesitation, he started up Jane's RV. Thor and the others quickly scrambled aboard as well. As soon as everyone was inside, Barton floored the accelerator and sped away. But none of them realized that, at that very moment, the giant bear in the crater had already opened its eyes. Just as Thor and his group were retreating, a sound like the thunderous heartbeat of a dragon echoed in their ears. Moments later, a blue glow began to pulse through the pitch-black clouds overhead. "Barton, faster. That thing looks like it's awake. Step on it." "Sir, this is as fast as she'll go." Everyone in the RV, except for Barton who was driving, turned to look at the crater. There a colossal figure was slowly emerging. That immense form exuded a sense of calm confidence, like a king surveying his domain. Once it had fully stepped out, the giant bear rose upright, spread its massive claws, and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. At that moment, the heavens exploded with thunder, and the sapphire clouds above twisted and swirled, forming the image of a giant bear with claws outstretched, roaring at the sky. So enormous was the bear's shadow that it could be faintly seen from neighboring states. This sight left even those who had not yet faced the undead invasion utterly stunned. After the giant bear's roar, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky. They encircled the crater, weaving together into a radiant blue shield, with arcs of lightning flickering across its surface. Having finished this, Volibear swept his massive claws through the air. Lightning surged again in the sky, incinerating every gargoyle and wraith flying toward them into nothing but drifting ash. Then Volibear turned his gaze toward the distant undead army. He spoke slowly, his voice rumbling like thunder rolling through the earth. "You dare challenge me? Ha ha ha." As Volibear laughed, dozens of lightning bolts split the sky, spearing toward the undead horde with the force of a falling heavens. Above the undead army, ghostly dragons unleashed their deathly breaths, each bolt of lightning intercepted by dozens of streams of necrotic fire. Even so, the lightning could not be completely stopped. Countless gargoyles had already gathered at the points where the lightning would strike. When lightning pierced through the dragon's breath, the gargoyles rose up, sacrificing themselves to block it with their bodies. In an instant, hundreds of gargoyles were reduced to ash. Yet the lightning still blazed through the deathly breath. Had it not been for this, the gargoyles would have been powerless to stop it. The corrupted Dracolic near the portal witnessed the scene through the eyes of other undead creatures, and he once again raised the staff in his hand. In front of him, the various undead mages also lifted their staffs in unison. Tens of thousands of spellcasters joined forces, their power pouring into the war shroud and strengthening it tremendously. As the black clouds of the war shroud churned, they surged forward to engulf the brilliant blue storm above. But Volibear was no easy foe. The black and blue clouds clashed overhead, each struggling to consume the other. The sky over all of New Mexico was split in two, the colored clouds spreading outward in every direction. On the ground, the vast army of undead finally began to move. Soul flames flickered within their skulls as they charged toward Volibear. In the sky, spectral dragons led the assault, swooping down on Volibear. Yet one by one, they fell to his mighty claws. But their sacrifice was not in vain. They created an opening for the rest of the undead. Swarms of gargoyles clung to Volibear, latching onto him like a living tide. Soon, Volibear's massive form was encased in a thick, spherical shell of gargoyles, and even more kept piling on. Oh, looks like that giant bear is finished. Thor and his companions, who had retreated to a safe distance, chose not to run further. Coulson and Barton needed first-hand intelligence. Thor's warrior's heart refused to let him miss such a battle, and Jane felt she couldn't look away from a scene like this. So the group watched from afar. Just as they thought the giant bear was finished, the next moment made them blurt out curses in shock. Suddenly, streaks of lightning pierced through the ball of gargoyles. In a burst of blinding light, every gargoyle was reduced to ash with a chorus of anguished cries. I'm draped in thunder, and now I rise. A thunderous voice boomed alongside a crack of lightning, echoing in their ears. Volibear now stood wreathed in blue lightning, thunder coursing along his claws, bolts of electricity arcing and dancing around him. He seemed like a god descended from the heavens. Oh my god, I feel like I'm witnessing the legendary thunder god. Nonsense. I'm the real god of thunder. Thor's protest was lost on the others. Coulson, Barton, and Jane were all transfixed by Volibear. Seeing this, Thor could only feel a bitter ache in his heart, especially when he noticed Jane's rapt attention fixed on the battle. Meanwhile, as Volibear fought the airborne undead, the masses on the ground were closing in. Tremble before my roar. Volibear let out another thunderous roar, and hundreds of bolts of lightning rained down from the sky. Under the relentless barrage, the undead surrounding Volibear were reduced to nothing but ashes. Even the mighty bone dragons and ghostly drakes were not spared. Then, with all four paws on the ground, Volibear charged straight into the vast army of undead. The standoff between the war-torn sky and the storm clouds was clearly tipping against the undead horde. During this deadlock, the storm clouds continued to bombard the undead, and any creature struck by lightning was instantly incinerated, with no chance of returning to the fight. Realizing this, the necromancers at the rear quickly changed their tactics. In the sky, the curtain of war, those dark clouds, ceased their struggle with the azure storm clouds, choosing instead to merge directly into them. Soon, the entire cloud layer took on a swirling pattern of blue streaked with black, and black laced with blue. This tactic quickly proved effective. The storm clouds and the dark clouds intermingled, and for the moment, the storm could no longer dominate the darkness. As soon as lightning began to gather, the dark clouds would swallow it up. In an instant, the bolts were confined to flickering within the clouds themselves, unable to descend and strike the undead army below. Volibear soon broke into the ranks of skeletal warriors and plague-ridden corpses. His massive body tore through the skeleton's defensive lines, razor-sharp claws shredding the pestilent corpses. Where the lightning danced, even the foul toxins were utterly purified. For a time, the undead army could do nothing to stop him. But the undead knew no fear. No matter how many fell, there were always more to take their place. Before long, some of the undead monstrosities turned their attention to Volibear. Some were armored in bone, others encased in heavy plating. Dealing with these brutes would clearly cost him more effort. Gazing at the endless tide of undead charging toward him, Volibear's patience wore thin. He slammed his massive claws into the earth, unleashing a torrent of lightning from his very core. In an instant, every undead creature within a kilometer radius was struck and disintegrated, leaving nothing behind but ash. The impact of his strike even caused the ground to tremble, with the shockwaves reaching all the way to where Thor and the others stood. Seeing the space around him briefly cleared, Volibear threw back his head and roared at the sky once more. Instantly, several bolts of lightning broke free from the grip of the dark clouds and crashed down hard into the ranks of the undead. Yet, the gaps were swiftly filled again, the undead surging forward relentlessly. Some Death Knights even managed to charge all the way to the protective barrier around the Tree of Eternity. But the moment they touched the barrier, lightning coiled around its surface, struck them down in an instant. Their attacks couldn't even cause the slightest ripple. Seeing this, the Death Knights changed their strategy, turning their spears toward Volibear and charging at him instead. At this moment, standing before Volibear were skeletal warriors, plague-ridden corpses, and monstrous undead beasts. Behind them, even larger undead giants, nearly the size of Volibear himself, loomed ominously. Above him, gargoyles repeatedly dove in relentless attacks, while the strikes of bone dragons and ghostly drakes occasionally mingled with the chaos. Now, Death Knights were beginning to charge at him from behind as well. From an ordinary person's perspective, Volibear seemed to be trapped in a hopeless situation. Yet Volibear showed not the slightest sign of panic. In truth, he hadn't even used a third of his strength. He knew well that the arrival of the immortal tree had drawn attention far beyond these undead. There was no need to go all out. For now, he was content to play along and let the undead put on their show. With this thought, Volibear swept his twin claws through the air. An endless surge of lightning erupted from his talons, forming a barrier of thunder that expanded 100 meters around him. The barrier kept the undead on the ground at bay, and those in the sky that ventured too close were struck by bolts of electricity. As the storm clouds of war mingled with the thunderheads above, the concealment that once shrouded the battlefield slowly faded. Now, not only could Heimdall and Asgard witness the clash between Volibear and the undead horde, even the other great nations of Earth, those with satellites in orbit, could see the battle unfold. Their think tanks were already poring over the footage, trying to analyze this formidable giant bear. What is he doing? He's separated himself from the undead. Is he exhausted? No, that can't be. He's unleashing lightning powerful enough to slay those undead creatures in the air. If you ask me, he seems to be on guard against something else. All around the world, the think tanks were thrown into chaos by Volibear's unexpected move, abandoning their usual composure in a storm of debate and speculation. But before anyone could draw any conclusions, something truly astonishing appeared on their screens. Volibear, seen on the footage, suddenly reared up and fixed his gaze on a particular spot. At that very place, out of thin air, a human figure materialized, yes, appeared out of nowhere. This bizarre sight left the leadership of every nation stunned. They immediately ordered their aides to investigate the mysterious human who had suddenly entered the scene. That human, of course, was Yang Chun. He had arrived some time ago and had been hiding in the shadows. "You are Yang Chen?" Volibear's deep voice rumbled with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, as though he couldn't quite believe who he was seeing. "Since you know my name, hand over a fruit of the immortal tree, and I'll stay out of your business." Yang Chun hovered in the air, arms crossed, and voice proud, radiating a sharp and commanding presence, a stark contrast to the man who had once stood atop Stark Tower. Within a kilometer of where he stood, not a single undead creature dared approach. Any that ventured within that range were instantly sliced to pieces by invisible sword energy. "You think a few casual words from you are enough for me to hand over the fruit of the everlasting tree? You're underestimating a bear like me." Volibear's voice suddenly thundered across the sky, accompanied by dozens of bolts of lightning crashing down in a show of strength. Not a single lightning bolt struck at Yang Chun, though it was clear that Volibear held a deep wariness toward him. Yang Chun didn't respond, merely continued to watch Volibear in silence. Volibear, in turn, stared back at Yang Chun with grave intensity. For a long moment, the two faced each other in wordless tension. During this uneasy truce, the thunder barrier struck down countless undead, while invisible sword energy shredded even more of the shambling masses. At last, Yang Chun drew the scarlet mist sword and spoke 7 measured words. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Seeing Yang Chun preparing to strike, Volibear gave a cold snort. With a sweep of his right paw, a fruit from the everlasting tree in the distance was wreathed in lightning and shot toward Yang Chun at blinding speed. Several undead tried to snatch the fruit along the way, but every last one was reduced to ashes by the crackling lightning that protected it. In a flash, the fruit landed in Yang Chen's hand. Sensing nothing unusual about it, he easily dispelled the lightning and tucked the fruit away. Yang Chun could now sense Tony and Gawain's auras not far from here, though it seemed they had run into a bit of trouble. Without hesitation, his figure blurred as he sped off in their direction. Though Volibear had expected to lose a fruit of the everlasting tree, it still left him feeling disgruntled. So, after Yang Chun departed, Volibear dismissed the thunder barrier. Lightning crackled between his claws as he charged into the undead horde, venting his frustration in a storm of violence. Meanwhile, Tony and Gawain had been blocked by 2 bone dragons leading a swarm of gargoyles. Fortunately, Gawain had gained the ability to fight in the air thanks to Tony's upgrades. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. "Tony, hang in there. Once I take down this big guy, I'll come help you." At this moment, Gawain was clinging tightly to the spine of a bone dragon. The creature, realizing that if this intruder climbed any higher, he'd be cut down with a sword like his unfortunate companion, began to twist and dive in the air, performing one risky maneuver after another, desperately trying to shake Gawain off. As for Tony, he was being swarmed by a horde of gargoyles. Though none of them could stand up to Tony one-on-one, their sheer numbers forced him onto the defensive, darting through the sky with the pack in hot pursuit. "Don't worry about me, Gawain. These things can't catch me. Just give me a little more time, and I'll take care of them all." As Tony spoke, he unleashed a barrage of firepower, sending gargoyle after gargoyle plummeting down. Still, with so many enemies, it was clear he'd need a bit more time to finish them off. I wonder how Yang Chun is doing now. After all, he went straight into the very heart of the area. Don't worry, Tony. With Yang Chen's strength, even if all the undead creatures here joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The two of them even had time for some idle conversation, since these undead were nothing more than a nuisance to them. Unless something completely unexpected happened, they weren't in any real danger. As they chatted and fought off the enemies before them with a weary determination, Yang Chun had already arrived. A streak of fire flashed by. Every gargoyle chasing Tony instantly turned to ash, vanishing without even a scream. Several sword lights swept through the air. The bone dragon that Gawain had been grappling with was reduced to a pile of shattered bones, tumbling helplessly to the ground after its daring aerial maneuvers, now lifeless under Gawain's gaze. Seeing this, Tony and Gawain immediately knew Yang Chun had arrived. Both breathed a sigh of relief. With Yang Chun here, it didn't matter how many more undead showed up. He'd handle them all with ease. Moments later, Yang Chun appeared before the two of them. As soon as he showed up, Tony hurried over. "Hey, Yang, what's the situation inside?" Hearing the question, Yang Chun glanced at Tony and replied, "Let's talk as we go. Things inside are actually pretty interesting." With that, Yang Chun didn't draw his crimson profound sword, but instead kept his pace slow enough for Tony to follow, heading toward the place where Volibear was locked in battle with the undead. Hearing that something interesting was going on inside, Tony's curiosity was piqued. He quickly caught up and asked, "Interesting how?" Not wanting to fall behind, Gawain rushed after them. Seeing both of them catch up, Yang Chun went on, "To put it simply, something valuable has appeared. These undead were drawn here by that thing. There's a demon beast guarding the treasure, fighting them off." What exactly is a demon beast? Tony's question caught Yang Chun off guard for a moment. To him, a demon beast was just that, a demon beast. How else could he explain it? But he knew he couldn't just say that, so after thinking it over, Yang Chun replied, You can look it up online for the specifics. In short, it's a kind of supernatural being." Tony nodded, half understanding. He resolved to study up on myths, legends, and folk cultures from around the world as soon as he got back. Having made up his mind, Tony asked again, "So, what exactly is this valuable thing?" "A fruit tree, or rather, the fruit on the tree." In Tony's mind, a treasure ought to be something legendary, like an artifact or a relic. But according to Yang Chun, it was just a fruit tree. "Look, that big guy seems to be in trouble." Nestled in a secluded mountain ravine, Tor and his companions were watching the battlefield through binoculars, their eyes fixed on Volibear. Suddenly, Barton pointed in a particular direction and alerted the other three. Following Barton's gesture, the trio turned to look. There, amidst a swarm of undead, several unusual figures were racing toward Volibear at a breakneck pace. Leading the charge was a ghostly dragon, distinct from the rest. Using the gargoyles as cover, it closed the distance until it was poised for a dive. Seizing the moment when Volibear's claws were wide apart, the dragon beat its wings fiercely, gathering a shroud of dark, deathly energy around itself, and then dove straight at him. The force of its descent was immense, so swift that in the blink of an eye, it was upon Volibear. As it closed in, the dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, desperate to inflict maximum harm. That's more like it. Now this is a real fight. Volibear, feeling the raw power of the oncoming blow, was not frightened but rather thrilled. Lightning crackled between his hands as he reached out to grab the diving ghost dragon. Their clash erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending a shockwave that hurled the surrounding undead into the air. Yet, despite the dragon's ferocious assault, Volibear caught the attack barehanded. The ghost dragon, on the other hand, was left reeling. Its very soul seemed to waver, and its massive head felt as if it might shatter. Even its breath of dragon fire failed to leave a mark on Volibear. Though Volibear had effortlessly halted the ghost dragon strike, it was clear the undead onslaught was far from over. Thousands of plague-ridden corpses, once shredded beneath Volibear's claws, now began to merge in a grotesque and unnatural fashion, forming a monstrous mound of flesh that resembled a living mountain of plague. No sooner had the plague flesh mountain taken shape than it lashed out at Volibear with several massive tendrils of rotting meat and bone. As they whipped through the air, they sliced so fast that even the wind seemed to shriek. Seeing this, Volibear tossed aside the ghost dragon and tore through the oncoming tendrils with a series of powerful swipes. But the plague flesh mountain refused to relent, hurling more tendrils, until finally it wrapped its entire bulk around Volibear. Though it could only restrain him for a fleeting moment beneath his fearsome claws, that moment was all it needed. A colossal undead beast, shaped like a rhinoceros and towering over 40 meters tall, thundered across the battlefield. With earth-shaking steps, it charged straight at the entangled Volibear. In response, lightning surged from Volibear's body, shattering the plague flesh mountain in an instant. Spreading his claws wide, Volibear braced himself and caught the undead behemoth's charge. At the moment of impact, Volibear was driven backward, his legs carving deep furrows into the earth. But after retreating just over a dozen meters, Volibear held his ground. The two giants were now locked, straining against each other in a titanic contest of strength. Just as Volibear and the undead behemoth were locked in a fierce struggle, a shadow shot forth from the ranks of Death Knights at the rear, swift as a streak of black lightning. That shadow was a Death Knight himself, one of the elite in the realm of the dead, whose power had already reached the formidable level of the surface world's strongest. In that instant, he lowered his lance and charged. With nearly all of a Death Knight's deathly energy channeled into his lance, and propelled by his terrifying speed, the weapon crashed violently into Volibear's lower back. The lance shattered from the impact, and a pale scar was left across Volibear's fur. In the midst of his contest with the undead behemoth, Volibear felt a sharp pain in his side. It was the first time he had ever known pain, especially in such a vulnerable spot. The thought that he had been wounded by such a small creature filled Volibear with wrath, a deep, seething rage. He threw back his head and roared at the sky. Instantly, the black curtain of war overhead began to dissolve, and the blue clouds above churned violently, as if the heavens themselves had become a raging sea of thunder. Volibear leapt high into the air. From every direction, tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck him, surging into his massive form. Then, with unstoppable force, he hurled himself at the earth below. "Thunderstorm, I will devour you." The moment Volibear landed, it was like a meteor colliding with the world. For an instant, all sound vanished. The world was struck silent. Then, a shockwave erupted from Volibear's landing point, radiating outward in every direction like a tsunami tearing across the land. The earth pitched and rolled as if alive, and buildings across New Mexico crumbled without warning. Countless structures reduced to rubble. Even 280 seconds later, seismic monitors in New York picked up the tremors, and panic swept across the entire southern United States. The undead army that faced Volibear's impact was utterly devastated. Hundreds of thousands were reduced to dust in an instant, and countless more were swept away by the shockwave, flung far and wide with little hope of survival. The moment Volibear leapt, far away in Asgard, Odin's eyes widened in shock. Forgetting his test for Thor, he summoned Mjolnir to Thor's side in a flash, restoring the god of thunder's full power. It was only through Thor's desperate effort that Coulson and the others survived it all. The sheer force within that shockwave revealed to Thor an entirely new dimension to the power of thunder, one he had never imagined. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Hell Dimension, Mephisto watched the scene unfold, torn between astonishment and suspicion. It wasn't the might of a mere sub-celestial life form that unsettled him, but rather the absence of the Ancient One, who had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that something had managed to keep the Ancient One occupied? With that thought, his interest was piqued. So, he began to rally his own infernal legions, thinking that since the Ancient One had barred him from Earth, he might as well seize this opportunity to reap a bounty of souls from the planet. "Looks like the big guy is angry," Yang Chun remarked suddenly as he led the flight, turning to Tony and Gawain. No sooner had he spoken than a crimson barrier enveloped the three of them. Tony hadn't even managed to voice his question before a massive shockwave, carrying a horde of undead, roared toward them. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he saw in the distance a mushroom cloud crackling with lightning. The sight made Tony swallow hard and mutter under his breath, "Oh, holy crap." Noticing Tony's expression, Yang Chan said with a hint of amusement, "Still want to go over there? Can you handle what's inside?" Tony asked. "Of course I can," Yang Chen replied. "Then let's do it." Hearing Yang Chen's confident answer, Tony gave a firm nod. If he were alone, he'd have turned and run without hesitation. But with Yang Chun here, he couldn't help but want to see more. Yang Chun nodded in response, maintaining the crimson barrier as they sped toward the chaos. They arrived in no time, and the scene before them left Tony utterly stunned once again. "Oh my God," he gasped. Spread out before them was a massive crater, several kilometers across, and within it, a towering behemoth, hundreds of meters tall, lashed its claws in fury. Not far from it, a dome of lightning shimmered over the battlefield. "Look, there are people over there," Gawain said, snapping Tony out of his stupor. At Gawain's words, Yang Chun casually swept Thor and his group into the crimson barrier, conjuring a cloud-like platform beneath their feet. Thor let out a sigh of relief as he entered the barrier. The relentless shockwaves had been wearing him down. He could have handled it alone, but with Jane, Coulson, and Barton, 3 ordinary humans, in tow, he'd been forced to expend far more energy. "Are you Agent Coulson?" Tony asked uncertainly, eyeing the bedraggled man before him. Coulson looked as though he'd just been dragged from a mud pit. If Tony hadn't seen him so often lately, he might not have recognized him at all. Coulson visibly relaxed when he saw Tony and the others arrive. With their combined strength, they finally had enough power on their side. With Tony's crew providing air support, getting everyone out would be no problem. "Oh, Tony, you're finally here. Did the director send you?" Coulson asked. "Nick Fury?" "No, not exactly. With something this big happening in New Mexico, there's no way I'd miss it," Tony replied. As Tony and Coulson were deep in conversation, Volibear began to move. He strode slowly along the path from which the undead had come. Though his pace was unhurried, his colossal form, now towering 100 meters tall, allowed each step to cover a vast distance. With every footfall, the earth trembled, thunderclouds billowed overhead, and fierce winds howled across the land. Undead creatures surged forward to block his path, but the thunder booming in the sky swept them aside, clearing the way for him. "With every step I take, the winds gather, and storms brew." Volibear's voice rumbled like thunder, shaking the very air. In its wake, the wind grew even wilder, and the lightning above seemed to writhe with a life of its own, darting restlessly across the sky. The deep blue thunderclouds rapidly expanded, spreading to cover not just New Mexico, but also neighboring states and northern Mexico under their shadow. Most of the undead that had earlier scattered in all directions were struck down by bolts of lightning crashing from the sky. Yet the lightning targeted only the undead, and soon after, the bolts ceased their barrage, weaving among the clouds rather than raining destruction indiscriminately. This sight brought a collective sigh of relief from the American leadership, and from leaders of other nations as well. After all, although considerable casualties had already been inflicted upon the United States, things had not spiraled beyond hope. The situation still allowed for communication. "Stop staring and eat this. Consider it your tip." Tony, in Zhonghong's eyes, still had great potential. With a bit of cultivation, perhaps he could even surprise Zhonghong one day. Yet, once Tony took the offering, his fate would no longer be his own. Without hesitation, Tony took what Yang Chun handed him, flipped up his helmet, and swallowed it whole. After all, someone like Yang Chun could easily end his life if he wished. There was no need for such petty tricks. No sooner had Tony eaten it than something miraculous occurred. The few strands of gray at his temples swiftly turned black, and the traces of age that had begun to etch themselves onto his middle-aged face vanished without a trace. Before everyone's eyes, Tony began to grow visibly younger, so rapidly that, within moments, the lines of maturity faded and his features took on the vigor of youth. Anyone seeing him on the street now would easily believe he was barely 20. The spectacle left everyone present, and many secretly watching from afar, in utter disbelief. Who would have imagined that such a small fruit could actually restore youth so completely? Odin crushed the armrest of his chair in the secret chamber, overwhelmed by a surge of excitement. If he could regain his youth, then the dreadful burden of Ragnarok need not fall upon the still young Thor. Yes, in Odin's eyes, even though Thor was already over 1,000 years old, he was still but a child. Yet as Odin pondered, his excitement gradually faded. The vaults of Asgard, after all, were not without treasures capable of extending the lives of mortals. But such things had no effect whatsoever on a god of his stature. Odin let out a sigh and continued to watch from the shadows. There weren't many treasures in the world that could affect him, but what if this one did? At that moment, Mephisto was staring so intently at the effects of the fruit of the everlasting tree that his eyes were practically glued to the screen. In that instant, he could no longer sense Tony's soul, which meant Tony's life had just been greatly extended. To Mephisto, this was like an affront to his very authority, someone daring to challenge the master of fate himself. Yet even as anger flared within him, his fascination with the fruit of the everlasting tree only grew stronger. He was now determined to claim it for himself. Waksinmo, lead my legions and seize that treasure. My avatar will accompany you as well. At once, father. Kneeling below, Wuxinmo received his orders and departed immediately. His rage was nearly uncontrollable as he glanced at Gawain and Tony on the screen. He swore to himself that this time, the humiliation he suffered before would be washed away with the blood of these two humans. He wasn't worried about failing to take the fruit. The Ancient One had yet to appear, which must mean she was otherwise occupied. In his eyes, a mere quasi-celestial level bear was no match for Mephisto's avatar, especially with the overwhelming might of the demonic legions at their side. Yang Chun, what did you just give me to eat? Tony stared at Yang Chun in utter disbelief. After consuming that strange fruit, he felt like he was about to burst with vitality. His mind had never felt so clear, his entire being seemed restored to its prime, and even old hidden wounds had healed. Most importantly, according to Jarvis, the shrapnel that had always threatened his life had vanished from his body. In other words, he was completely cured. The thought nearly brought Tony to tears. Even though the shrapnel was no longer a threat thanks to the arc reactor technology, who wouldn't want a healthy body? Hearing Tony's question, Yang Chun just shrugged and replied, "It's the treasure I told you about. I managed to get one for you. Call it your room and board. I feel like I'm overflowing with energy, and all the shrapnel inside me is gone." "What's this treasure called?" Yang Chun answered, "This is the fruit of the everlasting tree. It holds immense and gentle life force. Eating it restores youth and extends life." Everyone present was stunned by Yang Chun's words. This was something they had never even heard of before. But before they could ask more, Yang Chun spoke again. "The most important thing is that even ordinary mortals without any power can absorb its energy, and it will purify all hidden dangers in their bodies. So that's why all the shrapnel in me disappeared." "Wait, this fruit is so powerful. How did you get your hands on it?" Lost in his own joy, Tony suddenly realized a troubling question. If the fruit of the everlasting tree was so powerful, it must surely be extremely rare and valuable. And if it was so precious, then how on earth did Yang Chun manage to get his hands on it? With that thought, Tony decided to just ask Yang Chun directly. But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it, so he quickly added another line. "Of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me." Hearing this, Yang Chun simply pointed toward Volibear, who was wreaking havoc not far away, and answered with a casual air. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. See that bear over there? The one I'm pointing to? He gave it to me." Everyone stared in disbelief. That rampaging giant bear didn't look like the charitable type at all. The realization brought a strange look to their faces as they glanced at Yang Chun, suspicion flickering in their eyes. It was Gawain who finally broke the silence, looking at Yang Chun, his face full of confusion. "You know this bear demon?" "Of course I don't know him," Yang Chun replied. The group's gazes grew even more peculiar. They couldn't help but wonder if some shady deal had taken place between Yang Chun and the beast. It was Coulson who first dispelled the awkward mood. He pointed at Volibear, a puzzled expression on his face. "A demon? So this thing is from the Eight Desolations realm too?" Yang Chun didn't answer directly. He just nodded, tacitly confirming it. "Oh, great," Coulson muttered, ruffling his hair in frustration. Meanwhile, Tony seized the chance to ask something he'd wanted to know for a long time. "You mentioned before that the Eight Desolations realm faces a great calamity. But if that's the case, why don't all the beings there join forces to fight against it?" Yang Chun gave Tony a look as if he were a child who didn't understand the world. He couldn't help but wonder if the everlasting tree's fruit had made Tony's mind as naive as it was in his youth. But that couldn't be. After all, the fruit was said to have no side effects. Tony, feeling awkward under Yang Chun's gaze, pressed on. "What? Isn't this the time to unite your strength?" Yang Chun's reply was tinged with surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so innocent. It must be that the Ancient One has sheltered your world's human race too well. Even within humanity, people are far from united. So how could the leaders possibly trust those of other races? The betrayals from other clans have cost humanity dearly. Those are lessons written in blood. If not for the looming calamity, the leaders of the humans and the demons would never have agreed not to let their top fighters slaughter each other. Otherwise, that bear demon wouldn't have survived standing before me today. But stealing and squabbling over things? That's still fair game. If he hadn't given me the fruit, he'd have suffered a serious beating, and then others might well have demanded far more than just a single fruit." Yang Chun spoke at length in one breath, and upon hearing him, Tony nodded in agreement. All in all, the various clans of the Bahuang realm do not trust each other. What they're displaying now is already considered restrained. Then, Yang Chun slowly turned to face Tony and said, "You must remember, survival is the top priority for any race's development. The leaders of the human race communicate with other races for one reason alone: to preserve the strength of our people. When catastrophe descends, Only power is a true guarantee. And for a race to possess enough power, it must continually enrich its own foundation. But no matter what world you're in, there are only so many good things to go around. If you want the best, if you want greater power, you have to fight for it. You have to seize it. Everyone fell silent at his words. Thor, of course, understood this principle. In Asgard, this had always been the way, even now most. Asgardians are warriors at heart. It was only because Odin was beaten by the Celestials and has grown old that things have calmed down a bit. As for Tony and the other old hands from the States, they understood this all too well. Whether they liked it or not, they had already benefited from the spoils of competition. While the group was lost in silence, sudden changes erupted at the scene. In the distant sky, a strange distortion appeared. The air seemed to ripple as if the very fabric of space was struck, sending out wave after wave. A jagged rift tore open the thunder-lit blue sky, and with a deafening roar, a mountaintop below was blasted into dust. Thousands of fiery meteors, reeking of sulfur, poured from the crack and plummeted to earth, turning the New Mexico wasteland into a blazing red furnace. The hellish vision drew every eye. Even Volibear paused in his actions, his face growing grave as he stared at the rift. Hot on the heels of the fire meteors came billowing clouds of black smoke, which stained the mountainside pitch black and tried to taint the clouds above. But the roiling thunder lashed back with force, driving the darkness away. Amid the swirling blackness, an enormous gate slowly began to take shape at the heart of the rift. Through me, the way to the city of sorrow. Through me, the way to eternal torment. As the gate formed, a voice rasping with despair echoed in everyone's mind. That's the gate of hell. Coulson, ever the man of knowledge, uttered the name in a trembling voice. That was none other than the legendary gate of hell. Through the hell gate, one could even glimpse the terrifying world beyond it. The entire landscape glowed a deep crimson, countless burning sigils of binding contracts flickering in and out of the blood-red haze. A colossal wall stretched across the scarlet earth, its surface studded with glowing contract marks. Each sigil sealed within a humanity's ugliest desires, gold bars of the greedy burning in flames, the coward's dagger forever dripping blood. Hordes of skeletal demons were binding corroded souls with chains, and at the sight of those tortured spirits, several mortals seemed to hear their mournful wails echoing in their minds. Just as Coulson, Barton, and Jane felt as though their very souls were about to be torn from their bodies, a light and effortless remark from Yang Chun gently pulled them back to themselves. Once the gate of hell was fully formed, waves of demons, long prepared for this moment, surged through it. For a time, chaos reigned. Demons rampaged, and anguished cries filled the air. Insignificant mortals, I told you, I would return very soon. At that moment, the true form of the demon of sorcery descended. His massive, spiraling horns towered above his hulking frame, and the grotesque wings of flesh upon his back beat the air, his entire demonic presence radiating a suffocating aura of power. Yet, ever since the rift had opened, a force had been relentlessly trying to seal it shut, while black fumes poured from the gate of hell, struggling fiercely against that opposing energy. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, locked in fierce battle with Illithas, sensed the rapid activation of the three sanctums' grand arrays. Her already grim expression darkened further still. Her magical assault intensified, each spell she unleashed more formidable than the last, flaring from her hands in a relentless barrage. The hellish demons, upon emerging, did not linger at the gate. Mephisto had commanded them to scatter across the land, harvesting human souls wherever they could. But conflict soon erupted between these demons and the ever-increasing tide of undead creatures pouring from the portals. Both needed human souls, and so they were doomed to clash by their very nature. As for the higher-ranked demons of hell, they gathered protectively around the demon of sorcery, their eyes fixed on the ageless tree, still standing within the barrier of thunder. Though Mephisto's orders had put Tony and his companions squarely in their path, the demon of sorcery refrained from attacking them, for now. Seizing the moment while Volibear was some distance from the thunder barrier, the demon of sorcery charged straight for it, conjuring a massive spear of hellfire between his hands. With a roar, he drove the spear down upon the thunder barrier, but even this mighty blow only caused a ripple to pass across its surface. Frustrated, the demon of sorcery turned his gaze upon Volibear. He could sense that the barrier was inextricably linked to the giant bear. Sure enough, he saw a rune upon Volibear's body flare with crackling lightning. The demon of sorcery realized that the rune was the key to the barrier's resilience. Very well, let the great son of hell be your opponent. With that, the demon of sorcery, trailed by a horde of lesser demons, charged directly toward Volibear. Seeing this, Volibear ignored the scattered undead and thundered forward to meet the demon of sorcery head-on. The demon's assault eased the pressure on the beleaguered undead, and seizing the opportunity, they swiftly regrouped. More winged wraiths took to the skies, scattering in all directions. Soon, Volibear clashed with the Mind Flayer and the other demons. Empowered by the hellish dimension and the support of his minions, the Mind Flayer fought Volibear to a stalemate. The shockwaves from their battle caused mountains to crumble and the earth to split. Alongside their physical confrontation, their external powers collided in a furious exchange. Thunderstorms roared overhead, intertwining with hellfire that surged from the ground, a true contest between heaven's lightning and the flames of the underworld. This grand spectacle was a visual feast for those present. Yet, as everyone watched in awe, Jane broke down in tears. Jane's suffering left Thor completely at a loss. All he could do was gently pat her back, repeatedly asking what was wrong. The others also turned to Jane, and soon she offered an answer, speaking through her sobs. "We don't even know what's happened to the professor and Darcy. If they're gone, oh." With that, Jane burst into fresh tears. Seeing this, Thor volunteered immediately. "I remember that town. I'll go rescue them." He was about to fly out of the barrier when Yang Chen's voice stopped him. "There's no need. For hundreds of miles around, we're the only survivors left." Hearing this, Jane wailed even louder, and Thor, at a loss, could only keep comforting her. Suddenly, Jane seemed to snap. She turned to Yang Chen and shouted, "You have such incredible power. Why didn't you save them?" As soon as Jane said this, Coulson and Barton broke out in a cold sweat. They shot her uneasy looks, wishing they could cover her mouth. Their eyes seemed to say it all. "Seriously? Are you that close to him? Don't forget, he's the one who saved your life." The two of them quietly edged over towards Tony as they watched. Yang Chen, who had been engrossed in watching Volibear's battle with the Mind Flayer, frowned at Jane's outburst. Before Jane could shout again, she found her mouth mysteriously sealed shut. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open it. Then Yang Chen's voice, cold and clear, echoed directly in their souls. "First, I have no obligation to save them. Second, it was I who saved your life, so mind your words." Seeing Jane still struggling to pry her mouth open, Yang Chen added, "Since this is your first offense, you'll be able to speak again by this time tomorrow. Or if you'd prefer, nod your head and I'll throw you out there instead." Faced with the terrifying scene outside, Jane shook her head furiously. Seeing his beloved treated this way, Thor instinctively wanted to intervene, but one look from Yang Chen sent him recoiling. His instinct screamed that if he started a fight, he would not survive. With no one saying another word, Yang Chen turned his attention back to the fierce battle between the Mind Flayer and Volibear. At this moment, the demon heart found himself gradually losing ground. Volibear's strength was simply overwhelming, utterly unreasonable, in fact, and the demon heart had already lost a number of his minions. Unlike the undead, demons have no loyalty. The moment they sense the tide turning against them, they lose all motivation to fight. Now most of them were circling the outskirts of the battlefield, darting in occasionally to feign an attack, only to retreat quickly after pretending to strike. Seeing this, the demon heart cursed his luck in silence. Volibear's power was monstrous. Was this really the strength of a lesser celestial? Even with the infernal dimension amplifying his own abilities to the same level, the demon heart felt like nothing more than a punching bag at the mercy of this giant bear. He couldn't match Volibear's sheer strength, nor could he rival his speed. His only saving grace was the concept of immortality granted by the infernal dimension, which barely allowed him to hold his ground. But the most terrifying thing was that this giant bear only seemed to grow stronger the longer the fight raged on. Let the battle ignite your blood. Volibear's roar thundered across the field, his jaws snapping and his lightning-wreathed claws leaving. After images in the air, each time he struck, lightning rained down from the sky, bombarding the demon heart and the other demons. Yet, no matter how dire the situation grew, the thought that Mephisto might still be watching spurred the demon heart onward. He steeled himself, launching counterattacks with gouts of hellish black mist. Though the black mist he wielded was nowhere near as mighty as Volibear's lightning, the gateway to hell ensured that his power was bottomless and unending. "You are a worthy foe, great bear," the demon heart called out, seizing a brief pause to recover as he spoke, buying precious time. "You have earned the right to know my name. Listen well. I am the demon heart, child of hell. Now, bear, tell me yours." Their blows collided once more, and as the demon heart subtly regained his strength, he drew out the moment with taunting words. "They call me Varhal, Volibear, the rolling thunderstorm," came Volibear's reply, his tone booming and proud. "But as for my true name, you are not worthy to know it." That final retort sent the demon heart into a furious rage. He let out a roar that shook the battlefield. "You insolent beast! You're courting death!" He swept his arms wide, and a roiling mass of black mist gathered, twisting and coiling until it solidified into a pitch-black demonic spear. The instant the spear took form, it radiated world-ending power as the demon heart hurled it with all his might at Volibear. The attack was so devastating that it left a void of black mist in its wake, a clear sign of the enormous energy it had consumed. Seeing this, Volibear summoned every spark of lightning to his claws. He let out a mighty bellow, and, with sheer force, caught the demonic spear head-on. Even so, the tremendous force behind the spear pushed him backward, grinding the earth beneath his paws. Just as Volibear was fully focused on blocking the spear, a shadow silently slipped out from within the demon heart's body. Cloaked in invisibility, it sped straight toward Volibear, a hidden threat in the chaos of battle. The dark shadow was none other than Mephisto's avatar. Although it was merely an avatar, this incarnation was directly controlled by Mephisto himself, and possessed a power no less than that of a heavenly father. Now, the Lord of the Hell Dimension had finally decided to intervene in person. Mephisto, in his shadowy form, seized the moment when Volibear was occupied fending off the Mind Eater's attack, swiftly moving behind him. Without hesitation, he struck hard at the runes etched into Volibear's back. Blood sprayed instantly, and a gash more than 10 meters long tore open across Volibear's 100-meter-tall body. As fresh blood gushed from the wound, a dark miasma coiled and writhed around it. With his blow landed, Mephisto immediately leaped back, putting distance between himself and his foe. Yet his face betrayed a hint of frustration. He had expected that strike to at least cost the bear half his life. But the moment his hand met flesh, Mephisto realized just how thick this creature's hide truly was. His attack had only managed to wound him, nothing more. At that moment, Volibear finally shattered the Mind Eater's demonic spear. He glanced back at his own blood streaming down his back. Then slowly, a deep red hue crept over his eyes. "It has been so long since I've seen my own blood." Just then, Mephisto's voice rang out. His tone was as grating as a cracked bell. Yet curiously, it didn't inspire any sense of revulsion. Instead, it felt oddly familiar, as if laced with some supernatural charm. "Great Bear, you've done all you can. If you use your strength once more, the energy I left in your body will show you the true meaning of agony, pain that gnaws your heart and devours your bones." Mephisto himself no longer wished to drag the fight on. Who knew when the Ancient One might have a free hand to come deal with him? Right now, his only priority was to claim that fruit tree. Seeing Volibear ignore him, Mephisto spoke again. "Hand over the fruit tree, and I'll spare your life. I'll even heal your wounds." Volibear burst out laughing at these words, a deep, thunderous laughter that rolled across the sky, accompanied by peals of thunder overhead. By now, his eyes had turned completely blood-red. "1,000 scars, what's one more?" With a wild roar, Volibear dropped to all fours. In a flash of lightning, he charged straight at Mephisto with such speed that Mephisto couldn't dodge in time. Even Mephisto's massive, 10-meter-tall form seemed puny before Volibear. Those enormous bear paws clamped down on Mephisto, pinning him in place, as Volibear's gaping maw closed in for the kill. A horrible scream rang out from Mephisto, and in the next instant, demonic blood burst forth, splattering everywhere like molten rock. Immediately after, Volibear struck at Mephisto with both claws, sending him hurtling over 100 meters before he was able to stop himself. As black mist billowed, the wounds on Mephisto's body healed rapidly. At this moment, rage burned within him. Though this was only a projection, he had been left in such a wretched state. "Very well, Great Bear, you have angered me." With Mephisto's furious declaration, the gate of hell behind him responded. Within an instant, thick black mists gushed forth, spreading like a heavy fog and cloaking the entire sky and earth. Mephisto's figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. The moment he disappeared, countless arrows of shadow coalesced from the black mist and shot toward Volibear. The barrage of shadowy arrows came down like a relentless storm, forcing Volibear to rely on his immense strength and the ever-forming shields of thunder to endure. Those arrows, capable of corroding vast swathes of land wherever they struck, could not even pierce Volibear's fur. Hidden within the fog, Mephisto was not surprised. His earlier ambush had left only a minor wound, so it was expected that these arrows would do little. Yet what truly baffled him was this. The energy he had planted within the Great Bear was still at work, and by all rights, it should have caused agonizing pain. But Volibear seemed utterly unfazed, as if he could not feel pain at all. The The torment that should have cut to the bone had no effect. Seeing that this energy had no impact, Mephisto simply detonated it directly. With a muffled boom, a large chunk of flesh was blasted from Volibear's back. Yet he did not fall. In fact, as soon as the malignant energy had been expelled, the wound began to heal before the naked eye. Found you! Even as he withstood the volley of shadow arrows, Volibear turned his gaze toward a certain spot after the explosion on his back. He leaped skyward, lightning from the heavens surging to his form. Thunderstorm will devour you. Mephisto's eyes went wide as he saw Volibear leaping his way, but he wasted no time. With a surge of black mist, Mephisto switched places with the Witch-Heart demon. The Witch-Heart demon, utterly bewildered, looked up in terror as Volibear came crashing down. Having been teleported so suddenly, he had no time to react. All he could do was watch in horror as Volibear smashed into him. A deep, resonant crash echoed across the land. The ground erupted with a wave of earth as if a giant stone had struck water, the force even greater than when Volibear had struck the undead army. The Witch-Heart demon let out a blood-curdling scream as Volibear crashed down. He felt his body being ripped apart, and indeed, his body was being torn asunder. But each time he was shattered, the black mist around him quickly began to knit him back together. Very soon, Volibear sent the Mind Flayer flying with a single swipe of his massive paw. Yet, he remained on high alert. There was no way he could kill the Mind Flayer under the oppressive influence of this hellish dimension. Every time he struck, he had to be wary of a surprise attack from Mephisto. Now, facing Mephisto, Volibear had clearly lost the upper hand. He lacked the means to effectively attack Mephisto, who never ceased his relentless ambushes. Mephisto couldn't finish off Volibear quickly either, but he understood all too well that the longer this dragged on, the more unpredictable things could become. Amid Mephisto's constant assaults and lures, Volibear chased him all the way to where Mephisto's blood had splattered on the ground. Just as Volibear arrived, sudden change erupted. The blood on the ground absorbed a thick swirl of dark mist, as if it were a bottomless pit. On guard, Volibear watched this scene unfold. He wanted to get away, but it was already too late. Mephisto's blood, merging with the black haze, had conjured up something akin to a barrier, trapping Volibear within its inky confines. Volibear launched attack after attack on this barrier. Yet neither his sky-shaking thunder nor the mighty power of his claws could break through the dark enclosure quickly. Looks like that giant bear is well and truly trapped. Yang-chun, you thinking of stepping in and grabbing a few more fruits? Tony asked. His curiosity piqued as he noticed Yang-chun still hadn't made a move. If he had the strength, there's no way he'd pass up such a treasure. It's just a trifling thing for extending life. I don't need it, and you shouldn't need another one, either, Yang-chun replied. Tony nodded at that. Though he wanted to bring one back for Potts, he knew asking Yang-chun for yet another was simply out of the question. Nearby, Thor hefted his hammer, his expression grave as he looked at Yang-chun and asked, "Can that fruit extend the life of a Godfather-level being?" Thor had made up his mind. If Yang-chun said yes, he'd risk his life to bring an everlasting fruit back for Odin, no matter the cost. On the other side, Odin, always keeping a close eye on Thor, perked up at his son's question. He didn't dare hope, but he still longed for the answer he wished to hear. Godfather level? Do you think a being of that caliber would need something like this to extend their life? Yang-chun looked at Thor as if he had just cracked a joke. In the Eight Wastelands realm, those at the Godfather level wouldn't even glance at this fruit for longevity. Its biggest merit is letting mortals extend their lives without any side effects, but it grows so slowly that it's hardly worth it. Hearing this, Thor's face flushed a deep red, but he repeated his question once more, determined. Yang-chun nodded and answered, "It can extend life, yes, but for a Godfather-level being, that's all it would do. The other benefits, like purifying the body, just wouldn't apply." "That's enough. That's enough. That's more than enough." Thor responded 3 times in quick succession, then turned to Yang-chun and offered him a solemn word of thanks. With that, he took up Mjolnir and strode toward the edge of the barrier. Jane, standing nearby, shook her head desperately. Yet, unable to speak or step down from the cloud, she could only watch helplessly as Thor walked out. As for Coulson and Barton, they found themselves without even a reason to try persuading Thor. Besides, when Thor set his mind to something, no one could talk him out of it anyway. Far away in Asgard, Odin's eyes blazed with fierce determination as he heard Yang-chun's answer. He was so consumed by the moment that he crushed the armrest of his throne without even realizing it. Queen Frigga, who had been waiting outside the chamber, heard the commotion and opened the door, entering with a worried look. She walked straight up to Odin and spoke with concern. "What's wrong, Odin?" "There may be a new path for Asgard, perhaps even a glimmer of hope for Ragnarok." Odin's voice trembled with emotion. "Now I must seize this hope with my own hands. As he spoke, Odin's right hand closed in a commanding gesture, and Gungnir appeared in his grasp in an instant. He strode from the chamber, and with every step, his ordinary clothes transformed piece by piece into gleaming armor. By the time Odin emerged, his body was clad from head to toe in the battle-worn garb of the Allfather. In that moment, the aging Odin became once more the God King who had conquered the 9 realms. Meanwhile, Loki, who was preparing to journey to Jotunheim, froze in place when he saw Gungnir soar away. Instinctively, he thought Odin had awoken, and cold sweat beaded on his brow. Nevertheless, Loki pressed on to Jotunheim. The troubles of Midgard barely registered in his mind. As he saw it, the urgent matter was settling things with the frost giants. Swiftly and silently, Loki slipped through secret passages to Jotunheim, skillfully avoiding Heimdall's gaze. After Volibear was trapped by Mephisto, Wuxinmo, his wounds now healed by the infernal aura, led a horde of demons in a relentless assault on the thunder barrier surrounding the ageless fruit tree. Though the barrier did not shatter under their blows, the power within it was clearly diminished. With the runes that maintained it destroyed by Mephisto, the thunder barrier now rippled and shuddered under the demons' relentless attacks. Thor, stepping from the barrier with Mjolnir in hand, raised the hammer and summoned a lightning bolt that crashed down upon the horde of demons. The crackling thunder sent them scattering in terror. Once they'd scrambled a safe distance away, they realized it was Thor who had struck them. Volibear's wrath was one thing, but to be frightened by this young upstart was another matter entirely. Their fear quickly turned to fury. Rage and spite flared, and they charged at Thor as one. Come on, then. The son of Odin fears nothing. Thor let out a thunderous roar and charged headlong into the horde of demons, his lone figure facing the masses so boldly that even Jien, standing behind him, was left in awe. He's got spirit, that one. He'd make a fine knight. Gawain couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the sight, and Tony and the others all nodded in agreement. There was no denying that Thor was full of fight. He never hesitated to throw himself at any enemy, no matter how fearsome. Yet Yang Shun, standing off to the side, let out a sigh and said, "But most of the time, reckless courage alone won't get things done." No sooner had Yang Shun finished speaking than Thor crashed into the demon ranks. While a single demon or two posed no real threat to him, there were simply too many of them. Very quickly, Thor found himself overwhelmed. At this stage, he was no match for both the Mind Mage and the elite fiends from the Hell Dimension. Not all at once. Still, the demons didn't dare go too far. After all, this was Odin's son they were dealing with. Giving him a beating was one thing, but killing him was out of the question. Odin was far from dead, after all. Soon enough, Thor was knocked to the ground, yet his grip on Mjolnir remained unbroken. Pain racked Thor's entire body. The demons weren't out to kill him, but they certainly didn't hold back when it came to inflicting torment, using every trick in their arsenal. But then, remembering that the fruit could prolong Odin's life, Thor clenched his teeth and, using his hammer for support, forced himself shakily back to his feet. Though Odin had exiled him, Thor still saw his father as the greatest king and the finest father in the world. Now, as he stood there barely upright, Thor's resolve was starting to blur. Yet in that haze, he seemed to glimpse Odin's silhouette. In the very next moment, a surge of colossal power rose from within him, sweeping away all his pain. Suddenly, Thor felt strength coursing through every fiber of his being. Lightning crackled all around him. For the first time, Thor realized that, even without Mjolnir, he could command the storm. Not knowing how long this state would last, Thor decided to seize a fruit from the tree first and think about the rest later. With that thought, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot straight toward the tree of immortality. The demons were stunned by this turn of events. They rushed to block his path, but Thor was too fast, weaving effortlessly around them. Even a Mind Mage couldn't slow him down. In the space of a few heartbeats, Thor had broken free of the encirclement. But just as he was about to dash toward the tree of immortality, disaster struck. Having finally stabilized the barrier imprisoning Volibear, Mephisto allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. But just as he was about to claim the tree for himself, he caught sight of Thor darting past the demons. Furious at yet another twist, Mephisto lashed out. With a sweep of his right hand, a ribbon of black energy shot forth, crashing into Thor with brutal force. Thor tried to dodge, but it was too late. Mephisto's attack hit him squarely, sending him flying through the air, blood scattering across the sky. Thor was sent flying hundreds of meters by Mephisto's blow. When he crashed to the ground, blood spilled from his mouth. Though he managed to survive, he could no longer rise. Seeing this, Mephisto nodded in satisfaction. His confidence had been shaken during his battle with the giant bear, but the sight of Thor's miserable state quickly restored his self-assurance. He glanced around, and noticing that Yang Chen's side made no move, Mephisto decided not to stir up further trouble. Instead, he transformed into a streak of black mist and shot straight toward the ageless tree. But just as Mephisto, in his black mist form, neared the thunder barrier, a sudden twist of fate occurred. A jolt of fear surged through Mephisto's heart in his vaporous state. Following this ominous feeling, he looked up at the sky. The thunderclouds above, rumbling ceaselessly, split open with a jagged crack. Through that rift, Mephisto glimpsed the star-studded void beyond the earth, and a dazzling ray of light descending from the heavens. Before he could react, the beam of light tore through the sky and arrived in a flash. It wasn't until the light was upon him that Mephisto saw it clearly, a long spear, radiant with divine brilliance, its shaft engraved with mysterious runes. He hadn't even finished speaking when the spear struck him. The blow was like a falling star crashing into the earth. Afterward, Mephisto's figure had completely vanished from the ground, leaving behind only a massive, circular crater. From above, one could even make out molten lava slowly swirling at the bottom of the pit. That radiant streak was none other than Gungnir, the legendary spear that never misses. After countless years, Odin once more wielded its power, and Mephisto tasted its long-slumbering edge firsthand. Now, deep within the magma, Mephisto's avatar writhed in unbearable agony. The wound from Gungnir and the searing force of the runes were relentlessly corroding his form. Under Odin's single strike, Mephisto's avatar was gradually being destroyed. Odin paid him no further heed, instead appearing by Thor's side. Gazing down at the fallen Thor, Odin's eyes brimmed with fatherly affection. Though his son was sometimes foolish, Thor's filial devotion moved Odin deeply. After all, what father would not be touched to see his child fight so fiercely on his behalf? Thor tried to struggle to his feet upon seeing Odin, but Odin gently stopped him. Odin lifted Thor, channeling a gentle power into his son, mending his battered body. Suddenly, from the yawning gates of hell came a furious roar. Countless sheepskin parchments, inscribed with strange runes, surged forth, expanding and reinforcing the portal. When the gates of hell widened to their limit, an enormous figure slowly stepped through. At this moment, Mephisto, the true lord of hell, had descended upon Earth himself. The moment Mephisto's true form appeared, the struggling avatar trapped within the mantle dissolved into a swift swirl of black mist, which shot back and merged into his body. At the same time, Gungnir returned to Odin's hand. The air of this world is truly intoxicating. These delicious souls are all waiting for me. With Mephisto's arrival, the thunderclouds in the sky were completely devoured by black energy. The churning darkness transformed into inky clouds, and now and then, pitch-black lightning flickered within them. The environment near Mephisto began to morph into a hellish landscape. The ground grew barren and cracked, shattered mountains spewed forth lava, and the sky warped into a sickly red. Upon witnessing Mephisto's true form, the gathered demons erupted in excited cries. The shifting surroundings filled them with a sense of comfort, as if they were returning home. Mephisto, get back to your hell. Odin's icy voice echoed across the land, tinged with barely restrained anger. In his younger days, Mephisto would never have dared act so brazenly before him. Odin, you nearly destroyed my avatar. I haven't even begun to settle that score with you. Though his avatar had been probing recklessly, the Ancient One had never shown herself, which could only mean she was being held up by something else. For now, she had no time to interfere with him. It was this thought that gave Mephisto the courage to descend in his true form. Not only did he intend to seize the precious tree, but he also planned to harvest a great number of souls here. His confidence brimmed over. And Odin's threats? What of them? He was, after all, the Lord of Hell. In Odin's youth, perhaps he would have been wary. But now, with Odin grown old and frail, Mephisto doubted he could even control the power within himself. Perhaps it had simply been too long since Odin had taken action, for Mephisto seemed to have forgotten the All-Father's might, even daring to provoke him with words. As Mephisto's words faded, mindless ones and other demons circled Odin and his son, surrounding them with menacing intent, as if a single wrong move would trigger an all-out assault. Seeing this, Odin almost laughed in disbelief. It really had been too long since he'd asserted himself. These creatures had truly forgotten the power of the ruler of the 9 realms. With this thought, Gungnir in Odin's hand suddenly burst into brilliant divine light, runes shimmering and flowing along the spear's shaft. Surrounded by the demonic horde, a surge of anger rose within Odin's heart. It seems you're in need of a lesson. As Odin's words fell, Gungnir vanished from his hand. In the next instant, a nearby demon was struck by a streak of radiant light and exploded, obliterated in a flash. That blast was the signal. The streaks of light suddenly accelerated, and countless demons burst apart in midair like fireworks igniting the night sky. The demons, seeing what had happened, were seized with terror and scattered in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet their efforts were doomed from the start, for the spear of inevitable retribution, which turns effect into cause, was impossible to evade. Not even the body of the witch-heart demon could withstand it. It was shattered and sent back to hell to be reforged. At that moment, Mephisto let out a furious roar and charged straight at Odin. But Odin stood his ground, unmoved. Thor's Mjolnir launched forward with a crackling force so immense that it sent Mephisto reeling backward. After that single blow, Mjolnir soared and danced through the air around Odin and his son, as if the hammer itself had come alive under Odin's command. Soon, Gungnir returned to Odin's grasp, and where moments before there had been a chaos of shrieking demons, now there was nothing but dust and silence. The tree of immortality belongs to Asgard. Odin spoke calmly, yet his voice carried a tone that brooked no argument. Mephisto remained silent, responding only by conjuring waves of black mist that surged toward Odin, transforming into countless destructive spells in the air. But none of these spells could even graze Odin. The gods of Asgard grow stronger with age, and Odin's power now far exceeded his youth. Odin gripped Gungnir tightly, runes glowing once more along its shaft. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled the spear at his foe. Concealed in the darkness, Mephisto was convinced Odin couldn't find him, but what happened next took him completely by surprise. Gungnir struck him directly, and the power it carried began to corrode his very form. Mephisto barely had time to react before a dense swarm of demonic runes erupted from his wounds, forcing Gungnir out. From afar, Yang Chen watched, his gaze sharpening. While outsiders might only see the spectacle, he recognized the deeper truth behind Odin's attack. It was the power of causality. Before Odin even threw the spear, Gungnir had already struck Mephisto. Such a reversal of cause and effect was almost impossible to defend against. Mephisto, crawl back to your hell. Hidden within the swirling shadows, Mephisto's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected that Odin could strike him so effortlessly, without even needing to pinpoint his location. The shock of Odin's blow clearly unsettled Mephisto. Waves of blasphemous runes surged from his body, spreading in all directions. Before long, each cluster of runes coalesced into a new Mephisto. Seeing this, Odin once again tightened his grip on Gungnir. To his senses, every one of these Mephistos possessed the same aura, the same core of existence. It was as if Mephisto had split himself, and each fragment was as real and complete as the original. However, despite Mephisto displaying such a trick, he dared not make another move. He was extremely cautious with his own life. Who knew what other methods Odin might have up his sleeve? Seeing that Mephisto wasn't taking further action, Odin also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This body of his had already reached its limit, and the immense power within was constantly eroding his flesh. Now Odin's body was teetering on the verge of collapse. Naturally, he had no desire to engage in any more intense combat. For a moment, the two godlike beings were locked in a tense stalemate. "Hey, Yang Chun, I think it's time for us to leave." Tony spoke quietly to Yang Chun after observing the situation. Earlier, he'd exchanged information with Coulson and Barton. That big lug had called himself Thor, the god of thunder, and if that was true, then the elderly man who'd just appeared must be the legendary All-Father, Odin. Standing opposite Odin was the gigantic demon whom Odin had called Mephisto, the lord of hell from European mythology, certainly no one to be trifled with. The appearance of such mythical figures right before his eyes was a massive shock to Tony. He was eager to keep watching and gather more intelligence about them. But the clash of these mythic titans was simply too dangerous. If Yang Chun couldn't withstand the aftershocks of their battle, all of them could end up dead right here. "You're not in any danger. You can rest easy about that." It seemed Yang Chun knew exactly what Tony was worried about, and he spoke up to dispel Tony's concerns. Seeing Yang Chun so confident, Tony couldn't find any words to refute him. He'd only brought it up as a precaution, anyway. Coulson and Barton also wanted to collect more intel if possible. They didn't want to leave unless absolutely necessary. After Odin appeared, they had lost all contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Every means of communication had failed, as if they'd been cut off from Earth entirely. Asgard, being a civilization capable of interstellar travel, was far more advanced than just wielding swords and shields. Their technology was highly developed, and disabling Earth communications posed no challenge for them. Jane, even if she wanted to leave, couldn't bring herself to say a word. If she tried to leave by force, she wouldn't even make out of the cloud. Even if she did, she wouldn't survive out there. Gawain, on the other hand, looked completely unconcerned, as if the clash between Odin and Mephisto didn't interest him in the slightest. Besides, there's still something truly valuable here. Who knows if we'll be able to get our hands on it? Seeing that no one else spoke, Yang Chun added another comment. Tony's curiosity was immediately piqued. Last time the good stuff Yang Chun mentioned had made him young again. What could this truly valuable thing do? What is it this time? Tony couldn't hold back and asked. At Yang Chen's words, he simply pointed at Volibear, leaving Tony rather baffled by the scene. Are you pointing at that giant bear? That's right. A demon beast of the demi-father level is a treasure in itself. Tony was even more confused by this. What could be so special about a bear, aside from its formidable strength? After mulling it over, Tony spoke up again. But I thought your higher-ups forbade killing between humans and demons? Yes, it's true we're not allowed to kill each other. But if a demon beast is killed by something else, and I claim its body, the demon side can't really say much about it. You can do that? That sounds a lot like something a secret agent would do. As Tony spoke, he shot a glance at Coulson and Barton. Back when S.H.I.E.L.D. agents took the ironmonger armor without his permission, he hadn't bothered to argue, mostly because of Gawain. Coulson looked a bit embarrassed at that, though his expression didn't change. Strictly speaking, the ironmonger was Stark Industries' property, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions back then were indeed rather questionable. Meanwhile, the distant standoff was coming to an end. The scattered fragments of Mephisto merged together once more, and he retreated back into hell. For Mephisto, the Tree of Agelessness was not truly essential. He didn't need its fruit to extend his life, as long as the hell dimension remained stable. His lifespan was limitless. There was no need to risk everything in a life-or-death battle with Odin over it. The inky clouds swirling in the sky quickly dispersed, and the hellish landscape began to return to normal. The gates of hell slowly closed, and the swarm of demons began to slip back inside one after another. Before long, the world grew quiet once more. Only the collapsed mountains and the shattered earth continued to bear silent witness to the fierce battle that had just taken place. With Mephisto's departure, the barrier containing Volibear was shattered by his own force. Restored to his normal size, Volibear stepped out slowly, his gaze grave as he stared up at Odin in the sky. Seeing Mephisto leave, Odin finally let out a breath of relief. If he could help it, he preferred not to act rashly. Mephisto's retreat was certainly good news for him. Now, nothing stood between him and the Tree of Agelessness. As for the demi-father-level giant bear, he didn't think much of it. If necessary, a single strike from Gungnir would leave Volibear with no choice but to yield. With that thought, Odin's voice rang powerfully from the sky, addressing Volibear. The Tree of Agelessness belongs to Asgard. Such a treasure filled Odin with boundless desire. If he could claim the tree and cultivate it well, countless new powerhouses would arise in the royal family of Asgard. With a treasure that strengthens with age and extends life, it was as if the tree had been perfectly crafted for the Asgardian royal bloodline. Was this blatant robbery? Please, his palace vaults are overflowing with treasures plundered from the outside world. This is a tremendous honor for him. You know you can't stop me. Swear allegiance to me, and I'll help you break through to the Heavenly Father level. Yet Odin still refrained from taking it by force. He needed to nurture the tree of immortality so it would bear more fruit. The problem was, he had no idea how to cultivate this miraculous tree. The massive bear before him, however, likely knew something about it. Volibear paid no mind to Odin's invitation. Instead, he brought his claws together and began making a series of strange gestures toward the Tree of Immortality, as if performing some mysterious ritual. As Volibear's movements continued, a gentle breeze suddenly stirred the air around them. The wind swept up waves of yellow dust, the sand, swirling higher with every gust until it seemed to merge into the wind itself. From a distance, it looked as if a yellow storm was gathering. With the rising storm, Odin felt an uneasy sensation creeping into his heart. A sense that things were slipping out of his control, that something unexpected was about to happen. At first, the yellow wind was nothing more than a faint breeze, but as Volibear's ritual grew more intense, it swelled into a full-blown sandstorm. As the feeling of losing control became undeniable, Odin decided to act. Though it would be a great pity to lose someone who could grow such a tree, he could not risk losing the tree itself. Gungnir once again streaked across the sky and, in the blink of an eye, arrived before Volibear. Yet, the giant bear didn't budge an inch. The spear pierced straight through Volibear's body, but the sensation Odin felt made him frown. It was not the feeling of striking flesh and bone. It felt as if he'd passed through a cloud of sand. A thought struck Odin. He took a closer look at Volibear. only to see the bear's form dissolve into a swirl of dust, scattering into the wind. This scene made Odin narrow his eyes. He realized he hadn't noticed any change in his surroundings. It had all happened so subtly, so imperceptibly, that he'd been deceived without even knowing it. Odin quickly hurled Gungnir again, this time in the direction where he remembered the tree of immortality stood. A sharp, ringing crash reached Odin's ears. Gungnir had been blocked. But this at least confirmed the tree was still there. Wasting no time, Odin dragged Thor with him and instantly appeared near the tree of immortality. "Whoever you are, mighty one, why not show yourself?" Odin stood tall, spear in hand, and called out in a clear voice toward the tree of immortality. The lightning barrier had utterly collapsed under his last strike. "A powerful foe has arrived. Looks like we won't be getting our hands on that monstrous bear's remains after all." Yang Chun muttered to himself, then turned to those behind him. "Get ready to leave. We'll be heading out soon. It seems this incident is drawing to a close." Tony and Gawain nodded at those words, though Tony still seemed a little disgruntled about having had no part to play in this whole affair. Coulson and Barton, on the other hand, sighed and said, "If it hadn't been for this sudden sandstorm, we could have gathered so much more information." They were eager for more news. Every detail could prove crucial for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s next move and might even determine the organization's strategy on a global scale. This isn't an ordinary sandstorm. It's the divine wind of Samadhi, a formidable supernatural technique from the 8 desolate realms. A ripple of confusion swept through the group. They couldn't quite grasp why something as unremarkable as a sandstorm was being described by Yang Chun in such profound terms. Seeing their puzzlement, Yang Chun explained further, "Don't be fooled by this wind and sand. It can shut down the 5 senses and disrupt causality itself. Each grain, though as fine as a needle, can weigh thousands of pounds if its wielder so desires." "What the—" Yang Chun had barely finished speaking before Tony and the others cried out in astonishment. They had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary sandstorm could harbor such hidden mysteries. "This fellow truly excels at reversing cause and effect. What a brilliant move." A voice of admiration sounded in Odin's ear, and then, from within the swirling sand, a massive figure emerged. As the figure drew near, Odin caught sight of the speaker. It was a creature entirely covered in yellow fur, wielding a trident, standing over 10 feet tall, robed in tattered black cloth, looking for all the world like a giant rat standing upright. This was none other than the Sage King of the Yellow Wind. The moment the Sage King appeared, Odin knew that seizing the immortal tree by force was out of the question. Judging by the aura alone, this giant rat was unmistakably a true father-level being, and not a weak one at that. With that thought, Odin spoke up, "Mighty One, I have need of a few immortal fruits. Name your price, or tell me what you would have me do. I, Odin, will never go back on my word." The fact that Gungnir had been stopped proved that this newcomer had the means to counter it. This was no showy but powerless opponent. He could not be subdued with brute force. Thus, Odin opted for a trade, or even to perform some tasks in exchange for the immortal fruits. Would this make it seem like he was humble after being haughty? Odin had never cared about such things. "That is negotiable, friend of this realm. But I have only 4 immortal fruits left. I can give you one, but in return, when the time comes, I'll need your assistance. No more than 3 times, that's all. Could I have one more? I'm willing to pay a higher price. Immortal fruits are exceedingly rare. Don't let greed get the better of you, my friend." Hearing the great sage Yellow Wind's words, Odin felt a twinge of disappointment, but he still agreed. According to that man from the 8 Desolations realm, there were many ways to prolong life, so there was no need to rush in finding methods for Thor and Loki. Seeing Odin's assent, the great sage Yellow Wind waved his hand, and instantly, an immortal fruit appeared before Odin. Odin picked it up at once. In addition, here is a method to extract the vitality of the immortal fruit from the user's body. Consider it a token of goodwill between us, said the great sage. As soon as his words fell, a golden orb of light materialized before Odin. When Odin infused it with his power, he instantly understood the secret of extracting the immortal fruit's vitality. This method was essentially about redistributing the life energy of someone who had already consumed the fruit, allowing more people to share in its benefits. With the immortal fruit in hand, Odin watched as the great sage withdrew the shroud of wind and sand. In that moment, the world seemed to clear, and everything became bright and sharp again. Filthy creatures, defying the cycle of life and death, bringing chaos to the world. How truly detestable. The great sage looked out at the distant undead and the remaining hellish demons, his voice ringing with disdain. Suddenly, the endless wind and sand seemed to shift and change. Far away, The amassed armies of the undead and the demons still fluttering in the sky all froze in place. In the blink of an eye, under Odin's gaze, they dissolved into nothingness, becoming part of the swirling sands. Oh shit! Thor couldn't help but exclaim at the bizarre scene. This formidable being who could sway his father had yet another unfathomable power. He had assumed such a figure would vanquish the undead and demons with overwhelming strength and might. Never did he expect such an eerie, almost supernatural method to erase them instead. To be forced into evil after death is pitiful enough. Sending them to peace is at least a form of mercy. But I never imagined creatures as revolting as those hell demons would exist in this realm as well. The great sage's face was full of indignation as he stared toward the now-closed gates of hell, his words seething with disgust. Having obtained the immortal fruit, Odin carefully examined it with his own methods, but found nothing amiss. Without further hesitation, he ate it on the spot. The moment the fruit entered his mouth, an immense surge of life force flooded his body. His bones echoed with a series of sharp cracks like bursting firecrackers, and the marks of age on his face were smoothed away. Even his body, ravaged by divine power, was restored to vitality. Finally, Odin's once white hair turned golden again. His features now bore a striking resemblance to Thor, so much so that he appeared even younger than his son. To those unacquainted, the two gods could easily have been mistaken for brothers. So this is the power of the fruit of immortality. Odin clenched his fist, marveling at how his once-aged skin had become fair and youthful. The wild, uncontrollable strength that had threatened to overwhelm him was now once again under his command, and each of these changes filled Odin with joy. The 9 realms. Odin has returned. An overwhelming power surged from Odin's body, causing heaven and earth to tremble. In an instant, the very magnetic field of the earth was thrown into chaos by the force he'd released without meaning to. The sheer magnitude of this energy made even the Yellow Wind Sage King cast a wary glance at him. If he did not use his Samadhi Divine Wind, he might not be able to withstand such might. Yet, the Yellow Wind Sage King acted quickly, sealing off Odin's rampant power. Had the Earth's magnetic field continued to be disturbed, it would have brought unfathomable devastation to the planet's entire ecosystem. Odin seemed to realize this as well, hurriedly withdrawing his power. He nodded respectfully to the Yellow Wind Sage King in gratitude. If it hadn't been for the fruit of immortality, Odin would have soon succumbed to the Odin sleep, and then all his enemies would have seen Asgard as ripe for the taking. Thor and Loki, still untested and too young to bear the mantle of protection, would not have been able to defend Asgard. Though he had made a promise, Odin remained deeply grateful to the Yellow Wind Sage King. Now, Odin felt a surge of confidence facing the coming Ragnarok. He trusted in his own strength, believing that as long as he stood, Asgard would never be doomed to destruction. If only he could accumulate a bit more hidden strength, perhaps they might truly survive the ordeal of Ragnarok unscathed. At this moment, the greatest blessing to Asgard came from these beings hailing from the 8 realms. In fact, according to that fellow named Chun, fruits of immortality were so common in the 8 realms that even those at the Father of Heaven level barely gave them a second glance. And indeed, the fact that the Yellow Wind Sage King had handed over a fruit of immortality so casually was the best proof of that. Faced with the opportunity presented by the 8 realms, Odin was eager to learn more. I wonder, friend from the 8 realms, what do you think of this world? Odin chose first to ask the Yellow Wind Sage King his opinion of this universe, rather than probing directly for secrets of the 8 realms. The Yellow Wind Sage King, as if reading Odin's thoughts, gently rolled his prayer beads between his fingers and replied in a calm, detached tone. My opinion matters little. I do not belong to this realm, if not for a great calamity, and an old friend whose life could only be saved by the fruit of immortality. I would never have had Volibear cultivate the immortal tree, nor would I have answered the summons to this world. Upon hearing this, Odin nodded in understanding. Although the Yellow Wind Sage King had not directly commented on this world, Odin gleaned 2 crucial pieces of information from his words. One was the great calamity the Sage King mentioned, the other, that he had arrived in this world by being summoned. That meant as long as someone summoned the Yellow Wind Sage, he could arrive in this world at any time, but Asgard had no means whatsoever to travel to the 8 Desolation Realm. Perhaps this was a matter that needed to be discussed with the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. As for the great calamity the Yellow Wind Sage mentioned, just the word calamity itself signaled nothing simple. More information would be needed to make any judgment. With this in mind, Odin felt a vague irritation. Unlike Thor, whose mind was as straightforward as his battle style, Odin was a high IQ warrior, proud of his extraordinary intellect. He He despised situations where information was unevenly distributed. Irritated, Odin cast his gaze toward Yangchun and Gawain in the distance. These two had never appeared in any of the old prophecies, and recalling their earlier conversation, it was clear they too came from the Eight Desolation realm. Especially that Yangchun. He seemed to know a great deal about the Eight Desolation realm, and considering his power was only at the subfather level, perhaps he was the very breakthrough Odin needed to deepen his understanding of that world. With that thought, Odin bid farewell to the Yellow Wind Sage. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Thor and appeared before Yangchun and his companions, just as they were about to leave. Yellow Wind Sage, noticing this, watched on with keen interest, just as Yangchun had earlier, curious to see how events would unfold. The sudden appearance of Odin made Tony, Coulson, and the others tense up. After all, the legendary king of the gods, both his mythic reputation and the power he had demonstrated, was enough to make anyone nervous. I wonder, Lord Odin, why do you block our path? Before Odin could reply, Yangchun spoke up first. His tone betrayed neither reverence nor apprehension toward the king of the gods. Young people from another world, I mean you no harm. But this mortal beside you, who has eaten the immortal tree fruit, may need to accompany me to Asgard, Odin said, pointing at Tony. This was another of Odin's motives, to siphon off some of the immortal tree fruit's power from Tony and share it with Thor, so Thor could benefit as well. Oh, Lord Odin, are you after the life force inside Tony's body? Yangchun raised an eyebrow at Odin, his words a pointed challenge. Odin did not reply to Yangchun's question. Instead, he continued, afterwards, the palace will reward you with a gift you'll find satisfactory. At that, Yangchun frowned. This old fox was up to no good. Leaving Tony's fate for him to decide was a blatant attempt to sow discord. So Yangchun spoke again, this time with a hint of indignation in his voice. Lord Odin, this is something Tony must decide for himself. Then, turning to Tony, Yangchun said, it's up to you. Whether you accept or refuse, the choice is yours alone. No one can force you. Tony breathed a sigh of relief at these words, his face showing gratitude as he looked at Yangchun. He had indeed been worried that Yangchun might agree on his behalf, but thankfully, Yangchun wasn't that kind of person. Then Tony turned to Odin and said, thank you for your gracious offer, Lord Odin, but I'm not interested in the legendary Asgard. I won't be going anywhere. I'm heading back to New York. Hearing this, Odin's eyes flickered as he glanced at Thor, who was busy comforting that mortal woman. Odin let out a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. At a time like this, Thor should be standing up to oppose him, his father. If Thor would just take the opposite side in this matter, these mortals, and even Yangchun and Gawain, would naturally come to trust Thor a bit more. If Thor could get close to these people, become friends with them or something of the sort, would there ever be a shortage of intelligence about the 8 realms in the future? That's not up to you. Odin's voice suddenly rose, and an overwhelming sense of authority radiated from him. The outburst startled Thor, who had been flirting with Jane. Thor hurried forward, positioning himself in front of Tony. Father, they're my friends, the friends I made on Earth. So, you would defy your father for the sake of these so-called friends? Thor fell silent at his father's words. He had almost never gone against Odin, not since he was a child. He always understood Odin's good intentions and had always wanted to make his father proud. After a pause, Odin continued, for immortality, all of this is worth it. It's for the future of Asgard. Thor seemed lost in thought as he heard this, murmuring under his breath. Gradually, his eyes grew resolute, and he turned to Odin. No, father, that's not right. You're not that kind of person. This isn't what you taught me. Odin looked at Thor, standing before him. By all rights, facing a rebellious son should have made him angry. But deep in Odin's eyes flashed a trace of joy he could not quite conceal. Was this foolish son finally learning to think for himself? That fleeting joy in Odin's eyes did not escape Yangchun's notice, and Yangchun fell into deep thought. There was no way Odin would allow a rift between himself and Thor simply over Tony's vitality. There had to be another meaning behind Odin's words. Meanwhile, Tony, silenced by Odin's display, grew quiet. He didn't want Yangchun and Gawain to be put in danger because of him, but Thor's intervention seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. Yet before Tony could come up with a new plan, Odin shoved Thor aside and spoke again. There are some things you'll understand in time. With that, Odin stretched out his hand, sending a wave of power toward Tony. Yangchun responded instantly, drawing his sword and slicing the force apart. I told you, it depends on Tony. If he doesn't agree, you won't be able to take him away. Yangchun's voice was calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. Although he didn't yet understand Odin's intentions, there was no time to consider it further. He was determined not to let Odin take Tony away so easily. He wasn't afraid to face Odin in battle. Hearing this, Tony glanced at Odin, whose imposing presence was overwhelming, then looked at Yang Chun, who stood in white with no air of menace. Tony moved closer to Yang Chun and whispered, "How confident are you against Odin? If it comes down to it, maybe I should just go to that so-called immortal palace with him for now. With that big oaf around, my life shouldn't be in any real danger." At this point, Tony was already prepared to compromise with Odin. If it really came to a fight, he didn't think their side stood much chance. But Yang Chun stepped forward to face Odin and spoke up, "Lord Odin, your strength is formidable, but I am not without the means to fight you." At these words, everyone was stunned. Odin's power, both in myth and in his recent display, was undeniable. Yet Yang Chun claimed he could still stand against him. Either Yang Chun had lost his mind, or he truly possessed the strength to back up his words. Considering the immortal fruit he gave Tony earlier and the fact that Yang Chun didn't seem insane, perhaps he really could challenge Odin. Odin now fixed his gaze on Yang Chun, eyes narrowing. Someone so young and yet already at the level of a demi-father was surely a prodigy. Perhaps he really did have the confidence to fight. Odin was now genuinely interested in testing Yang Chun's abilities. Maybe this was also a way to gather information about the Eight Desolations world. As long as he controlled his power and didn't harm this young man, there was no way he could lose to someone at the demi-father level. With this in mind, Odin spoke. "Young man, are you saying you truly intend to stop me? You should know, across the 9 realms, many have had the same thought, but without exception, all of them have failed." At this, Yang Chun clasped his hands in a respectful salute and replied, "If Lord Odin insists on taking Tony, then I wouldn't mind experiencing your legendary skills firsthand." He then added, "It's a bit cramped here on Earth. Let's take this outside." Odin nodded in agreement, then moved away in a flash, vanishing from sight. "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon," Yang Chun said, then transformed into a brilliant scarlet swordlight that soared across the sky into outer space. In no time, Odin and Yang Chun faced each other in the vastness of the cosmos, separated by a great distance yet watching one another intently. "Young man, you're the first opponent I've faced since extending my life. I hope you're not all show and no substance. Otherwise, I'll be sorely disappointed." Odin's voice resonated in Yang Chun's mind. Since sound is nearly impossible to transmit across the cosmos, Odin had resorted to a special method, sending his words directly into Yang Chun's thoughts. Yang Chun wasted no time at all. Without a word, he unleashed 3 blazing crimson sword beams, each pulsing with terrifying heat, then vanished from sight. The 3 sword strikes reached Odin in an instant, but Odin spun his spear with casual grace, deflecting each attack. Yet, almost immediately, Yang Chun appeared before him, sword swinging in a fierce arc. Odin blocked the blow with remarkable speed, but the force behind Yang Chun's strike still caught him off guard. The impact sent Odin hurtling backward, flying for dozens of kilometers through the vacuum of space. "Well done, boy. Your power is truly formidable. Now, see if you can handle mine." With a roar of challenge, Odin gripped Gungnir and charged at Yang Chun with astonishing speed. Yang Chun, unfazed, met the oncoming attack head-on. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging blow after blow. Beams of light collided and scattered, while flashes of sword energy and spear force danced between them. Though the battle seemed ferocious, in truth, both warriors were merely testing each other's strength. After another powerful exchange, they were both thrown backward, tumbling through the void. This time, neither rushed back into the fray. Instead, they each paused, gathering their strength and preparing their next move. Yang Chun began to whirl the scarlet profound sword in a series of sweeping arcs. With every motion, sword energy rippled through the cosmos, coalescing into a massive dragon stretching tens of thousands of meters long. With a deft gesture of his left hand, Yang Chun summoned flames that erupted along the dragon's form, making its outline blaze with renewed intensity. In that moment, even its eyes seemed to glimmer with a spark of life. On the other side, Odin was weaving runes into existence, each symbol orbiting him in a glowing halo. Under his control, several powerful spells, each with a different essence, began to merge, fusing into a single, formidable hybrid incantation. Almost simultaneously, both completed their preparations. The dragon of sword energy reared back and let out a thunderous roar, then hurtled toward Odin in a surge of fire and power. Not to be outdone, Odin unleashed his hybrid magic, the runes shining ever brighter as the spell shot forward to meet Yang Chun's attack. A cataclysmic explosion erupted between them, as if heaven and earth themselves had collided. The light from the blast was so intense that it could be seen from Earth, where Tony and the others watched in awe. Beside the ageless tree, the yellow wind sage looked up with great interest, nodding in approval from time to time, as if watching a younger generation that made him proud. Meanwhile, in the infernal dimension, Mephisto was also observing the battle. This was, after all, Odin's first fight since regaining his youth, and Mephisto was eager to gauge Odin's current strength. Had he known Odin's power beforehand, perhaps he wouldn't have been caught off guard and taken a bullet for nothing this time. Likewise, another who was keeping a close watch on this battle was the Ancient One, who was locked in fierce combat with Illithas within the mirror dimension. At this moment, Illithas' attacks were no longer as sharp and relentless as before. In fact, he seemed to be slipping into a defensive stance, giving the Ancient One the sense that he might try to escape at any moment. Because of Illithas' formidable obstruction, the Ancient One had found herself stretched thin for some time, yet she never lost track of the situation on Earth. The arrival of Volibear failed to move her. The emergence of the Undead Legion was entirely within her expectations. The opportunistic intervention from the Hell Dimension made her frown slightly, but she felt no urgency to break free. However, the miraculous effects of the everlasting tree's fruit did strike a chord with her. She was genuinely pleased to see Odin regain his youth, and Tony freed from the threat of mortality. Now, watching Odin and Yang Chun locked in combat, she felt a chill run down her spine. She knew well the overwhelming might that Odin possessed. Even though he hadn't yet unleashed his full power, Yang Chun was, after all, only on the sub-celestial father level. She doubted Yang Chun could rival Odin. Should Yang Chun suffer grave injuries or worse, be slain by Odin, the 8 desolate realms would inevitably become hostile toward Earth, or might even send someone to seek retribution. If that happened, the situation would spiral into chaos. With that in mind, the Ancient One's attacks grew even fiercer. She was now also looking for an opening to end the fight. Prolonging this any further would benefit neither side. Yet for beings of the Celestial Father's caliber, a decisive outcome is never easily reached. At such times, it all comes down to whether what's at stake is truly worth fighting for, and what cards each still holds in hand. Meanwhile, out in the cosmos, the clash between Odin and Yang Chun had entered a new phase. Blades of sword energy and torrents of magic, each brimming with devastating power, were hurled from their hands as though there were no cost to pay. Young man, among all the sub-celestial fathers I've encountered, you are the strongest. This is the recognition of the king of gods himself. You should take pride in that. Odin was speaking truthfully. Among all the sub-celestial level opponents he had faced, those who could withstand even a few of his runic-empowered spells were exceedingly rare. Well, I must say, I'm honored. As the battle raged on, Odin actually sensed a strange excitement emanating from Yang Chun, like one who truly relished the fight itself. This was the kind of person who battled not for purpose or gain, but simply for the sheer thrill of combat, as if he saw himself as a touchstone to be tested against. At this point, a bizarre notion flickered through Odin's mind. Was this young man waiting just for him? The thought left Odin with a twinge of irritation. He was the king of gods, after all, and yet here he was being treated as nothing more than a trial by a youngster. It was as if he counted for nothing in the other's eyes. A cold, contemptuous snort echoed in Yang Chun's mind, and he immediately sensed a shift in Odin's aura. It grew sharper, more perilous, like that breathless hush just before thunder shatters the sky. A moment ago, Odin had only intended to test the young man before him, holding back his true strength. But now, a desire to properly teach this youth a lesson was stirring within him. Odin gripped Gungnir with his right hand. Instantly, the runes engraved along the spear's shaft flared to life, streaks of radiant light slicing through the starry sky. In that moment, Gungnir seemed to become the very center of the universe. Without hesitation, Odin hurled Gungnir toward Yang Chun. The spear transformed into a streak of brilliance, shooting toward its target with blinding speed, arriving before Yang Chun almost as if it had teleported. Yet, as a faint smile played at the corner of Yang Chun's lips, Gungnir passed straight through his body without encountering the slightest resistance. Seeing this from afar, Odin's brow furrowed in displeasure. He hadn't poured much power into this throw. After all, he'd only intended to teach Yang Chun a lesson, not to kill him. Yet, even with so little effort, Odin could sense that his attack had made absolutely no mark. The spear that never missed had failed for the second time in a single day. This weighed heavily on Odin's mind. The methods these visitors from the 8 desolate realms brought with them seemed endless, and now they could even resist such fundamental forces as causality itself. Realizing that Gungnir's throw had been ineffective, Odin summoned the spear back to his hand. Once more, the runes surged and danced, and this time, a torrent of light burst forth from the spear's tip. A surge of energy that threatened to tear the world asunder, barreling down upon Yangchun. This was an assault empowered by Odin's own mastery of the runes, not some half-measure like Loki's attempts. Even beings as formidable as Lao Fei, king of the Frost Giants, who could wrestle with Odin thanks to the power of the Casket of Ancient Winters, had fallen. To the energy unleashed by Gungnir, even when wielded by someone as unimpressive as Loki. Clearly, the true power contained within Gungnir was immense. And now, in Odin's grasp, Gungnir's might would only be greater. Seeing this, Yangchun calmly closed his eyes, a mysterious radiance swirling around his entire body. Odin could not fathom why Yangchun would suddenly close his eyes, but he could sense the extraordinary nature of that mysterious power. Odin found himself wondering what kind of strength Yangchun would unleash to counter his attack. Sure enough, the next moment confirmed Odin's suspicions. The stars already shining in the night sky began to glitter even more brightly, and a mysterious force was drawn from amongst the constellations, gathering at Yangchun's side. This power seemed to transcend time and space itself, descending as if it were bestowed directly upon Yangchun. This was none other than Yangchun's innate divine ability as the spirit body of 10,000 swords. Return of the myriad swords to the void. As this energy gathered, countless sword shadows shimmering with starlight began to swirl around Yangchun. When he opened his eyes once more, the myriad sword shadows condensed, all converging into the crimson-black sword in his hand. At this moment, the Qixin sword had already been infused with the power of the stars, turning a deep gray. The entire blade radiated a constant stream of starry gray light, its contained might so formidable that even Odin could not help but take notice. As Yangchun swung his sword, the stellar energy surged forth, as if unleashed from a dam. His sword aura, already razor-sharp, became utterly unstoppable under the blessing of the astral force. In an instant, the star blade clashed with the wave of energy sent forth by Odin. And in that very moment of contact, the outcome was clear. The star blade sliced through Odin's shockwave as easily as a hot knife through butter, even pressing forward against the force to drive straight at Odin himself. Odin's eyes narrowed, surprise flickering across his face. Was this truly the power that someone of the sub-heavenly father level could wield? Could the depths of the Eight Desolations realm really be this terrifying? For the first time, a shadow of worry flickered in Odin's gaze, a concern that was unmistakable on his youthful features. But before Odin could dwell any further, Yangchun's Starblade was already at his very doorstep. Seeing this, Odin had no choice but to pour even more strength into Gungnir. The tip of the spear flared with dazzling light, yet still could not hold the Starblade at bay. Forced to escalate his power, Odin pushed himself even further. By the time the Starblade was finally ground away, Odin had had to unleash nearly his full strength. His expression had grown grave. Yangchun, as a sub-heavenly father, had actually forced him to fight at his peak. Still, surely this had to be his last trump card. There was no way things could really turn against him now, was there? Young man, you've done your utmost. Admit defeat. No one will look down on you for it. Odin's words once again sounded in Yangchun's mind, his voice saturated with complexity, just as conflicted as his heart. On one hand, Odin hoped Yangchun's power had reached its limit, that there would be no more hidden aces. On the other, he couldn't help but look forward to being surprised yet again. He even allowed himself to imagine what it would be like if Thor could one day reach such heights. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Lord Odin. You haven't yet seen me at full strength. Yangchun's reply echoed in Odin's mind, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming pressure. To Odin's surprise, a hint of joy crept into his heart. The young man from the Eight Desolations realm had given him more than a share of surprises. Focusing his gaze, Odin saw Yangchun's current state. In that moment, Yangchun reminded him of the fire giant Surtur. However, unlike Surtur's massive form, which fused energy and matter, Yangchun at this moment had also transformed into a being of flame. Yet his power was astonishingly concentrated, as if the fire itself had become a solid entity. When he revealed this form, Odin immediately felt the overwhelming pressure that truly belonged to a being on the level of the All-Father. Even Odin, with his vast experience, was shaken by what he saw. He had encountered others who had reached the power of the All-Father. Through external means, through treasures, or the blessings of their ancestors, there were more than a few who had managed such a feat. But Yangchun's strength, as Odin sensed it, came entirely from within. This was something he had never witnessed before. Now, let me show you my power, Lord Odin. With a thunderous shout, Yangchun's form vanished from the cosmic void like a phantom. The next instant, he reappeared, sword in hand, striking toward Odin. Yang Chen's voice rang with wild arrogance and unrestrained heroism. Odin even wondered if this fellow might burst out laughing mid-battle. Still, Odin dared not let his guard down. He now recognized this clash as one between true Allfathers. Calling upon his divine might, Odin raised a spear with both hands to block Yang Chen's blade, then pushed hard, forcing Yang Chen back. Without pause, he followed up with a fierce thrust of his spear. The spear shot straight for Yang Chen's face, but Yang Chen deflected it. In the split second that followed, Odin launched a powerful kick, driving Yang Chen backward. As Yang Chen was sent flying, he swept the crimson Xian sword in an arc, leaving afterimages in its wake. In an instant, countless sword shadows filled the space around Odin, sealing off every avenue of escape. But Odin simply unleashed a flurry of thrusts, scattering Yang Chen's offensive. Without missing a beat, he charged toward Yang Chen once more. Seeing Odin break through his attack, Yang Chen showed no surprise. Regaining his balance, he lunged at Odin again. In a blink, the two were locked in fierce combat. Odin's Gungnir stabbed out again and again, each strike weaving a deadly pattern through the void. Yang Chen's crimson Xian sword answered with thrusts, sweeps, chops, and slashes, every move charged with immense power. This was no longer a tentative exchange. Every blow was meant to kill. Caught in the crossfire, the surrounding asteroids stood no chance. A mere brush from Odin's spear reduced an asteroid to cosmic dust, while those struck by Yang Chen's sword moves crumbled into drifting ash. As the ferocity of their duel escalated, Ancient One, watching from within her mirror dimension, was filled with both shock and worry. She marveled that Yang Chen could actually hold his own against Odin, but fear gnawed at her. One misstep, and Yang Chen could suffer a disastrous defeat. Meanwhile, in the hellish dimension, Mephisto watched with a grim expression. He had expected Odin to be formidable, but now, a mere upstart had emerged, able to challenge Odin blow for blow. At this moment, the duel between Yang Chen and Odin had become so intense that their radiant forms were no longer visible. Each exchange between them seemed to tear through the very fabric of space, accompanied by ripples that warped the cosmos. As they clashed, they continued to drift ever farther from the sun. After several bursts of spatial upheaval, the two combatants had reached the outskirts of the solar system's planetary belt. Even after arriving, their momentum carried them still further into the void. When they finally stopped, they found themselves surrounded by countless small celestial bodies made of ice crystals. For the perspective of astronomy, this region is known as the Oort cloud. Countless icy fragments, like forgotten shards of stars, floated in the darkness. They seemed like frothy bubbles of ice, shredded by the tidal forces of the Milky Way, forming a spherical barrier spanning 3 light-years across. It was here, on the very edge of the solar system, that they chose their battleground. Beyond this point lay the hollow emptiness of interstellar space, though it posed no real threat to either of them. Such a place was enough to inspire unease in any living being. After another earth-shattering clash, both Yang Chen and Odin were forced back, neither eager to charge forward again. Instead, they hovered in the vastness of space, gazing at each other from a distance. Yang Chen's body, reborn in nirvana, flickered with crimson light, and the space for tens of millions of miles around him transformed into a domain of fire. Flames, seemingly conjured from nothing, burned slowly in the vacuum, consuming every celestial body in their path. Some were incorporated into the fire domain, others reduced to drifting ashes. Yang Chen conjured this sea of flames as a barrier to hinder Odin. Once more, he raised the Qi-Xian sword. In that instant, starlight from distant reaches blossomed anew, and the boundless power of countless stars surged madly into his blade. Sensing the terrifying force swelling in the distance, Odin's expression grew grim. With Gungnir unable to turn the tide, he knew he could no longer halt Yang Chen's technique in time. But he was not yet out of options. With a single thought, Odin summoned his hidden trump card. The destroyer, kept deep within the vaults of Asgard, quietly vanished. At the same time, a layer of armor, shimmering with gold and silver, materialized over Odin's body. Now clad in the destroyer armor, Odin stood transformed. At this moment, his power was enough to match a celestial one-on-one. As Odin donned the armor, Yang Chen completed his technique. 10,000 swords returned to the void. But this time he did not channel all his power into the Qi-Xian sword alone. Instead, he unleashed a true spectacle. 1 billion sword shadows, each forged from starlight. These spectral swords hovered in the cosmos, their brilliance illuminating the darkness. With a surge of energy, the fiery domain around Yang Chen dissolved, merging into the power of the starlit blades. With a single command, the countless swords, charged with the force of the stars themselves, swept toward Odin. In a heartbeat, they were upon him, sealing off the space around him so completely that there was nowhere left to escape. Each sword carried the might to shatter mountains and rend worlds. As they tore through space and converged upon Odin, the heavens themselves blazed with the radiance of 1,000 stars. Although Odin was now engulfed by Yang Chen's relentless assault, a grave expression had settled upon Yang Chen's face in his nirvana form. In his perception, every single star sword had been shattered in the clash. Under Yang Chen's watchful gaze, Odin, clad in the destroyer armor, slowly emerged from the boundless radiance of the stars, his armor unscathed, not even a single scratch marring its surface. Soon, the onslaught of star swords was completely spent, yet Odin remained untouched. In fact, he seemed to taunt Yang Chen, standing there as if he had deliberately taken on every attack, unbothered. Seeing Odin don the destroyer armor, the Ancient One began invoking the Eye of Agamotto with increasing frequency to strengthen herself. Though this exerted a tremendous toll on her, she could no longer afford restraint. Her only thought was to defeat the enemy before her as swiftly as possible. On the other side, Ilithas felt the pressure surge. Doubt was creeping into his resolve. After all, the grand performance was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, Zhonghan's attention was fixed squarely on the battle between Yang Chen and Odin. Although the conflict between Ilithas and the Ancient One was by no means insignificant, it was taking place within the mirror dimension and simply couldn't compare to the dazzling spectacle of Yang Chen and Odin clashing among the Oort cloud. From the moment Thor descended until now, it had only been a few short days, but the system panel had been flooded with emotional values. All the powers on Earth would surely do their utmost to contain the fallout from this incident, but the emotional energy gained was substantial and undeniable, leaving Zhonghang in excellent spirits. Young man, the shell of this destroyer armor is forged from Asgardian Uru metal, indestructible, strengthened further by the blessings of the earthly gods. To fall to me in this form is an honor you can be proud of. Odin's voice carried a hint of pride, and little wonder, the destroyer truly was a force to be reckoned with. It had been ages since Odin last wore it, and now, restored to his prime and clad in the legendary armor once more, memories of his youth surged back. Now it's my turn. In an instant, Odin's figure traversed an impossible distance, arriving before Yang Chen in a flash. Although his opponent was but a young man, Odin hadn't felt this balanced, this evenly matched in a very long time. Each move of the destroyer armor was imbued with the power to disintegrate, and with the blessings of the gods of Earth, what seemed like a cumbersome suit became, for Odin, a source of overwhelming strength on every front. Facing Odin in this state, Yang Chen dared not let down his guard. But with the destroyer armor's overwhelming stats, Odin attacked relentlessly, never pausing to defend. In the face of such an onslaught, Yang Chen soon found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to counter head-on, Yang Chen resorted to swift maneuvers and evasions, employing every trick he knew to dodge Odin's attacks, bracing himself only when there was truly no escape. Fortunately, Yang Chen was currently in his nirvana state, so ordinary attacks could do him no harm. However, his own strikes were equally ineffective against Odin, whose destroyer armor remained unscathed. Realizing that this stalemate would get him nowhere, Yang Chen summoned his strength and swung his sword, sending Odin flying. Seizing the moment, Yang Chen swiftly retreated. Odin, after regaining his footing, wasted no time and charged back toward Yang Chen. Fortunately, those few precious seconds were enough for Yang Chen to prepare. Yang Chen's left hand formed a mystical gesture, and with 2 fingers, he drew forth a wisp of flame from his chest. The fire shimmered in hues of crimson and black, and as it danced, the very space around them began to burn and distort. Guiding the flame onto his Qi Xian sword, Yang Chen watched as it changed color. The red and black fire clung to the blade, and Yang Chen bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the sword. The sword greedily absorbed the blood, and the 2-colored flame slowly turned gray. As the gray fire enveloped the blade, Odin, who had already closed in, felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Odin, take one more strike from me. With those words, Yang Chen raised his sword and unleashed a powerful diagonal slash from upper left to lower right. As the Qi Xian sword cut through the air, a haunting wail echoed through the space, as though the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The strike landed squarely on Odin, though at the very last moment, Yang Chen held back his full strength. Faced with a blow that seemed to shatter space itself, Odin had no way to evade. He was struck by the immense power of the Qi Xian sword, and his impenetrable destroyer armor suddenly felt as fragile as paper. Odin was sent hurtling back, tumbling for nearly 10,000 miles before he managed to steady himself. A massive sword mark now marred the chest of his armor, so deep that one could faintly glimpse Odin's flesh beneath. The blessings of the earthly gods tried to mend the gaping wound, but the divine power, so reliable in the past, failed to take effect. Odin stared in disbelief at the enormous gash across his chest. The cut was smooth as a mirror, a testament to the unstoppable force of that strike. He also realized that Yang Chun had held back at the last instant. Otherwise, Odin might have been gravely wounded, or worse. With this realization, Odin looked at Yang Chun with a complex expression. There was no longer any reason to continue the fight. Regardless of what power stood behind this young man, Yang Chun's own strength was more than enough to guarantee his survival in the universe. Odin was just about to find a way to gracefully end the duel. As he pondered the right words, eyeing the wary Yang Chun, a wisp of yellow sand appeared between them, drifting in from who knew where. The sand continued to gather, swirling and rising until it took the shape of the Yellow Wind Saint. At last, the Yellow Wind Saint himself stepped out from the heart of the whirling sand. At this moment, the sudden appearance of the Yellow Wind Great Sage left Odin both startled and delighted. He was startled because the space here had just been shattered by Yang Chen's sword. Yet the Yellow Wind Great Sage managed to show up regardless. He was delighted because, with the sage's arrival, he finally had an easy way to gracefully step back from the confrontation. But before Odin could even think of how to retreat, the Yellow Wind Great Sage's voice echoed simultaneously in both his and Yang Chen's minds. "Gentlemen, let's put an end to this for now. A friendly duel is well and good, but there's no need to let real animosity take root." As he spoke, the Yellow Wind Great Sage stirred the air around him, unleashing a mighty, overwhelming aura at the level of Sky Father, an unmistakable signal to break up the fight. It just so happened that both Odin and Yang Chun were already considering calling it quits, so they were more than happy to follow the lead and stand down. The two of them immediately flew toward the Yellow Wind Great Sage, and soon the three were gathered together. Under the sage's watchful gaze, Odin and Yang Chun shook hands and made peace, bringing the scene to a joyful and harmonious close. However, just as the three were about to return to Earth together, the Yellow Wind Great Sage let out a sudden cry of alarm. "Oh no, my tree fruits!" With those words, he transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and vanished without a trace. Sensing something was wrong after the sage disappeared, Odin immediately hurled Gungnir with all his might. Meanwhile, Illithas, who had been locked in a struggle with the Ancient One, switched entirely to defense. Of course, this was merely a ruse. He had actually been secretly gathering power to make his escape. While Yang Chun and Odin were locked in fierce combat, the Ancient One's attention inevitably became divided. Seizing the moment, Illithas struck, launching a sudden attack at a corner of the mirror dimension. With a sound that made one's teeth ache, that section shattered under Illithas' assault. "Ancient One, until we meet again, ha ha ha." In a flash, Illithas darted through the breach, making his escape and speeding away toward the everlasting tree. His movements were terrifyingly swift, space itself shattered before him, and he dived headfirst into the fissure, the fragments of space continuing to expand in his wake. When the Ancient One dispelled the mirror dimension and saw the rupture tearing through the real world, she furrowed her brow. If this broken space was left unchecked, the very sanctum of Kamar Taj would be in danger. With no other choice, she abandoned her pursuit of Illithas and instead wielded the Eye of Agamotto, rewinding time to repair the damaged space. While she worked to mend reality, Illithas had already reached the everlasting tree. Yet the three remaining fruits of the tree were now shrouded in thick, swirling yellow sand, like three seals, guarding the fruits and anchoring them firmly to the earth. The Yellow Wind Great Sage should be returning soon. After Master Ancient One repaired the space and realized she was still on Earth, she certainly wouldn't let things slide. Faced with this situation, Illithas didn't hesitate. She drew upon the power of the Realm of Death and shattered one of the seals. Just as Illithas was about to break the next seal, the distant sands began to swirl, coalescing into the form of the Yellow Wind Great Sage. At this sight, Illithas wasted no time. She opened a portal and prepared to return to the Realm of Death. As Illithas stepped into the realm, Gungnir tore through the sky, thrusting straight toward her. Unfazed, she casually scattered a handful of earth from the Realm of Death, and the thick aura of death that accompanied it easily blocked Gungnir's thrust. After all, Illithas was the embodiment of the Realm of Death itself. To attack her was no different from attacking the realm. This confusion of concepts allowed her to deflect Gungnir's assault with ease. With that, Illithis vanished into the realm of death. The gateway slammed shut behind her. At that very moment, the yellow-winged great sage burst forth from the swirling sands. He slammed his three-pronged steel trident into the ground, sending cracks spidering across the earth. His fur bristled all over, making the entire rodent appear thoroughly agitated. Shameless thief! Cunning scoundrel! He hurled insults, for both reason and emotion demanded he at least put on a show of outrage when his belongings were stolen. No sooner had he finished cursing than another portal appeared nearby. Sensing the fluctuations in space, the yellow-winged great sage seized his trident, his expression turning fierce as he glared toward the source. But when he recognized the portal's style, that of Kamar Taj, his demeanor relaxed, and he simply watched in silence. Beyond the portal stretched the cosmos. Yang Chun was the first to step through. He was once again garbed in white, but in the yellow-winged great sage's perception, his aura was now a touch unsteady. Next emerged Odin, dressed in the regalia of Asgard. Seeing that Gungnir had been thwarted once again, he let out a barely audible sigh and summoned the spear back to his hand. As for Master Ancient One, she was staring intently at the smooth, clean sword mark before her, a scar left by Yang Chen's final strike, which had torn through space itself. The other destruction wrought by the battle, she could easily reverse, but this rift was beyond her power. She had seen such irreversible wounds before, but never from someone so far beneath the level of Skyfather. Unable to remedy the scar and unwilling to risk it becoming a source of disaster, she simply sealed it away. With the rift sealed, she drew another portal and stepped through. At that moment, Yang Chun, Odin, and the yellow-winged great sage were still sizing each other up, locked in silent exchange. As soon as Master Ancient One returned, they broke off their conversation. Master Ancient One, let me thank you for your magic first. If you hadn't sent me back, I'm afraid it would have taken me quite a bit longer to return on my own. Yang Chun was the first to speak, and he was telling the truth. Without maintaining his nirvana form, flying back by himself would indeed have taken more time. The Ancient One nodded at his words and replied, "Think nothing of it. It was just a small favor." After speaking, the Ancient One turned to Odin with a slightly complicated expression. Her old friend had just broken free from the constraints of fate, and she truly did not know whether that was a blessing or a curse. "My old friend, congratulations on regaining your youth." Yet, seeing Odin young again, she couldn't help but offer her congratulations. A smile appeared at the corners of Odin's mouth. Regaining his youth had been the happiest thing to happen to him since growing old. Odin nodded to the Ancient One in gratitude, then said, "It seems that what happened this time will require you to expend your strength once more, Master Ancient One." "That's right. I'll have to turn back time on a large scale. Would you like to watch?" At this moment, the Ancient One's tone carried a subtle hint of asking them to leave. After all, there were already 3 beings of godly power present, not to mention Yang Chun, whose strength was on par with theirs. Having so many powerful entities gathered in one place was hardly a good thing. But it seemed none of them caught the Ancient One's hint. Not a single person left. In fact, Odin and Yang Chun even brought Thor and Tony over to join them. Seeing this, the Ancient One didn't get angry. She simply said, "Very well, watch if you wish." Yang Chun cupped his hands respectfully to the Ancient One and said, "Thank you, Master Ancient One." For Yang Chun, observing the Ancient One as she turned back time would be useful. After all, the eye of Agamotto's manipulation of time was akin to the laws that govern the universe. As the saying goes, one can learn from others' strengths. The Yellow Wind Sage had the same idea. He was curious to see how the rules operated in this world. Odin, on the other hand, had his own reasons, so he brought Thor along to watch as well. The Ancient One rose high into the sky, cradling the eye of Agamotto in her hands. She began to channel her power into it, and as she did, a surge of green energy rippled outward from her, spreading rapidly in all directions. The green energy, however, skillfully avoided those who were watching, racing across the land to cover the entire area affected by the great battle. Then, as if someone had pressed the rewind button on a film, everything began to rapidly return to its original state. The collapsed mountains, the fractured earth, and the devastated buildings, all were swiftly restored. But the souls captured by the realms of death and hell could not be revived. Fortunately, their numbers were few. Most of the fallen had perished in the aftermath of battle. After that, the Ancient One wielded the eye of Agamotto to cast a spell that blanketed the entire world. Under its power, people began to gradually forget the great battle, and all items that recorded the event quickly lost their effectiveness. Having finished her work, the Ancient One returned to stand before the group. Her face was even paler than before. Though most of those present were ordinary mortals, the immense energy required for such a large-scale manipulation of time had clearly taken a toll on her. Yangshin closed his eyes in contemplation, as if gaining new insight. Odin remained silent, while the Yellow Wind Sage was visibly moved. The Ancient One's benevolence in saving so many people left a deep impression on him. Fellow cultivator, your heart is truly compassionate. In this world, where the cycle of rebirth is unclear, to save so many innocents from falling prey to evil forces is a deed of immeasurable merit. On behalf of these blameless souls, allow me to thank you. With these words, the Yellow Wind Sage cupped his hands in a respectful gesture toward the Ancient One. The sudden show of gratitude caught her off guard. Throughout her years as the Ancient One, she had grown accustomed to people's awe and fear, but this was the first time she had received such sincere thanks. Although the Ancient One didn't care much for recognition, the feeling was nonetheless quite novel to her. It is my duty. This is the responsibility of the Sorcerer Supreme. I will protect this planet, she replied, inclining her head slightly toward the Yellow Wind Sage. Will you gain anything from this, then? He asked. The Ancient One pondered for a moment before answering. I was born here and raised here. Duty itself needs no reward. Hearing this, the Yellow Wind Sage's eyes widened with admiration, as if he had found a kindred spirit. His nature had always been righteous and full of integrity, though he had once fallen victim to the schemes of the gods and met a tragic end. Now, seeing the Ancient One selflessly shielding her world, his respect for her grew even deeper. Noticing that she looked unwell, he immediately took out a fruit from the immortal tree. He held the fruit out to her. The Ancient One, puzzled by this gesture, asked, "Are you offering me the immortal tree fruit?" She knew well how precious it was, so she wanted to be certain. Of course, she desired the fruit, but she didn't want to accept it under false pretenses. The Yellow Wind Sage nodded and said, "Of course." Odin, who had been watching from the side, could no longer contain himself. Wasn't the fruit meant to save someone? Why was it suddenly being given away? He interjected, "Weren't you going to use that immortal tree fruit to save someone? Why are you giving it away now?" At this moment, the Yellow Wind Sage had already given the fruit of the undying tree to the Ancient One. Hearing Odin's voice, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to introduce himself. He spoke up at once. "I am a mouse demon who has attained enlightenment through cultivation. As for my real name, let's not mention it. It's a tale full of troubles. Fellow cultivators, you may simply call me the Yellow Wind Sage." The Ancient One was a bit puzzled by this and decided to voice her questions directly. "Odin, king of the gods, just said you needed the fruit of the undying tree to save someone. May I ask why you gave one to me?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the Yellow Wind Sage answered with a serious tone. "One is enough to save a life. But the undying tree bore 5 fruits. 3 were already lost. 1 was used to save a life just now, and this last one, I thought, should follow the flow of fate. I observe that your methods draw heavily upon your life force. You've just sacrificed a great deal of yourself for others. I've also heard that you protect the peace of your realm. That was when I realized that fate had brought this moment to you." The Ancient One nodded at his words, then expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Yellow Wind Sage. If you ever need my help in the future, I will not refuse." She knew her own condition best. For centuries, she had borrowed vitality and magic from various dimensions, though these borrowed forces didn't require repayment, and their owners could do nothing. To her, borrowed power was never truly her own. Sometimes, when she overexerted herself, weakness would follow. Now, with the fruit of the undying tree, her situation would greatly improve. The Yellow Wind Sage was quite pleased to see the Ancient One so understanding. He had a certain respect for people like her. In future plans, if he ever needed her assistance, he could confidently approach her. The Ancient One, in secret, used the eye of Agamotto to examine the fruit of the undying tree. Finding nothing amiss, she ate it. Odin watched and felt a pang of regret, though he did nothing to stop her. She wasn't one of his own, but seeing an old friend gain so much life energy was still a cause for happiness. The moment the Ancient One swallowed the fruit, a surge of vital energy flooded her body. The hidden dangers left by the borrowed powers of other dimensions were washed away by this new life force. Because her physical form wasn't particularly strong, the fruit of the undying tree purified her body as well. For Odin, whose body was on an entirely different level, the fruit wouldn't have had this purifying effect. His recovery from the corruption of divine power came from his own self-healing once his body regained its youth. Seeing the Ancient One's complexion improve so markedly, the Yellow Wind Sage stowed away the last fruit of the undying tree along with the tree itself. Then he turned to everyone and spoke. "With matters here resolved, I should take my leave. May we all find safety in these troubled times. Odin, the Ancient One, and Yangchun also spoke their farewells upon seeing this. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring up a swirl of dust, and then the yellow wind sage transformed into a wisp of golden sand, dispersing into the world. Is the yellow wind sage going home? Odin asked Yangchun, uncertainty in his voice. Yangchun nodet in confirmation. With Yangchun's answer, Odin and the Ancient One's expression shifted. When the yellow wind sage departed, aside from what their eyes could see, the slow fading of his figure, they sensed nothing at all. If they had closed their eyes, it would have seemed as though the yellow wind sage had vanished into thin air. For beings of their celestial stature, this was astonishing, implying that their extraordinary perception had failed them. In that case, Thor and I will return to Asgard, Odin declared, summoning the Bifrost. Seeing this, Thor turned to Jane and made her a solemn promise. Don't worry, Jane. As soon as I finish things in Asgard, I'll come back for you. I swear I'll return. With his words barely spoken, the Bifrost descended. Thor quickly moved to Odin's side, and as the rainbow beam flashed once, both Odin and Thor vanished from sight. Once they had gone, the Ancient One reminded Tony not to forget tomorrow's magic lesson, then drew a portal and departed as well. By now the sun was sinking low. In the distance, shield vehicles appeared on the highway. Coulson and Barton were already pondering how to report all this to Nick Fury. Tony, his expression complicated, gazed out at the distant mountains and the small town where a few lights had begun to flicker on. It all felt like a dream to him, but the data Jarvis had recorded kept reminding him that the earth-shaking battle had truly taken place. The thought of this epic clash, in which he played no part, made Tony furrow his brow in anxiety. After recording the scene before him one more time, Tony, Yangchun, and Gawain all took to the skies, heading toward New York. A while later, Coulson and Barton were picked up by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As for Jane, she waited until night had fully fallen before her ride finally arrived. The moment she saw her best friend, she threw herself into her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Unable to speak, she could only let out muffled cries. With a sigh, Zhong Hong watched everyone leave and murmured to himself, the peak of this incident has passed. Now it's up to Loki to see how far he'll go. If Loki followed the path laid out in the original story, Jotunheim would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Even if things turned out a little differently, as long as Lao Fei died, Jotunheim would be left without a leader. The most crucial task right now is to determine the location of Jotunheim. Once its whereabouts are known, Jotunheim, already left leaderless and stripped of its greatest treasure, will become the perfect nourishment for the realm of the dead. Through the recent appearances of the Bifrost and the sword intent Yangchun left on the destroyer armor, Zhong Hong has already pinpointed the location of Asgard. Now, all that's left is for the Bifrost to activate once more. As soon as it does, Zhong Hong will be able to track its endpoint and roughly locate Jotunheim. For now, all he needs to do is wait. System, show me the emotional value. Seeing his emotional value shoot up to over 8 million filled Zhong Hong with delight. After all, this was the very resource that could boost his power. If he saved up just a bit more, he'd be able to exchange it for an even higher level treasure chest. At that point, he could obtain a card with power on a cosmic scale, an undeniable leap in strength. Now, let's see just how far Loki can go. He muttered to himself once again, anticipation brimming in his voice. He was genuinely eager to see just what Loki was capable of achieving. As for the possibility that Loki might do nothing at all, that was out of the question. With Loki's desperate desire for recognition, doing nothing simply wasn't an option. Meanwhile, in the vault of Asgard's palace, Odin frowned deeply as he examined the sword mark on the chest of the destroyer armor. The moment he returned to Asgard, he'd rushed to the vault, hoping to repair the armor. Yet no matter what methods he tried, the damage proved irreversible. This left Odin lost in thought. He had witnessed many devastating attacks in his time, but this was the first he'd seen that left a wound beyond repair. What's more, the divine blessing woven into the destroyer armor, power from the gods themselves, had shattered under a single strike, unable even to react. That sword seemed to possess a trait targeting order itself, striking directly at the very fabric of order. Sensing this strange quality, Odin's contemplation deepened. His thoughts drifted to the Celestials. The last time he faced them, he'd lost in part because they'd ganged up on him, but also because no matter what injuries he inflicted, they healed instantly. Those conceptual beings could command cosmic energies at will. For them, restoring a severed limb was a mere trifle. But if an attack carried this peculiar energy, would they still be able to heal so easily? At that moment, Odin began to pay even closer attention to the trait within that sword mark, and his furrowed brow finally eased. He'd long prepared contingencies. against the Celestials. In fact, Asgard's vault contained several of his creations. Yet at best, those weapons could only severely wound the Celestials. But now, the unique power within Yangshen's sword had given Odin a glimpse of hope, perhaps at last, a way to utterly destroy the Celestials. Already, his mind was hard at work, pondering how to replicate this mysterious force. As Odin lost himself in thought, Thor entered the hall. "Father, have you seen Loki? I've searched all over Asgard and haven't found him anywhere." Thor had barely stepped inside before asking Odin this question. He had planned to give his mischievous brother a proper lesson, but after scouring every corner of Asgard, Loki was nowhere to be found. Odin's feelings toward his youngest son were complicated. At first, he had only regarded Loki as a tool, a political pawn. Yet, after sharing centuries together, Odin had come to see Loki as his own flesh and blood. To spare Loki from feeling inferior, Odin had hidden his true identity as a frost giant. And, influenced by Asgard's warrior culture, Odin tended to favor Thor. Yet, he knew that Loki longed desperately for his approval. Guilt weighed heavily on Odin's heart whenever he thought of Loki. It could be said that Loki's obsession with the throne was shaped by both his own nature and Asgard's culture. But beneath this ambition lay a deeper yearning. What Loki truly desired was his family's recognition and affection. Odin's eyes glimmered with golden light as his will swept across the whole of Asgard. Yet, as his search ended, his brow furrowed in concern. Loki is not in Asgard right now. Where could he have gone? Odin was puzzled. When he had left for Earth, Loki had still been in Asgard. Now, he had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a wild thought came to him. Could the boy have gone to Jotunheim again? Odin was well aware that Loki knew of the secret passage to Jotunheim. The Frost giants who had invaded the treasury during Thor's coronation had done so with Odin's tacit consent. Otherwise, those feeble intruders would never have made it inside. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Odin's heart skipped as he realized the casket of ancient winters was indeed missing. Instantly, worry began to gnaw at him. Meanwhile, Loki was speaking persuasively before Laufey, king of the Frost Giants. After much effort, it seemed he was finally close to convincing him. Odin has just fought a great battle. He even wielded Gungnir. His strength is failing, and now he has fallen into the Odin sleep. I'll briefly open the Bifrost. Under my guidance, you'll reach the hidden chambers of the palace. By then, Odin will be helpless, an easy target for you. When the time comes, I'll return the casket of ancient winters to its rightful owner, and I'll become the ruler of Asgard. It's a win-win situation. Of course, all of this was Loki's fabrication. He only knew Gungnir had been summoned. Whether or not there had been a battle, he had no idea. But that didn't matter to him. So long as Laufey came to Asgard, it would be a death trap from which there was no escape. If Odin was unharmed, he could easily destroy Laufey. If Odin was absent or had truly succumbed to the Odin sleep, Loki had his own means to deal with Laufey. Loki's final words struck Laufey right at his weakest spot, killing Odin and reclaiming the casket of ancient winters. These had long been Laufey's greatest desires. For years, Laufey had believed these dreams were forever out of reach. Yet now, an unexpected opportunity presented itself before him. He could instantly tell Loki's true heritage as a frost giant, and that alone earned Loki a measure of his trust. After all, a frost giant could hardly have lived well in Asgard, especially one as slight and frail as Loki. In a society where valor in battle was prized above all, it was unlikely anyone in Asgard truly respected him. Laufey was fully aware of the dangers that lurked within this plan, but he also knew that every great opportunity came hand in hand with risk, and this one was worth wagering everything for. Besides, Odin was old now. He would never dare to kill Laufey outright and risk inciting the wrath of the entire frost giant race, which could plunge Jotunheim and Asgard into total war. Rising from his throne, Laufey let his formidable presence bear down on Loki. Yet Loki stood his ground, calm and unflinching. Loki understood that at a moment like this, the most important thing was not to show any sign of fear. Although cold sweat was already trickling down his back, his expression never faltered. Seeing that Loki showed no fear, Laufey spoke again. "If you dare to deceive me, I will tear you limb from limb." Loki knew he had passed this first test. He was already reconsidering his plan. Once Laufey was in Asgard, that little dagger of his might prove quite sharp after all. One way or another, he intended to give Laufey a taste of his own medicine. Without wasting time, Laufey summoned a handful of his most trusted followers and began preparations. He gave Loki a nod, signaling that everything was ready. Seeing this, Loki nodded in return and took his leave. As he departed, a sly smile flickered across his face, a sure sign that his scheme was taking shape. Not a single frost giant noticed. After personally watching Loki go, Laufey turned to his followers and issued his command. Awaken our war beasts. Assemble the army. When I have slain Odin, open the Bifrost and bring everyone to Asgard. Then Asgard will be ours. At once, my king, one of the frost giants replied, sending out a pulse of energy that rippled through the air, spreading like waves across all of Jotunheim. In an instant, countless giant beasts bred by the frost giants stirred from their slumber, and frost giants scattered across the realm began converging on the stronghold. Watching these preparations unfold, Laufey's lips curled into a satisfied smile, as if he would ever hand over a treasure like Asgard to some naive young upstart. With this army at his back, he would have both the casket of ancient winters and Asgard itself when all was said and done. And even if things went awry, the assembled might of the frost giant legions would be his ticket to survival. On the other side, Loki was caught red-handed by Heimdall as soon as he returned to Asgard. Tell me, Loki, how did you bring the frost giants into Asgard? Faced with Heimdall's interrogation, Loki simply gave a casual smile before speaking. Do you really think the Bifrost is the only passage between the realms? There are many secret paths connecting the kingdoms, ones you can never discover, no matter how hard you tried. But I don't need them anymore. Now I am the king. Hearing Loki say this, Heimdall let out a low, amused laugh. After all, he had witnessed Odin's miraculous return to youth with his own eyes, and yet this fool before him was still lost in his delusions of kingship. Heimdall decided it was time to wake Loki from his dream. Picking up his golden sword, he said to Loki, "Keep dreaming your grand dreams. Once I bring you down, you'll finally see the truth." Heimdall's attitude was almost enough to make Loki laugh in disbelief. Without hesitation, Loki produced the casket of ancient winters, and before Heimdall's golden sword could strike, he froze Heimdall in solid ice. Loki then seized the golden sword from Heimdall's frozen grasp, a weapon that controlled the Bifrost and the key to his plan. Holding the sword, Loki approached the heart of the Bifrost. He drew in a deep breath, then resolutely plunged the golden blade into the very core of the bridge. The Bifrost's energy surged to life once more, sending a torrent of power hurtling straight toward Jotunheim. In the very instant the Bifrost activated, Zhong Hong, far away in New York, allowed a smile to creep onto his lips. Found you at last. With a thought, Zhong Hong sent the Death Realm, which had been drifting through the cosmos, speeding at full force toward Jotunheim. From a moment, Zhong Hong sensed it. Jotunheim's fate was already sealed. So this is Asgard? At that moment, Laufey's voice was thick with emotion, and his gaze toward Loki was complicated. Despite having waged war against Asgard many times, this was actually Laufey's first time truly setting foot in the Golden Realm. But Loki ignored him completely, simply leading the way ahead. Laufey left 2 frost giants behind to guard the Bifrost, while he and the rest followed Loki, marveling in awe at the splendor of Asgard as they went. With Loki guiding them, Laufey and his frost giants advanced unhindered to the underground chambers of the palace, drawing ever closer to the place Loki called Odin's sleeping quarters. Loki had laid every possible trap there in advance. Though he wasn't formidable in direct combat, he was a sorcerer, and when a sorcerer is fully prepared, his power is truly terrifying. Loki was confident. As soon as Laufey stepped into that place, he would never escape from the palm of his hand. Laufey was well aware that Loki harbored ulterior motives, but he himself was a renowned powerhouse of the subcelestial class. With the casket of ancient winters in his grasp, he could even stand toe-to-toe with Odin. There was no way he would allow himself to be manipulated by the likes of his own son. Thus, the two advanced together, each hiding their own schemes. Before long, they arrived at the place Loki described, the resting chamber of Odin. Gazing at the unguarded grand doors, Laufey spat disdainfully. In his eyes, this was a display of Odin's absolute confidence in Asgard's strength. But before Loki could even push open the door, magical runes suddenly flared to life beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, with a flash of blinding light, and no chance to resist, they were teleported away. When the light faded and Loki could finally take in his surroundings, what he saw made his blood run cold. Cold sweat once again broke out on his back. They stood in the very heart of Asgard's golden palace, the coronation hall. 32 colossal pillars, each more than 10 meters thick, soared towards the ceiling. The vast hall, capable of holding tens of thousands, was now packed with Asgardian soldiers gleaming in golden armor. Atop the throne sat Odin himself, holding Gungnir with regal composure. Below him stood Thor, clad in full battle regalia and wielding Mjolnir, the legendary hammer of the thunder god. The coronation hall was every bit as solemn and awe-inspiring as it had been during Thor's own coronation ceremony. Loki was so stunned that he was struck speechless. The god of mischief himself found his mind utterly blank. While Loki struggled to find his words, Laufey beside him could no longer contain his shock and cried out, "Odin, you!" He stared in disbelief at Odin, who now looked as youthful and vigorous as ever. Laufey knew all too well the depths of Odin's power. Even with the casket in his possession, he had never been Odin's match. Now, he was even less so. Terror filled his eyes. Before Laufey could say another word, Odin's voice, resonant and brimming with divine authority, echoed throughout all of Asgard. "My son, Loki Odinson, ventured alone into enemy territory and brought before me the true culprit behind the theft in our vault, the king of the frost giants, Laufey. His courage outshines all of Asgard. His great deed shall be remembered by us all. As his father, I am proud beyond measure. Now let us cheer for our hero. Let us celebrate the future of Asgard." As Odin's words, charged with divine power, rang out, all of Asgard erupted into jubilation. The roars of Asgardian soldiers in the coronation hall shook the very halls. Meanwhile, Laufey and the other frost giants could only stand there, completely dumbfounded, like giants turned to stone. "King Odin, can we discuss peace?" Driven by a desperate desire to survive, Laufey swallowed his pride and pleaded for reconciliation. But now that the opportunity was right before him, and Odin had regained his youthful vigor, he certainly had no intention of letting Laufey go. Sensing Odin's murderous intent, Laufey's expression changed. He straightened his back, pointed a trembling finger at Odin, and shouted loudly, "All the frost giants of Jotunheim have already gathered. If I die here in Asgard, they will never let this go. If you want to kill me, who knows how many Asgardians will die along with me." Yet despite his bluster, there was an unmistakable hollowness behind Laufey's threats. Even Thor couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh at his words. Thor then stepped forward, his voice booming across the hall. "Warriors of Asgard, show our enemies. Do you fear war? We fight to the death for Asgard. For Asgard. For Asgard." Thor's words set off a wave of passion throughout the coronation hall. Every Asgardian warrior roared in unison, their voices echoing mightily. Even Loki, swept up in the fervor, joined the chorus. Tears welled in Loki's eyes. Everything he had longed for throughout his life, Odin had granted him today. He yearned for recognition, and Odin, before the assembled warriors, declared his pride in him. He craved respect, and now, the looks from those warriors were filled with admiration. No trace of scorn remained. The cunning god of mischief could no longer hold back his emotions. Loki shouted himself hoarse, swept away by the rush of acceptance. But his cries did not escape Laufey's notice. Laufey now understood there was no chance of leaving alive. With hatred burning in his eyes, he glared at Loki, the one responsible for bringing him to ruin. Laufey's heart seethed with rage and bitterness. In a fit of fury, he summoned a sword of frost, its chill glinting dangerously. "If I must die, then I'll take you with me." With a roar, Laufey lunged at Loki, aiming the icy blade straight for his heart. But he missed. Odin, who had been watching Laufey closely, would never allow Loki to come to harm. With a swift gesture, Odin swept Loki to safety beside his throne. Laufey, still wanting to lash out, was struck by Thor's flying hammer and sent hurtling more than 10 meters across the hall. As he struggled to rise, Asgardian weapons pinned him to the ground, leaving him helpless. As for Laufey's followers, the frenzied Asgardian soldiers swiftly cut them down. Odin made no move to intervene. Lying on the ground, Laufey racked his brains, but could not fathom how Odin had regained his youth. By his reckoning, Odin should have entered the Odin sleep by now. But Laufey would never know the answer. In the next instant, Odin hurled Gungnir, and Laufey was struck down where he lay. Out of respect for his once formidable foe, Odin granted Laufey a swift and dignified death, sparing him the agony and humiliation of a slow demise. From the very moment Laufey set foot in Asgard, Odin had already seen through everything. The reason he allowed Laufey to come here was, in truth, all for Loki. Odin had always known what his youngest son truly desired. But by then, Odin had grown old. His days were numbered. For the sake of Asgard's future, he could only choose to raise Loki and Thor in that way. But now, with his youth restored, Odin once again possessed the strength to let his sons grow at their own pace. To make amends for all he owed Loki over the years, he orchestrated this entire scene. Loki understood Odin's intentions. The feeling of being recognized and cherished by Odin filled his heart with a sweetness surpassing the finest honey. With a slight lift of Odin's hand, silence instantly swept through the entire coronation hall. He summoned Loki and Thor to stand before him, then spoke. "I once said that you are both born rulers. Now that my youth has returned, the throne of Asgard cannot be entrusted to you just yet. However, you may first take charge of Jotunheim." Hearing these words, Loki's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Thor looked utterly bewildered. Unable to restrain himself, Thor blurted out, "Father, isn't Jotunheim the realm of the frost giants? How are Loki and I supposed to rule it?" Odin answered Thor's question without delay. "After today, Jotunheim will be territory of Asgard." With these words, Odin strode out of the coronation hall, Loki and Thor quickly following at his heels. Behind them marched the orderly ranks of the Asgardian army. Ever since Odin tasted the fruit of the tree of immortality, he had sensed the shifting tides of fate. The once orderly timeline now lay in chaos. Confronted with such upheaval, Odin foresaw a disaster that would sweep across the entire universe, one that would be even more terrifying than Ragnarok. In these circumstances, Asgard could not afford to remain sheltered and complacent. And since the fool Laufey had delivered himself to their doorstep, Odin decided to seize Jotunheim as their first conquest. Soon, the Asgardian army reached the Rainbow Bridge, Asgardian warships gathering overhead in growing numbers. Taking advantage of the pause, Loki stepped forward decisively to address Odin. "Father, the frost giants of Jotunheim have yet to learn of Laufey's death. I can go ahead and spread some false information among them. If I succeed, it will greatly reduce our soldiers' casualties. And even if I fail, they will be powerless to harm me. I hope you will grant me this task." Gazing at the son who was now eager to prove himself, Odin's eyes brimmed with pride. Even Heimdall, who had only just been thawed from his icy prison, looked at Loki with utter disbelief. Very soon, Odin nodded in agreement, and as Loki was about to leave, Odin couldn't help but remind him to stay safe. That made a smile blossom on Loki's face once again. Loki then stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge. But the moment his figure vanished, Odin's expression changed dramatically, and Heimdall, standing nearby, wore a look of utter shock in his eyes. Out in the outer space of Jotunheim, a rift suddenly tore open in the fabric of space, and from it poured an endless stream of pitch-black, deathly mist. The death mist kept widening the rift, eventually stabilizing into a massive portal. The very next instant, a colossal entity surged through. That behemoth was none other than the realm of the dead itself, so vast it rivaled entire planets. The moment it appeared, all of Jotunheim was thrown into chaos. Deep within Jotunheim's core, a series of thunderous rumbles began to echo, as if some ancient leviathan was awakening. Cracks spread like spiderwebs across the planet's surface, and molten lava, like a cauldron stirred by an invisible hand, came gushing out from the fissures. Then, sinister lights began to flicker in Jotunheim's skies, accompanied by an overwhelming, unsettling din, a cacophony that sounded like the planet's magnetic field wailing its final lament. From the moment the realm of the dead emerged, Jotunheim's days were numbered. The frost giants, gathering on the planet's surface, saw the sky blotted out by endless death mist. Before they could even react, they were swept away by the unfolding cataclysm. As the realm of the dead drew ever closer, the devastation in Jotunheim intensified. Yet within the realm itself, nothing seemed amiss, shielded by Eliza's presence. In the endless shroud of deathly fog, the countless souls, the fragments of asteroids and celestial bodies, it was all but enough to heal the deathly mist. A yawning chasm, miles across, tore open in Jotunheim's sky, swirling with darkness broken only by the occasional glimmer of starlight. But even those distant stars were soon swallowed by the boundless death mist, as a sensation of weightlessness caused everything on Jotunheim to twist and contort in unnatural ways. The planet's core began to quake, as if the entire world was being crushed by a colossal, invisible hand. All around Jotunheim, the unraveling of its magnetic field spawned countless spatial cracks, jagged wounds torn open in the universe itself. The frost giants, once so proud of their strength, now found their bodies feebler than clay before this apocalyptic disaster. All they could do was face extinction in utter despair. No, Loki. Odin, witnessing this scene, was nearly driven to madness. He had only just made amends with Loki, had not even spoken with him in depth, and Frigga still knew nothing of Loki's newfound glory. The Bifrost travels at breathtaking speed. No matter how many tricks Loki had up his sleeve, once he reached Jotunheim in the midst of such catastrophe, survival would be nearly impossible. Yet the spatial rifts appearing around Jotunheim offered Odin a sliver of hope. Without hesitation, Odin strode forward, drew Heimdall's golden sword, and plunged Gungnir deep into the mechanism. At once, an immense surge of divine power flooded into the Bifrost. As Odin's strength poured in, the entire beam of the bridge grew unstable, its energy flickering and wavering. Heimdall, standing nearby, widened his eyes in alarm. He understood exactly what Odin intended. Odin was forcefully altering the Bifrost destination. Disrupting the endpoint of the Bifrost was not a difficult feat, even in the saga. Hela had once interfered with Thor and Loki's landing. Clearly, the Bifrost teleportation was not immutable. Within the shifting light of the Bifrost, Loki gazed in terror at the devastation consuming Jotunheim. His life flashed before his eyes, and though he felt the end was near, the thought of dying with his father's approval and the respect of his guardians brought him some peace. Only his longing for Queen Frigga left a pang of regret in his heart. Just as Loki relived these moments, he noticed the shimmering boundaries of the Bifrost begin to shift, as if the bridge itself meant to spit him out. And indeed, in a sudden flash, the Bifrost hurled Loki from its grasp. Back at the Bifrost hub, Odin exhaled in relief, his chest heaving. He had not expected such a twist of fate. His gaze grew heavy as he looked upon the massive entity encircling Jotunheim. The sight of such a world-devouring force stirred memories of a formidable god from ancient tales. Yet whatever now surrounded Jotunheim was clearly not as strong as that deity. As Odin pondered the underworld before him, Thor interrupted his thoughts. "Father, has something happened to Loki?" Watching Odin drive Gungnir into the Bifrost heart, and recalling how Loki had just been sent away, Thor's concern for his brother spilled over into words. "Loki is in trouble, yes, but he should be out of mortal danger for now. Our priority is to find him," Odin replied. "But father, what exactly happened to Loki?" Thor pressed, his voice full of worry. He truly wanted to give Loki a piece of his mind, but his concern was genuine, and Odin's vague answers did nothing to ease his fears. Meeting Thor's anxious eyes, Odin let out a sigh and said, "There was a disturbance in Jotunheim, and Loki's destination was thrown off course. But his life is not in danger." Odin then turned to Heimdall and asked, "Heimdall, with your eyes, can you see where Loki has fallen?" Thor, standing to the side, fixed his gaze on Heimdall, his eyes full of both expectation and worry. He hoped to hear news of Loki's whereabouts, yet dreaded the possibility of hearing something ill. Noticing Odin's question, Heimdall immediately shook his head and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, my eyes have not seen Prince Loki's location. At this moment, he may not even be within the 9 realms." Odin sighed at these words. The universe was vast. Though he had prepared himself for the possibility that Loki was no longer in the 9 realms, Heimdall's response shattered his last sliver of hope. A look of disappointment also appeared on Thor's face. Odin then turned his gaze toward the death realm that had devoured Jotunheim, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Although it was not suitable for him to personally go to Jotunheim and mete out punishment, the Bifrost was far more than just a means of transportation. In Odin's hands, it could become a weapon of destruction. "Heimdall, target that abomination and prepare the Bifrost annihilation mode." "Your Majesty, the Bifrost was just disrupted by your command. It will take a bit more time before it can be reactivated." "That's fine. Activate at the moment it's ready." Odin had decided to use the Bifrost to strike directly at the Death Realm. In his mind, even if this attack could not destroy the Death Realm outright, it would certainly deliver a stern warning. At that moment, the entire planet of Jotunheim had been transformed. Its crust and mantle had been torn asunder by the Death Realm, and all the life force of the planet was being drained away. Fragments of the shattered world now circled Jotunheim's core, gradually coalescing into a new continent. Much of the remaining matter was being devoured, either by the deathly mist of the Death Realm or by the ever-expanding original continent of the Death Realm. The land of the Death Realm was continuously growing, and the deathly mist grew ever denser. The continent that Jotunheim had become slowly drifted beneath the original landmass of the Death Realm, where the deathly mist gathered thickly around it. Upon this land, even more transformations were taking place. The remade environment bore little resemblance to its former self. Overall, it seemed as though another Death Realm had taken shape. On the continent that was once Jotunheim, the bodies of deathly frost giants and various giant beasts slowly began to rise. They had now become undead creatures. Many frost giants, whose remains were barely more than scraps, had become wraith-like beings, while even more undead emerged spontaneously, conjured by the new laws of this twisted world. If one were to look from a more cosmic perspective, it would be clear that Jotunheim and the original land of the Death Realm together formed a 2-layered structure, one vastly different from any ordinary celestial body. All around, the deathly mist flowed ceaselessly, shrouding this strange and sinister world. Inside the realm of death, everything had undergone a transformation akin to ascension. The once shattered and broken places were now completely restored, and even the quality of the death energy contained within had improved significantly. The unique laws belonging to the Death Realm were gradually taking shape. As for Elises, the master of the Death Realm, he too had reaped considerable benefits. Now, even without drawing upon the power of the Death Realm, he could stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Odin, the mightiest of the Heavenly Fathers. With the realm's power at his command, he could even defeat the Destroyer, Odin himself. Although he had not yet reached a higher level of existence, Elises could feel that his strength was far from complete. His hunger was not yet sated. He knew that by devouring even more worlds, he would only become stronger. While Elises was reveling in the steady surge of his power, he suddenly noticed a discordant presence somewhere within the Death Realm. A presence that had gone undetected until he had nearly finished consuming Jotunheim. From the perspective of the Death Realm, that place seemed utterly empty, as if nothing existed there. Yet Elises was certain that something was very wrong. Faced with this anomaly, Elises decided he had no choice but to investigate in person. After all, if even the master of the Death Realm was unaware of something happening within his own domain, it could only mean serious trouble. In the blink of an eye, Elises arrived at the location. There, he saw a figure turn away from him. For reasons he could not explain, the moment his gaze fell upon this silhouette, he was seized by the sensation of confronting death itself. The feeling left Elises at a loss. Instantly, he realized that before this being, he was hopelessly outmatched. While Elises struggled to compose himself, the figure slowly turned. And in that moment, as the figure faced him, Elises saw many things. In his eyes, the figure shifted. Now a skeleton, now a beautiful woman draped in black veils, now a ghostly specter, and then an abstract concept that defied all form. Perhaps because he possessed the divine potential of a god of the dead, Elises could perceive her essence for what it truly was, death itself. If he had the capacity for a cold sweat, Elises would surely be drenched. Thanks to Zhong Hong, he had a suspicion of just who stood before him. Far away in New York, Zhong Hong's eyes were wide with shock as well. He had anticipated that Elises' rise as a god of the dead might draw the attention of this great deity, but he had never imagined she would not only take notice, but descend in person. Greetings, young god of promise. Before Elises could react, an exquisitely melodious voice reached his ears. It was impossible to tell how the sound was produced, mysterious and unearthly, neither masculine nor feminine. Yet to Elises, it was utterly captivating. Greetings, mysterious deity, Elises replied. Elises steadied his mind. The very fact that this being hadn't erased him on sight suggested she bore no immediate malice. If she had, he wouldn't even have the chance to be standing here. Death seemed momentarily taken aback by Elises' words. This country god was so inexperienced. One would expect a being of his power to at least have heard of her existence. But she quickly spoke again. The universes she touched were far too numerous. Gods were born every moment. She had long ceased to care whether some newcomer recognized her or not. You may call me Death. At that, Elises instantly grasped the nature of the being before him. It was an ineffable sensation. The very word death carried a weight of profound meaning. He gave a slight bow and spoke respectfully. Then, may I ask what brings the great Death here today? Seeing Elises bow, Death's satisfaction grew. She enjoyed dealing with those who understood the way of things. Such individuals often made excellent subordinates. To be frank, the moment you appeared in this universe, I became aware of you, and I know you've come into conflict with Eternity's people. But you needn't worry. If you work for me, you'll have my protection. You can refuse, of course, but the price is annihilation. Now, make your choice. Death spoke at length, and Elises listened in silence, a mark of respect for might. Inwardly, Zhong Hong was delighted by Death's offer. After all, she was a powerful patron to have. With Death's authority, his realm could harvest more openly. After all, this would be a task appointed by Death herself. Elises nodded at once, his attitude humble, and replied, I am willing. Seeing how wisely Elises chose, Death nodded in approval and continued. Across the multiverse, new gods are born every moment, and countless lives pass into death at every instant. You are fortunate. You have the potential to become something greater. Having said this, Death glanced over the general layout of the realm of death, as if appraising some unique decoration. Elises, meanwhile, could only agree enthusiastically, declaring it a great honor. He dared not entertain any other thoughts, for fear this being might sense them. On Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, the soldiers of Asgard, who had been assembled, were now ordered back by Odin. The situation in Jotunheim was beyond what soldiers could solve. A portion of Asgard's warriors, however, took to their ships. Odin had tasked them with searching for Loki. At this moment, only Odin, Heimdall, and Thor remained on the vast expanse of the Rainbow Bridge. Your Majesty, The rainbow bridge is ready for use. Heimdall stepped forward, then opened his mouth to speak. Odin nodded in response and said, "I've told you before, you may activate it without waiting for my command." With Odin's approval, Heimdall drove the golden sword into the heart of the Bifrost. This time, the energy released by the Bifrost was entirely different from before. In previous instances, the Bifrost had served as a means of transport. Now, it had become a terrifying star-destroying weapon. As the Bifrost activated, a colossal surge of energy roared toward the realm of death, its unstoppable force obliterating asteroids and meteorites in its path without losing the slightest bit of strength. At the same time, Death, who resided within her realm, turned her gaze toward Asgard. In that moment, Odin, Heimdall, and Thor all felt an unprecedented fear, a terror that sprang from the very depths of their souls. Yet that fear lasted only a fleeting instant. Thor, with the weakest spirit, even wondered if he'd imagined it, while Odin and Heimdall were left with a far deeper impression. The next moment, something truly horrifying unfolded before their eyes. They saw the Bifrost's deadly beam meet an inexplicable change just beyond the borders of the realm of death. Upon reaching a certain point, the beam slowly dissipated, and the overwhelming energy fell into silence. To Odin and Heimdall, it was as if the power of the Bifrost had simply died at that spot. Heimdall shut down the Bifrost now. The sensation of that moment was seared into Odin's memory. The threat he felt was thousands of times greater than anything the Celestials had ever inspired. A legendary being came to his mind, and he hurriedly ordered Heimdall to cut the bridge's power. Heimdall acted without hesitation, deeply shaken by what he'd just experienced. As the Bifrost ceased, its raging energy faded to nothing. Odin and Heimdall both bowed slightly toward the realm of death, knowing that, in the presence of such a being, even the king of gods was insignificant. Seeing Odin's prudent gesture, Death nodded in satisfaction, then turned to address Elesis. "A new employee? I have high hopes for you. Your potential exceeds that of any other staff member in this universe." With those words, Death's presence vanished, as if she'd never been there at all. Yet Elesis, Odin, Heimdall, and Jonghong all understood. A fragment of a truly great being had visited their universe. After Death's departure, Elesis guided the realm of death away from the surrounding star systems. Now, the realm was ready to seek out life-bearing worlds to consume. If any righteous god decided to question him, Elesis could simply claim to be doing his job. After all, those gods had little reason to quarrel with a mere employee. Though, truth be told, such incidents were exceedingly rare. Odin and Heimdall's unusual behavior caught Thor's attention, and it inevitably made him recall the strange illusion he'd just experienced. However, out of the trust he now placed in Odin, Thor didn't question him directly. Instead, he decided to wait for a more suitable moment to ask Odin what was really going on. Meanwhile, Tony had just finished his magic studies and returned to Stark Tower, where he immediately buried himself in his lab. Although the Ancient One had cast a spell that would slowly make people forget the recent crisis, Tony actually found this sensation even more unsettling. The Ancient One's magic only erased records of the incident that had been physically documented at the time. Anything that was recorded again based on memory would remain, which was precisely the Ancient One's intention. After all, if ordinary people hadn't taken the trouble to document something in time, or had never intended to write it down in the first place, they would soon forget about it entirely. Those who truly cared, on the other hand, would already be preparing themselves. As for the media, they would naturally be silenced, and even the occasional report that slipped through would be dismissed by people who had already forgotten what happened. During today's magic lesson, Tony had specifically requested to study magical constructs, runes, and anything that could be integrated into his armor. He had always believed that the fusion of magic and technology would unleash power far beyond what either could achieve alone. But right now, Tony was running into the problem of lacking the necessary materials. The materials that had reacted to Gawain's magical energy last time turned out to be extremely inefficient, and Tony had brought this up with the Ancient One. According to her, in all the 9 realms, only Asgard's URU metal was truly suited to carrying magical energy. There were some other metals that could do so, but their yield was far too low to be practical. This narrowed Tony's focus to 3 possibilities: acquiring URU alloy from Asgard, developing an entirely new metal himself, or sourcing materials from the 8 desolate realms. But none of these paths would yield results overnight, and the lack of progress was making Tony increasingly anxious. To make matters worse, Jarvis chose this moment to remind him of the day's pending business at Stark Industries, pushing Tony right to the edge of frustration. "Jarvis, get in touch with my legal team and have them draft a CEO appointment agreement for me." "Yes, sir." Now that the situation in New Mexico had come to an end, it was time for Stark Industries to find a new owner. Wait a minute. What exactly happened in New Mexico again? At that moment, Tony was startled to realize that his memory of the events in New Mexico was already starting to blur. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Jarvis, pull up everything I asked you to re-record after I got back from New Mexico. Yes, sir. Retrieving the files marked top secret for you. Jarvis, set up a schedule for me. Mark this file, so I have to review it at least once a week. Understood, sir. After wrapping up these tasks, Tony rubbed his temples and slumped into his chair, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He couldn't help but worry about what the future might hold. As he idly shook his head, his gaze wandered through the glass and landed on Yang Chun, who was currently gaming with an air of cool detachment. The sight made Tony wonder, was this guy indulging in a last hurrah before some final act? Suddenly, Tony realized that he'd never actually asked Yang Chun about it. Earlier, Gawain had mentioned that Yang Chen's cultivation system wasn't based on magic, which had subconsciously kept Tony from questioning him. But as a native powerhouse of the Bahuang realm, Yang Chun probably had some knowledge about the materials Tony was after. With that thought, Tony forgot all about his headache and rose from his seat, striding straight over to where Yang Chun was. Yang Chun, who was lounging in the rec room immersed in his game, sensed Tony's approach but said nothing. He just kept playing, focused entirely on the screen. Hey, Yang, do you know if there's any metal in the Bahuang realm that can carry magical energy? Tony sat down on the sofa, watching Yang Chun play with intense concentration. As he spoke, he even helped himself to some of Yang Chen's snacks. Hang on a sec, let me finish this round first. Yang Chen's attitude made Tony want to facepalm. Wasn't this the same guy who could go toe-to-toe with the King of the Gods? How is he so laid back in private? By the way, is this thing really that fun? How are your fingers moving so fast? And why did your screen just go dark? Even though Yang Chen's reaction speed and timing were far beyond elite level, his innate gaming talent just wasn't up to par. Add Tony's running commentary as a distraction, and it was only a matter of time before Yang Chen's screen went dark. As the game ended, Yang Chen's expression darkened as well. He snatched up a soda and took a huge gulp. You want a material that can contain magical energy, right? Yeah, I know a few, but whether you can actually get your hands on them is another story. I'm not heading back to the Bahuang realm anytime soon. Yang Chun flopped back onto the sofa with a weary sigh, still replaying the last game in his mind. His skills were definitely top tier. He was convinced the equipment was at fault. With that thought, he suddenly sat bolt upright and fixed Tony with an intense stare. Tony, still mulling over magical materials, found himself unnerved by Yang Chen's gaze. Yang, what's up? Tony asked, edging a little further back on the sofa. If Yang wanted him to teach him how to game, that was definitely not happening. It was your fault I lost that round. You kept talking right next to me. You owe me big time. I want the latest gaming rig, and I want it now. When Yang Chun mentioned his compensation, Tony finally let out a sigh of relief. For him, any problem that money could solve was simply not a problem at all. While Tony and Yang Chun were talking, every organization leader on Earth with any real power was poring over documents stamped top secret. Clearly, Tony wasn't the only one unsettled by this mysterious loss of memory. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury took a deep breath after reviewing the classified file. Then he turned to Agent Coulson, who had just slicked back his trademark hair. Agent Coulson, classify this file as S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 10 secret. Make sure it's under strict security, and bring it to me to review once a week. Yes, Director. Coulson accepted the file from Fury's hand. Even though he had been the one to compile and report on this case, he couldn't help thinking that forgetting about it might actually be a blessing. Sometimes, knowing too much was its own kind of torment. After Coulson left, Nick Fury stood with both hands pressed against his desk, deep in thought. Despite mobilizing so many agents for this incident, nothing had worked. The sense of defeat gnawed at him, and he wondered if it was time to push forward with the Avengers Initiative. At the same time, world leaders everywhere were reaching the same conclusion. They needed to strengthen their own nations. Ever since the Bloodmelt Demon incident, the world seemed to have tipped into an age of the supernatural. That event had been the catalyst for everything. Now, all over the planet, veterans were delaying their discharge, the military was issuing broader conscription orders, and long silent arms factories were roaring back to life. Laboratories glowed with light through the night. Advanced weapons production lines, once marked for dismantling, were preserved and even expanded. Sensing the growing danger, political elites were scrambling to secure their own safety, pouring vast sums into a new wave of underground bunker projects. Across the globe, the most powerful nations were on edge, as though waiting for the next storm to break. But none of this concerned Zhong Hong. Right now, his face was alight with excitement as he stared at the long string of numbers on his system panel. Over 17 million emotional points, enough to make him feel positively euphoric. It was a pity that when the frost giants of Jotunheim descended into the realm of death, they were wiped out so quickly. Otherwise, his emotional points would have soared even higher. System, give me a heaven-grade treasure chest. When death appeared before Ilithas, it had given Zhong Hong quite a scare. But in the end, things turned out well. Ilithas was now officially on the roster. Against beings of that caliber, even gods were little more than ants. Only someone truly extraordinary could hope to stand against her. Seeing the results of this draw, Zhong Hong was delighted. 2 6-star cards at once. It was a pity, though, that these 2 cards weren't compatible. Otherwise, he could have fused them into a 6-star card right away. Looks like my luck's holding up today. System, give me another Earth-grade chest. But as he saw the contents of this chest, the smile faded from Zhong Hong's face. Well, I guess fortune never comes in pairs. Silently, Zhong Hong resolved never to run 2 accounts at once again. These Earth-grade chests were just too stingy. At least the main prize, the Heaven-grade chest, had been good, which calmed him down a bit. On closer inspection, the haul wasn't bad at all. System, list all the fusion materials I have. Now that I finally have the right materials, I can go have some fun messing with other civilizations in the universe. The mountain of emotional energy from the fall of Jotunheim had tempted Zhong Hong for a while, but lacking suitable cards, he never set his sights on other cosmic civilizations. Now, however, some of these materials were perfect for stirring up chaos across the universe. The Zerg, now it was a race built for this her job. With that thought, Zhong Hong summoned the fusion furnace. This time, he noticed something different about it. It felt somehow more tangible, more real. Still, Zhong Hong didn't dwell on it. Was it just another scheme from a system? He didn't bother worrying. Even if it was, so what? He was living on borrowed time anyway. Even if the system was playing him, he'd still consider this a life well lived. This time, Zhong Hong dragged 4 cards into the furnace. Will of Calamity, Void Broodling, Gene Bank of All Life, and Adaptive Evolution. The strength of this fusion will reach a whole new level. The reason it's still a weak, single-body cosmic level card is probably just a lack of development time. Rubbing his chin, Zhong Hong muttered to himself. With this card, he could finally shift his gaze to the wider universe. Sure, the Death World card could wipe out civilizations too, but that relied on a surprise attack right next to Jotunheim. If someone blocked his way, it would be tricky for the Death World to make an impact. The Zerg, on the other hand, were different. They were made for interstellar invasions. In terms of speed, they'd easily outpace the Death World, and their numbers would only grow, making their invasions ever more massive. With that in mind, Zhong Hong deployed the Zerg Cataclysm. Somewhere in the cosmic void outside the 9 realms, a colossal being suddenly appeared, its immense form dwarfing planets. Its body was a nightmare, seemingly torn apart by invisible blades and then stitched together again. Deformed limbs twisted at impossible angles, and its heavy biological armor even supported a system resembling a planetary atmosphere. Some regions were crackling with arcs of purple electricity, while others brimmed with venom. Countless tendrils sprouted from the hideous creatures. Body, their tips shimmering with a blue, ghostly glow that seemed to devour all light. Each tendril slithered through the cosmos like a living viper. The very appearance of this being surpassed the limits of human comprehension. For an ordinary person, just a single glance would be an immense challenge to their sanity. No sooner had it appeared than it began spawning swarms of insectoid units. Countless tiny creatures had already emerged, continuously pouring forth and swirling. Around it in thick clouds, drawn by its unique gravitational field. Should any intruder approach, these entities would rush to defend it without hesitation. Go now, grow stronger. Breed, fight, slaughter, and evolve. At Zhong Hong's command, the Scourge Hive ship stirred to life and surged toward the nearest planet. Strange materials surged from deep within its massive form, altering the very fabric of space around it as they flowed out. With each shift in the surrounding space, the Hive ship accelerated, moving at speeds many times faster than light, while its insectoid swarms remained tightly shielded within its powerful gravity field. Zhong Hong felt confident in the power of the swarm. Once the rolling tide of insectoids began to snowball, the entire universe would become his pasture for harvesting emotional energy. Just as his gaze returned to the system interface, Zhong Hong noticed something had changed. Somehow, the panel looked different. As he prepared to investigate further, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on the system display. Reading the list of new features, Zhong Hong was delighted. He had wanted to go out for a walk, but worried that using card powers might expose him and bring unnecessary trouble. Now, with the system's timely update, he no longer had to worry about attracting unwanted attention. While the system is updated today, I'll fuse a few more cards. With that, Zhong Hong tossed the cards of Unyielding Will indomitable body, and defiance of death into the furnace. I could probably create something like a body-refining path from the 8 Desolations realm. Given how vast that world's lore is, its cultivation. Methods should be just as diverse, he mused, fingers tracing the armrest of the sofa as he envisioned what kind of identity would suit him best. Well, never mind. Opportunities will come in time. Better to fuse some different cards first. Next, Zhonghong fed a thread of the Mother Goddess's incarnation, a severed tendril of Cthulhu, and the corrupted soul of a prophet into the furnace. This new card is quite interesting. Its combat potential fluctuates so dramatically. System, will this mental contamination affect me? The newly fused Fallen Divine Abomination truly piqued Zhonghong's interest. Judging by its description alone, it seemed destined for great and terrible deeds. After receiving the system's affirmative response, Zhonghong immediately infused himself with the power of the Fallen Divine Spawn. The moment that power settled within him, he was struck by a strange sensation. This feeling was unlike the sheer might of the yellow-winged great sage, whose power manifested directly, nor was it like the clear and overwhelming force of the underworld, which grew stronger by devouring worlds. Instead, this power seemed to focus on the strength of the mind. The moment Zhonghong tapped into this force, he found himself nearly able to perceive the thoughts and desires of every intelligent being on Earth. Moreover, this awareness kept spreading, reaching far beyond the planet itself. With such profound insight, he could easily interfere with the minds of all living beings, even weaving dreams for them at will. It was as though he had become a presence like Cthulhu, who slumbers in the eternal mansion of R'lyeh, awaiting your dreams, capable of driving ordinary people to madness without them ever realizing it. Those lost in madness and terror would, in turn, become a relentless source of power for the fallen divine spawn. All in all, it felt more like a bizarre mechanism, one that, if used skillfully, might yield extraordinary results. Even more intriguing, this power allowed him to create his own followers, sparking a host of new ideas in Zhonghong's mind. Meanwhile, somewhere in the cosmic void beyond the 9 realms, a spatial rift suddenly opened atop a drifting meteor. From that rift, a figure soon expelled. It was Loki, cast out by the Bifrost. Unconscious, he lay sprawled across the rock, only to be swiftly discovered by several armored figures. These figures wasted no time in carrying the unconscious Loki to the heart of a massive fleet, none other than the Chitauri Armada. Inside one of their warships, Loki underwent a thorough examination and received treatment. Thanks to the combination of Chitauri technology and his own formidable constitution, Loki eventually regained consciousness. But before he could do anything, the tip of a scepter was pressed against his chest, its end glowing with a bright blue light. Loki, still dazed and only partially healed from Odin's intervention, found his mind clouded once more. "Don't touch me with that thing, you fool," he snapped. A sudden ferocity flashed in Loki's eyes as he shoved the mind scepter aside. Instantly, a burst of magical energy shot from his hand, sending the blue-skinned armored Chitauri flying across the room. The unfortunate Chitauri landed several meters away. Hearing the commotion, the guards outside rushed in, weapons drawn. In a flash, over a dozen high-tech weapons were trained on Loki. Seeing so many weapons pointed at him, Loki wisely chose not to retaliate further. His instincts warned him against acting recklessly. As tense silence hung in the air, the Chitauri who had been knocked down finally spoke up. Judging by the way the others clustered protectively around him, this was clearly the Chitauri leader. This formidable being. Loki interrupted him mercilessly, making it clear that while he wouldn't resort to violence, he was still determined to assert his dominance verbally. As he spoke, Loki quietly cast a spell, conjuring a duplicate to take his place. Of course, there was no way this little trick would escape the notice of the Chitauri leader, who had already meddled with Loki's body from within. Yet the Chitauri leader seemed unfazed by Loki's maneuver. He simply continued speaking. "Mighty One, I believe we can strike a deal." At the mention of a deal, Loki's interest was piqued. He replied with curiosity. "And what sort of deal might that be? Let's hear it. How can a god be without a domain? We Chitauri can help you conquer Earth, one of the 9 realms. In return, you must hand over an item from Midgard to us, and you may borrow this scepter for your use." "Oh, but Earth is home to some truly formidable beings now. For instance, what do you plan to do about that giant bear?" Because Loki had fled so quickly, he hadn't witnessed Yang Chun, the great sage Yellow Wind, or the Ancient One in action. "What giant bear? Even if such a creature exists, if it appears, our fleet will deal with it. Surely it can't stand against our warships." Hearing this, Loki nodded. That giant bear couldn't possibly withstand the might of warships, especially those built for cosmic battles, with all their natural advantages. Seeing Loki nod, the Chitauri leader immediately offered the Mind Scepter with both hands. Loki accepted it without hesitation. The instant the Mind Scepter touched his hand, Loki sensed the tampering the Chitauri leader had done to his body. He didn't make a scene, merely tried to undo it with his own magical powers. Meanwhile, the Chitauri leader was inwardly gleeful. If this plan succeeded, he was certain to win Lord Thanos' favor, which would mean greater benefits for his race. After a few attempts, Loki realized that his own magic was not enough to break the spell. Reluctantly, he channeled the power of the Mind Scepter. Loki's mastery of magic was far superior to that of the Chitauri leader. In almost no time at all, he unraveled the Chitauri's handiwork. But since the leader no longer held the Mind Scepter, he remained completely unaware. Loki kept his discovery to himself. He decided to play along, curious to see what the Chitauri were really up to. How dare they try to invade the Nine Realms? What is it you want from Earth? Loki looked calmly at the Chitauri leader. Now, having felt the might of the Mind Scepter, his curiosity about the object desired by the Chitauri was stronger than ever. At this moment, Loki found himself reconsidering his judgment of Midgard. From the very start, he'd faced setbacks on Earth, but now, even the Chitauri, a technologically advanced alien race, had come seeking something from this mortal realm. Perhaps this land of mortals truly did hide more than met the eye. To be honest with you, what we need is the Tesseract. That artifact once belonged to Asgard. You must use it to open a gateway and bring our army to Earth, the Chitauri leader declared. Loki mocked them inwardly, a cold smile flickering in his heart. These filthy alien wretches dare to covet something that belongs to Asgard, he thought. Outwardly, however, Loki agreed to the Chitauri leader's terms. But in his mind, he was already plotting how to secure a greater benefit for Asgard. He needed to plan carefully. In the end, not only the Tesseract, but also this scepter ought to return to Asgard. And as for being accused of betrayal or deceit, please, he was the god of mischief. After their negotiations, some Chitauri escorted Loki away to rest. Without the Bifrost for swift travel, getting to Earth was no easy feat for him now. Still, once the Tesseract was activated, Loki would be able to reach Earth in an instant. After sending Loki off, the Chitauri leader entered the command room. Before him loomed an enormous screen. The moment it flickered to life, the leader fell to his knees, bowing deeply in reverence. Once, the Chitauri had been a mighty civilization, feared throughout the cosmos. But Thanos, with overwhelming strength, had crushed them. The leader was grateful he'd surrendered swiftly and pledged his people as vassals. Otherwise, at least half the Chitauri would have been wiped out. Still, being Thanos' vassal wasn't so bad. Their strength had grown considerably since, and whenever he thought of that, he felt fortunate for his choice. A flash of white light swept across the screen, and the Chitauri leader began chanting traditional blessings for his people. He then reported all matters concerning Loki to Thanos. Thanos replied that he would continue to watch the situation and urged the leader to press on. As for rewards, Thanos had no intention of giving anything to those he now viewed as mere cannon fodder. Their conversation ended quickly, and as soon as it did, Ebony Maw, standing beside Thanos, spoke up. "My lord, why entrust Loki with the scepter? Even with that weapon in hand, given the situation on Earth, I doubt he will succeed." Thanos, seated on his throne, cast a sidelong glance at Ebony Maw before responding calmly. "Loki is nothing more than a pawn, and the Chitauri are expendable. Their purpose is to probe what other powers might exist on Earth." The current situation in the Nine Realms was ever-changing, and neither Odin nor the Ancient One seemed ready to leave the stage. If the Mind Scepter wasn't handed over to Loki, he might not even qualify to be a mere pawn in this grand game. Just thinking about the state of the Nine Realms weighed heavily on Thanos' mind. Odin and the Ancient One were both adversaries he could not contend with. As long as these two remained, obtaining the Infinity Stones would be an almost impossible feat. This time, it was nothing more than a probe, to see if there were still formidable beings hidden on Earth. If Loki actually succeeded, it would be much easier to retrieve the stones from his hands later. If Loki failed, then a single stone would be of little use to Thanos anyway. In that case, it would be better to empower Loki, letting him uncover more of Earth's hidden strengths. Time moved on to November. In a secret shield base, Ivan Vanko was resting in a lounge, his spirit utterly depleted. Traces of electric burns still marred his body. After his escape from Hammer Industries, he was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D., but the treatment he had expected never arrived. That was because he fell into the hands of Hydra. Hydra did indeed covet his technology, but what they needed even more was someone obedient. Ivan Vanko, clearly, was not that kind of man. In Hydra's grasp, Ivan Vanko had no strength left to fight or flee. He was locked away in a secret facility, subjected to relentless brainwashing. At that moment, Rumlow, who was standing guard outside, received a call from Alexander Pierce. "How is it? Has he talked yet?" Rumlow glanced through the window at Ivan Vanko, who was slumped in a deep, uneasy sleep. He then replied, "He's a tough one, but now he's finally given in. Once we complete the next stage of brainwashing, we'll be able to use him, at least in part." "Good. Speed it up." The global situation has become extremely complicated. Some members of the Security Council have even proposed forming a united human military force. Hearing Alexander Pierce's words, Rumlow paused for a moment. It seemed the old fox was under a lot of pressure lately to be sharing things like this with him. But he knew better than to comment, so he simply followed Pierce's lead. "So, do you support this plan?" "That's not for you to worry about. Your focus should be on making sure we can use that man's technology for ourselves as soon as possible." With that, Alexander Pierce hung up, but Rumlow didn't mind. In another secret base, Alexander Pierce rubbed his temples. The pressure was immense. Several recent major events had made him start to doubt whether Project Insight would truly be effective. This creeping sense of doubt about something he had always believed in weighed heavily on him. Even someone like Alexander Pierce, a top-tier operative, was not immune to such pressure. He had begun planning for his own future, eager to acquire more advanced technology. Ivan Vanko's inventions had given him quite a surprise. After all, building a reactor nearly identical to Iron Man's out of scraps from the slums was nothing short of a treasure. He was convinced that, if the brainwashing succeeded, Hydra's vast resources would make mass production entirely possible. Even if they couldn't achieve full-scale replication, creating a few would still greatly strengthen their side. Of course, it was wise to prepare several contingencies. He had already arranged for people to secretly track down Obadiah Stane and Justin Hammer, whose powers he eyed with envy. If those two could harness such power, there was no reason Hydra couldn't do the same. And if they could acquire some demonic power as well, Hydra would become even stronger. However, all of these ambitions required time. Meanwhile, his reliable partner, Nick Fury, was under immense pressure. At recent Security Council meetings, some members had begun to question SALD's purpose and whether it should even continue to exist. If not for Nick Fury's silver tongue, along with Alexander Pierce's staunch support, today's situation would have been much more troublesome for him. Still, life had to go on, and there were two pieces of good news. First, Dr. Selvig actually had some expertise with the Tesseract, and thanks to his leadership, many experiments were able to proceed. Second, an old-timer had just been fished out of the Arctic Ocean, and the political significance of this figure could not be overstated. Nick Fury picked up the phone and called Coulson, who was just about to start his vacation. After the incident in New Mexico, Coulson had submitted his leave request earlier that morning. "Hello, sir." Coulson quickly answered the call. "Agent Coulson, I need you in my office." "Oh, sir. Has my vacation request been approved?" "Hello, sir." As soon as Coulson picked up, Nick Fury told him to come to his office. Before Coulson could get a clear answer, he realized the call had already ended. This abrupt summons left the vacation-bound Coulson with a sense of foreboding, though he quickly pushed that feeling aside. After all, he'd been through life-and-death situations, and the events in New Mexico had truly left him exhausted. New Mexico? Wait, what happened out there again? Suddenly realizing he'd nearly forgotten what had transpired in New Mexico, Coulson broke into a cold sweat. His steps quickened as he made his way to Nick Fury's office. When Coulson arrived, Nick Fury had already placed a file folder on a pulled-out chair, motioning for him to take a seat. Nick Fury's uncharacteristic behavior gave Coulson a bad feeling. Could his vacation really be over before it even started? But when your boss calls, you can't just ignore it. So Coulson braced himself and sat down. Just as Coulson was about to ask why Nick Fury had summoned him, the director anticipated his question, gesturing for him to finish reading the file first. Coulson had no choice but to open the folder. The moment he pulled out the contents, his eyes were glued to the pages. His breathing grew heavier. His pupils slowly widened, a clear sign of shock. "This happened yesterday. I was thinking you could take it easy and handle this assignment, but your vacation wrecks." The moment Coulson realized Fury was about to hand him a mission, joy lit up his face. But the second half of Fury's sentence made his expression change dramatically. "What vacation? Everyone knows that Agent Coulson never takes a break." Coulson cut Fury off mid-sentence, even rising to his feet in protest. Seeing Coulson's reaction, Nick Fury was secretly amused. He was an expert at handling his subordinates, after all. Still, he kept his face neutral, simply watching Coulson in silence. After that brief outburst, Coulson realized he might have been a bit too impulsive. It looked like his bonus for this mission might be slipping through his fingers. Regaining his composure, Coulson didn't sit back down. He cleared his throat and said, "Director, please assign me the mission. I'll do my best to complete it." Easy, Coulson. The captain is still in stasis for now. The good news is, for him it'll probably feel like he just took a nap. Your assignment is to help him adjust to modern society once he wakes up. We need the captain. Coulson immediately nodded in agreement. He couldn't have asked for a better job. It wasn't dangerous, it wasn't exhausting, and he wouldn't even have to go out in the field. Most importantly, this was Captain America, a childhood hero of his. Still, after taking the assignment, Coulson didn't leave right away. Fury noticed, and could tell Coulson had something on his mind, so he spoke first. Agent Coulson, is there anything else you'd like to add? Coulson hesitated, then spoke up. Director, what happened in New Mexico? I can't remember anything about it, but I know it was important. Seeing Coulson like this, Nick Fury let out a sigh. Such methods were truly formidable. Coulson himself, the person involved, couldn't remember a thing. However, he had no intention of letting Coulson recall what happened that day. The fewer people who knew about such terrifying events, the better. As for the situation in New Mexico, you don't need to worry about it. Just focus on the task at hand. Though curiosity lingered in Coulson's heart, he chose to obey orders. After asking his questions, Coulson left the office. Before long, he met up with other agents who were part of the operation, and under their guidance, he was led to a laboratory. The moment he saw the silhouette inside the thawing chamber, Coulson couldn't tear his eyes away. Excitedly, he reached inside his jacket and pulled out his Captain America commemorative cards. In his mind, he resolved that once the captain awoke, he would do anything to get a genuine autograph. The thawing process only took a few hours, but the long years in the ice meant that it would be a while before the captain regained consciousness. Worried that waking up in a laboratory might unsettle the captain and sour his feelings towards both himself and S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson swiftly ordered that a nearby lounge be transformed to resemble a hospital room from the last century. He even gathered a collection of period-appropriate items to give the room an authentic atmosphere. Although the hospital was a fabrication, everything inside it was meticulously arranged. There were even some of S.L.D.'s advanced medical technologies hidden in plain sight. Once everything was ready, Coulson had several well-trained agents dress as doctors and nurses. Every detail was considered, all to ensure that when Captain America woke, the shock of the modern world would be softened as much as possible. Coulson chose to follow the same approach as Nick Fury in the original story. He, too, wanted to help the captain gradually adapt. Sir, the captain's showing signs of activity. Just as Coulson was mapping out how to carefully ease the captain into the modern era, a report from one of the agents snapped him back to reality. Hearing that something was happening to his hero, Coulson didn't hesitate. He rushed straight into the faux hospital room. Seeing the captain lying in bed, his brows tightly furrowed, Coulson grew tense. He immediately grabbed one of the doctors who just checked on him and asked, "What's happening to the captain?" The doctor responded without delay. Because he was frozen for so long, some of his bodily functions are only now beginning to recover. As for the frown, from a medical standpoint, it appears he's having a nightmare. A nightmare? At that moment, the captain was indeed caught in a strange dream. It felt as though a powerful hand had dragged his mind deep beneath the sea. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was unusually lucid within this state. Yet he found himself powerless to control his actions, as if playing the role of a detached observer. His body was fully immersed in the scene, while his mind merely watched from the sidelines. He could sense the dreamlike quality of this experience, yet he simply couldn't break free. By analyzing his surroundings, he deduced that he was deep beneath the ocean. Yet, in a place where sunlight should never reach and darkness should reign, he found himself able to see the world around him. But it wasn't just the bizarre environment that unsettled him. His body felt the crushing pressure of the water, a force that should have pulverized him to a pulp. Yet in reality, it only left him struggling for breath. With every step he took, it was as if his spirit was mired in thick sludge, unable to break free. Each sensation piled upon the next, overwhelming him with discomfort. His senses became synced with his body in the outside world, triggering a sudden cacophony of alarms from the monitoring equipment. The shrill outburst caught the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents completely off guard. One machine after another sprang to life, and a flurry of diagnostic devices was hastily attached to Captain Rogers. Yet, despite their best efforts and every trick they could muster, the agents were at a loss to explain what was happening. None of the measures taken by the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives had any effect on Steve Rogers' dream. Within the dream, he pressed forward, his movements beyond his own control. His mind was relentlessly tormented, and as he continued, fatigue and numbness seeped into his very soul. Just as he was growing desensitized to these feelings, a strange, piercing shriek jolted him awake inside the dream. With the shriek, a shimmering green barrier appeared before him, glowing like phosphorescence. His body moved on, and astonishingly he passed straight through it. The sight beyond the barrier shocked him awake, flooding his senses with awe. The moment he entered that shield, the world snapped into focus. Everywhere he looked, a verdant glow illuminated the darkness. Before Steve Rogers rose majestic city walls, wreathed in green light, their contours resembling the spine of a slumbering behemoth. The gates themselves gaped like the maw of some colossal beast, as if eager to swallow the last flickers of radiance. Those walls radiated a strange, magnetic pull, luring Steve to venture closer. The uncanny sensation sent a chill of fear through his heart. Yet he had no control over his actions. His body kept moving forward, and the walls loomed ever larger with each step. The damp air was thick with the sweet, rotten tang of decaying moss. Steve thought he heard a voice, indistinct, calling to him from somewhere unseen. The sound was muddled and impossible to understand. When Steve tried to focus, straining to make out the words, he realized there was nothing, no voice at all. The bizarre uncertainty only deepened his growing unease. At last, after wandering for what felt like an eternity, Steve finally arrived beneath the city gates. As he drew closer, he saw that the grand structure was covered in intricate carvings, densely packed with mysterious patterns. These patterns resembled the pictographs of some ancient civilization. Steve found his gaze irresistibly drawn to them, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the symbols themselves were shifting and writhing. As the pictographs twisted and moved, the surrounding emerald light shimmered and changed as well. It was as if the symbols were telling a story, their forms constantly in flux. With every shift of the symbols and every flicker of green light, Steve seemed to witness the emergence of an entirely new race, a sentient species utterly unlike humanity. He saw them multiply, hunt, build, and worship their gods. Eventually, his vision settled on a scene of ritual sacrifice. Yet in a disturbing twist, as his attention fixed on the ceremony, the creature presiding over the ritual turned its gaze directly upon him. The image of the priest grew ever larger in Steve's mind until it felt almost as though it stood before him in the flesh. In that instant, Steve could finally make out its features. It was some blasphemous creation, its form reminiscent of a deep-sea creature, with enormous, unblinking eyes that seemed never to close. Its body was black as ink, its limbs bizarre and unsettling. Every part of it assaulted Steve's senses. As Steve stared at the creature, it let out a guttural roar, a sound both raspy and booming, as if the crashing of waves had merged with the whispers of an ancient incantation. The force of it seemed capable of shattering Steve's very soul. Overwhelmed by terror, Steve managed to seize control of himself within the dream and let out a startled cry, throwing a punch in self-defense. But the moment his fist flew forward, the vision vanished. The strange creature was gone. The pictographs were still, and the carvings no longer danced before his eyes. Meanwhile, in the waking world, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent monitoring Steve was not so fortunate. The poor soul was knocked clear across the room by Steve's reflexive blow. The sudden commotion left the other agents stunned. Could Captain America really strike out while trapped in a nightmare? They were, however, relieved to discover that after delivering that punch, Steve made no further moves. The thought of him continuing to sleepwalk and the prospect of having to subdue him by force made their skin crawl. After all, who would dare lay hands on Captain America? Oblivious to what was happening outside, Steve felt his body slip once more beyond his control. He pressed onward, finally placing his hand upon the massive city gate. The instant his palm touched the cold surface, an invisible force rippled outward from the contact point. The green glow permeating the space dimmed, while something lurking beyond the gate seemed to stir to life. Just as he tried to move forward, however, he found himself unable to advance. The gate creaked open a narrow crack, and from within, tendrils of energy, almost like tentacles, began to snake their way out. Or perhaps this, too, was nothing more than another illusion. Steve felt himself growing disoriented, but the suffocating sensation tightening around him as the tentacles wrapped him up snapped his mind back to sharp alertness. This feeling made him tense up again, and he kept struggling, trying to break free. "Steve, what's wrong?" After another desperate struggle, Steve suddenly found himself in a hospital room. Nearby, a radio was broadcasting news of the Nazis' defeat. Gentle moonlight spilled in through the window, and Carter was gazing at him with deep affection. The scent of disinfectant hung in the air, and the familiar setting, along with his beloved right before his eyes, helped Steve calm down. Seeing Carter's worried expression, he managed to offer her some reassurance. "It's nothing, just a nightmare. I remember falling into the sea. Did we win?" Carter, overcome with emotion, threw her arms around him and spoke gently. "It was only a nightmare. You're awake now, and that's what matters. After our victory, we pulled you from the sea. You were unconscious for so long. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, Steve couldn't help but smile. Yes, this was right. Everything before had just been a bad dream. Yet, deep in his heart, something still felt off. The whole scene seemed strangely unreal. Meanwhile, across the room, the SHIELD team finally relaxed as they watched the numbers on the monitor return to normal. A medical officer reported to Coulson, "Sir, the captain's vitals have all stabilized. He should be sleeping soundly now." Coulson let out a long sigh of relief. If anything happened to the captain on his watch, he'd never forgive himself. Keep monitoring the instruments. Report anything unusual immediately. The medical staff nodded and returned to their observations. Back in his dream, Steve was enjoying a life of perfect happiness, a world so blissful it was almost intoxicating. But the more flawless this world seemed, the more unreal it felt. How could real life ever be so smooth, so free of hardship? Sure enough, as soon as Carter stepped out, everything in the hospital room began to change. Sinister, twisting symbols crept across the walls. The floor took on the appearance of living skin, so thin Steve could see veins pulsing beneath it. The sweet, rotten stench of moss mixed with the hospital's antiseptic, forming a nauseating odor. Even the room's decorations warped into disturbing shapes. Horrified, Steve tried to rise from the bed, but discovered, at some point, his body had been strapped down, locked in place, unable to move at all. At that very moment, the door to the hospital room swung open again. But this time, it wasn't Carter who entered. Instead, several bizarre creatures, with fish heads and human bodies, stepped inside. In their hands, they carried all kinds of surgical instruments as they advanced towards Steve. The sight sent icy terror coursing through Steve. He felt completely powerless, like prey at the mercy of the butcher's knife. That sense of utter helplessness gnawed relentlessly at his mind. This was all Zhong Hong's doing. Through the power of a fallen eldritch spawn, he had woven a nightmarish dream for Captain America. In the end, Zhong Hong let him off for now. He didn't intend to kill Steve outright. After all, the influence of the fallen spawn was far-reaching and insidious. Zhong Hong planned to torment Steve slowly, deepening the corruption of his spirit with each passing day. The mere thought of Steve, bedecked in countless honors and once again hailed as an emblem of American ideals, only to be revealed as a broken madman, was amusement enough for Zhong Hong. What's more, due to the unique nature of this power, even the Ancient One herself wouldn't notice anything amiss unless she was physically present. The fallen spawn's influence hadn't changed the world around Steve. It had simply let him glimpse a projection of Relia in his dream. Once Zhong Hong returned him, Steve managed to break free before the monsters could reach him. But as soon as he stood up, a massive, grotesque head loomed right before his eyes. A startled cry burst from Steve, and with that, he awoke, only to find himself surrounded by doctors and nurses clutching strange medical instruments, with black-suited agents wheeling equipment behind them. The scene brought him right back to the terror of his nightmare, and he felt a surge of relief as he realized he could move his body. He wasn't in top form, but it was still far better than being utterly helpless. Driven by a desperate will to survive, Steve no longer cared about the details of his situation. All he wanted was to escape this place as quickly as possible. Because the monitoring devices attached to Steve all began blaring alarms, even more medical equipment was rushed into the room by SHIELD agents. None of them could have imagined that Steve would awaken so abruptly with a shout. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Before they could react, Steve acted first. Even without being at his peak, thanks to the super soldier serum, he was far more than a match for ordinary agents. However, there was no way for Steve to stop the alarms, which now blared even louder throughout the facility. With a few swift blows, Steve cleared himself a path. But this wasn't a bustling city street, as in the original story. It was the very real, heavily secured SHIELD base. At the sound of the alarms, agents came rushing from every direction. Yet, under Coulson's orders, none of them carried weapons. Still, though unarmed, their sheer numbers quickly became overwhelming. Using the force of numbers alone, they soon had Steve completely surrounded. The blaring alarm didn't just attract the attention of ordinary agents. Even Nick Fury himself arrived on the scene. "Take it easy, soldier." The agents parted to form a path for him, and Nick Fury walked straight up to Steve. Soon after, Coulson arrived as well. Coulson glanced at Steve, who was clearly on guard, and offered an apologetic smile before speaking. "I'm sorry, Captain. You've only just woken up, and your physical condition isn't ideal. We had to use some medical equipment to monitor your health." Hearing Coulson's apology, Steve's tension eased a bit. The fact that the agents were unarmed helped dispel his suspicions that he was still caught in a nightmare, or in the hands of HYDRA, or some other hostile organization. "To be honest, our medical staff didn't expect you to regain consciousness so quickly. We'd made even more preparations." Coulson was doing his best to explain, not wanting to mess up this crucial task, and, if he was honest, hoping his idol wouldn't come to dislike him. Preparations? What kind of preparations did you make? We wanted to give you time to adjust to this world, Captain. You've been asleep a full 70 years. As those words sank in, something seemed to dawn on Steve. His eyes darted around the room, and his breathing grew heavier. This scene made Coulson and Nick Fury exchange a worried glance. Could sleeping this long have caused some unexpected side effects? Captain, are you all right? Steve paused, then replied, I'm fine. Really? It's just I missed a date. Just then, Nick Fury spoke up, addressing the surrounding agents first. If that's all, get back to your posts. With that, the agents dispersed, and then Fury turned to Steve. Captain, this is Agent Coulson. He'll help you get up to speed with the world as it is now. That's right, Captain. Please come with me. Coulson led the way, having already arranged living quarters and everything Steve might need. Steve followed quietly, his mind awash with regret over the date he'd missed and uncertainty about what lay ahead. The nightmare from earlier, he pushed aside, chalking it up as an unusually vivid and realistic bad dream. Hell's Kitchen, Fist Tower, Penthouse. After a long absence, Obadiah reappeared here, shrouded in black. The sting of his last defeat, shared with Justin Hammer, still lingered, especially for Hammer, who had even lost Hammer Industries. Yet, as a result, both men had gained greater power. Now, Justin himself possessed the ability to transform into a demon. After some careful consideration, the two of them decided to gather more allies and avoid showing themselves in front of those superheroes from now on. There was no need for them to get involved personally. They would simply create chaos and trick the converted demons into doing their bidding. Before long, the ever-eloquent Kingpin arrived, flanked by his impossibly burly bodyguard. With a smile on his face, he addressed Obadiah. May I ask what business brings you to me, sir? I don't recall having met you before. Obadiah let out a derisive laugh, paying no mind to the refined act. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the hulking bodyguard standing behind him. Wilson Fisk, I remember we've done business before. Don't bother with these little tricks in front of me. Recognizing the familiar tone, the massive bodyguard tapped the so-called Kingpin on the head, signaling him to leave. Relieved, the imposter hurried out with his head down. Now, the true Kingpin, the real Wilson Fisk, sat down opposite Obadiah, making it clear that the man before had merely been a decoy. As soon as he settled in, Fisk poured a glass of whiskey for Obadiah and spoke up. You can hardly blame me for being cautious, Obadiah. The moment you stepped into Fisk Tower, you used some mysterious power to injure my men. If you were me, would you dare show up in person? Obadiah burst out laughing. Come on, Kingpin, you weren't always like this. He downed a drink in one gulp, then teased Fisk with a knowing look. In the past, one was a financial shark and the other the king of the underworld. Though their friendship was never deep, they'd done a few arms deals together. At Obadiah's words, Kingpin gave a cold snort, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. After a bit of small talk, they got down to business. Obadiah spoke first. I'm here to discuss a deal with you. After all, we are old partners of sorts. Kingpin sneered inwardly. Old partners? If Obadiah hadn't displayed this supernatural power, he would have vanished from Fisk's world the moment he lost his fortune. Still, Fisk replied with feigned interest. And what kind of deal do you have in mind? Let's hear it. I know you've always been after this kind of power. It's captivating, isn't it? As Obadiah spoke, his arm morphed into a demonic form. Instantly, the temperature in the room soared, and a flicker of caution appeared in Kingpin's eyes. Though Fisk's physique was at the very limits of human potential, he was still just that, a human, outmatched by those with true superpowers. He coveted such abilities deeply. Back when the trouble at Stark Industries broke out, he'd already sent his men to investigate. But he had found nothing. He had almost given up hope, but just now, his men reported that an unexpected visitor had arrived at the building. Seeing that Fisk remained silent, Obadiah spoke up again. I can give you this power, but you need to help me exact my revenge. When Obadiah said this, Fisk finally responded, his voice laced with suspicion. Are you planning to take down Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D.? If that's your intention, I'll have to show you the door. For the sake of our acquaintance, I won't mention your visit to Fisk Tower. As he spoke, he made a gesture of seeing Obadiah out. Of course, it wasn't that Fisk was intimidated. This was simply a negotiation tactic. In his eyes, Obadiah was the one in need right now, and he intended to squeeze as much benefit from him as possible. Obadiah, a seasoned fox in his own right, understood Fisk's thinking perfectly well, but he didn't call him out on it. Instead, he waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. I'm not looking to destroy them. I just want to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Hearing this, Fisk felt more at ease. He tapped his fingers on the desk and spoke. Do you realize this could cost me dearly? Faced with such a question, Obadiah merely smiled. He knew he had won. For you, sacrificing a few underlings to gain extraordinary power must be rather tempting, isn't it? With that kind of power, your influence would grow at an astonishing pace. Ruling the entire underworld of America would no longer be a pipe dream. At this, Fisk stopped pretending. The chance to become something more than human was simply too rare to pass up. Sacrificing a few henchmen was a small price to pay for him. Go on then. What do you need for your revenge, and how do I get this power? Obadiah grinned at the question. With Fisk's resources, he could quickly convert a number of demons. You know how it works? This is demonic power, and demons require sacrifices. Don't worry about that. Hell's Kitchen may not have much, but it has an abundance of vagrants and small-time gangsters. At this, Obadiah's smile grew even wider. This was exactly what he'd come for. The vagrants and petty criminals of Hell's Kitchen were like random NPCs generated by the city itself. To him, this was a land teeming with opportunity. With Fisk's backing, he was confident it wouldn't take long to teach his troublesome nephew and those meddling agents a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. Obadiah then stood up first and extended his hand. Seeing this, Fisk also rose and shook Obadiah's hand. Then let's toast to a successful partnership in advance. To our successful partnership. Both men wore broad smiles, but beneath the surface, each harbored their own hidden ambitions. Kingpin was planning to test Obadiah, hoping to obtain superpowers without needlessly sacrificing any of his men, if possible. Obadiah, however, remained oblivious to Kingpin's schemes, or even if he knew, he couldn't care less. The power of demons was not something one could claim so easily. Once Kingpin accepted this power, he would realize just how laughable his own ideas had been. So the two of them took the elevator down to the underground garage together. Kingpin needed time to prepare some offerings, while Obadiah required a relatively private place. Wrapped head to toe in his dark cloak, Obadiah sat in the armored car, gazing out at the bustling city of New York with a complicated expression. His old life now seemed like a distant dream. Strangely, this new existence brought back a thrill he hadn't felt in years. Ever since the Bloodmelt demon had rescued him, Obadiah and Justin had come up with a plan. One would stir up chaos in New York, where superheroes were strong and plentiful, keeping these so-called heroes on their toes. The other would develop operations outside the city, in safer areas, ensuring a steady retreat route and a reliable supply of demons. Justin, ever the coward, naturally opted to expand in the relative safety outside the city. But Obadiah was different. He craved excitement. He wouldn't get his own hands dirty, but simply being in New York was far more exhilarating than hiding elsewhere. Meanwhile, Tony's magical studies were reaching their limit. The Ancient One had guided him to the threshold. From here on, progress depended on Tony's own dedication. The Ancient One had also granted Tony permission to borrow books from the Kamartaj library at any time, as long as the librarian approved each request. And so Tony settled into a routine, studying new materials in the mornings, working on the Iron Man suit in the afternoons, and poring over magical tomes by night. His earlier decision had proved wise. Pepper was managing Stark Industries brilliantly. Profits hit record highs, and she had even set up a dedicated production line for Tony's suit and supporting systems. On top of that, Tony had asked Pepper to acquire some vibranium for his research. With such a capable partner, Tony could focus entirely on learning and innovation, his progress accelerating by the day. As for Gawain, he devoted each day to honing his combat skills, delving deep into how to best exploit the aerial advantages of the armor Tony had given him. Yang Chun, meanwhile, kept up his usual routine of gaming, occasionally tracing network cables to drop in on a few companies. All in all, ever since the incident in New Mexico, life had been calm and uneventful. No major trouble had arisen. The world was vast, brimming with scenery and wonders. In his previous life, Zhong Hong had always longed to travel, but financial constraints held him back. Now, not only could he travel, he'd ended up living abroad. Naturally, he was eager to see how life here differed from back home. It was already November 2011, and the days of peace were numbered. When 2012 arrived, the story of the first Avengers would begin, and the chaos engulfing the Marvel Universe would only grow deeper. Zhong Hong wanted to make the most of this brief lull and go out to enjoy life a bit. After all, what lay ahead was not only the coming storm in the Marvel world, but also the challenges he himself would bring to it. While Obadiah and Kingpin were busy plotting together, Zhong Hong finally decided to embark on his journey. Thanks to the system, he didn't need to pack anything. Whatever he required could be acquired with a wave of his hand. And so, Zhong Hong locked his door behind him and set off. He had no intention of using any powers to teleport directly to his destination. What he sought was the experience of the journey itself. He left New York City, planning to return before the Spring Festival. He had already found a promising Chinatown and intended to celebrate the new year there. That very night, in a secret warehouse under Kingpin's control, a large number of gang members were herding vagrants and battered street punks into the building. Kingpin's efficiency was as formidable as ever. Or perhaps it was just that Hell's Kitchen had no shortage of the desperate and the downtrodden. Once, the fenced enclosure was packed full. The gangsters withdrew, leaving only Kingpin, his most trusted men, and of course, the pitiful sacrifices. "Boss, what are you doing with these people? Wanting to kill them?" "I don't like killing this kind," came a voice from behind Kingpin. It was Bullseye, currently employed as Kingpin's top assassin and trusted confidant. Kingpin ignored him, instead turning his gaze to Obadiah, who stood clad in a black robe. He gestured toward the group of vagrants. "Is this enough? If not, I can get more, but I expect results." Obadiah answered not with words but with action. Stretching out his hand toward the huddled vagrants, molten lava began to surge from his palm. In the same moment, the flesh and blood of the vagrants seemed to melt away, and as their bodies dissolved, a massive vortex of gore and flesh appeared in the center of the warehouse. With the swirling vortex came an overwhelming psychic pressure that pressed down on everyone present. Another of Obadiah's terrifying talents. Obadiah did possess the power to transform demons, but a new partner always needed to make a strong first impression. For him, the molten blood demon was the most powerful statement he could make. Watching Kingpin and his men blanch in horror, Obadiah's lips curled into a sly, satisfied smile. If he could, he would have loved to play the role of the molten blood demon himself. Given how quickly his own strength was growing, he believed that day would come. But first, he needed to earn the demon's approval, something Obadiah understood all too well. Who will receive the blessing this time? As the last of the vagrants' flesh and blood was devoured, the voice of the molten blood demon echoed through the entire underground warehouse. Kingpin, Bullseye, and a host of gangsters stared in shock at the demon's massive form. If not for their unwavering loyalty to Kingpin, most of them would have fled without a second thought. "Little bug, enjoying the show, are you?" The demon's words jolted Kingpin out of his daze. He suddenly realized that someone uninvited might have slipped into the warehouse, most likely the street hero, Daredevil, who'd made quite a name for himself lately. Daredevil, or Matt Murdock by day, was a seasoned lawyer. But by night, he donned his mask and prowled the streets as the vigilante hero. Noticing a suspicious gathering of Kingpin's men, he had trailed a group of gangsters to this very place. What he witnessed here would haunt him for the rest of his life. The moment the demon's voice suggested it had noticed him, Daredevil made a split-second decision and bolted for the exit. But the molten blood demon merely let out a mocking laugh. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight, only to materialize right behind Daredevil, as if teleporting. Before Daredevil could make it more than a few steps, a searing pain shot through his body. In disbelief, he looked down to see the demon's claw thrust clean through his chest. He tried to struggle, but the demon gave him no chance. With a surge of inhuman strength, it drained every last drop of flesh and blood from Daredevil's body. Then, with another swift movement, the demon appeared before Kingpin. Instinctively, Kingpin staggered back a couple of steps, just as the demon tossed something at his feet. Even the ruthless Bullseye fell silent at the sight. Staring at the demon's hulking, grotesque frame, Bullseye felt an unfamiliar chill of fear. Kingpin looked down and realized what had landed before him. It was Daredevil's suit. But the hero who once wore it was nowhere to be found. Only the shriveled costume remained. Everything had happened so quickly. It was only when Kingpin saw the blood pulsing on the demon's claws that he accepted the truth. Daredevil was dead. Kingpin swallowed hard. He had never imagined that the vigilante who'd caused him so much trouble would die so abruptly. The demon before him was truly terrifying. Who will receive the blessing? The question snapped Kingpin back to his senses. Steeling himself, he stepped forward, bowed slightly, and replied, "Lord Demon, I am the one to receive your blessing." The demon regarded Kingpin, and for once, there was a rare note of approval in its voice. "A fine vessel indeed. Now, take your blessing." With that, the demon pointed at Kingpin, and a torrent of molten lava instantly enveloped him. Suddenly, a pain scream burst from within that ball of molten lava, unmistakably Kingpin's voice. Yet very soon, that agony was tinged with a hint of exhilaration, a chilling sound that terrified the gangsters and Bullseye alike. All around, the gang members and Bullseye barely dared to breathe, afraid that the slightest sound would draw the demon's attention. Before long, the seed of molten blood had completely merged with Kingpin's body. The swirling molten energy was absorbed, and Kingpin himself was transformed into the likeness of a demon spawn. He now towered a full 3 meters tall, his body wreathed in swirling magma, waves of scorching heat radiating from him. Kingpin clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power. Coursing through his veins, strength beyond anything he'd known before, along with a taste of the supernatural. Unable to restrain himself, he burst out in triumphant laughter. His physical limits had already been pushed to the extreme of what a normal human could achieve. Without outside intervention, he could never have grown stronger. But now, he was more powerful than ever before, and he could sense that his potential for even greater strength was far from exhausted. The molten blood demon looked upon the newly empowered Kingpin with satisfaction. The transformation of such a high-quality human specimen into a demon spawn had produced formidable results. With a sweeping gesture, the demon sent dozens of seeds of molten blood flying into the mass of flesh nearby. Each seed, wrapped in a swirl of flesh and blood, shot into the bodies of the remaining people in the warehouse. In an instant, the underground storage room was engulfed in a wave of oppressive heat and demonic energy. Watching this scene, Obadiah couldn't help but let a faint smile curl across his lips. With these demon spawn, perhaps they would not be able to defeat Iron Man and that mysterious knight outright, but they would certainly be enough to cause them trouble. These creatures were perfect for sowing chaos wherever they were sent. Let them throw their lives away. He would reap the rewards of the havoc they created. Thus, right under the noses of the superheroes, this cycle would repeat itself, exhilarating and safe, and the reward would surely be far greater than skulking in some forgotten corner. Spread chaos. Sow despair. With each act, you will become stronger. The demon's voice thundered through the underground chamber, and those who had received their new strength cried out their allegiance in unison. Even Kingpin and Bullseye were swept along, powerless to resist the intoxicating allure of such power. They could sense it. The demon before them held complete dominion over their newfound strength. Satisfied that the mood had reached a fever pitch, the molten blood demon departed the scene. Once the demon had gone, the demon spawn reverted to their human forms. At Kingpin's command, they swiftly evacuated the underground warehouse. After the gang members had left, Kingpin called Bullseye over to him. Bullseye, here's what I want you to do next. First, I want you to make the necessary arrangements. Don't limit yourself to Hell's Kitchen. Target every homeless or destitute person in all of New York. But refrain from using force or violence. We must avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Secondly, tomorrow I'll have someone register a pharmaceutical company. You'll use the drug trial as a cover to recruit a few people and come up with another pretext for the rest. As for fighting and killing, there's no need for you to get involved just yet. Once the plan is in motion, there will be plenty of opportunities for that. Kingpin laid out many arrangements for Bullseye. After committing all of Kingpin's instructions to memory, Bullseye left. When only Kingpin and Obadiah remained, Kingpin walked up to Obadiah. Looking at him, Kingpin knew this was a debt he was destined to settle. Seeing Kingpin approach, Obadiah smiled amiably and spoke. I hope you'll devote yourself wholeheartedly to our cause, Mr. Kingpin. Don't try any little tricks. Silently cursing the old fox, Kingpin replied. Mr. Obadiah, from now on, just call me Wilson. Now, I think it's time we carefully plan your revenge. Very well, Mr. Wilson. But allow me to correct your wording. It isn't revenge I seek. This is about sowing even greater chaos. After Obadiah and Kingpin finished scheming, the Bloodmelt demon communicated with Zhong Hong. The demon was aware of every detail of Kingpin and Obadiah's plan. Perhaps, before the Battle of New York, he could stir up something even bigger? With this thought, Zhong Hong decided that if the Bloodmelt demon wished to cause trouble, he would let him. Still, if the demon acted, someone would need to keep the Ancient One occupied. Once Illithas had fully digested the power of Jotunheim, she could come and tie down the Ancient One. Then there was the issue of Yang Chun. Given his strength, the Bloodmelt demon was no match for him. At present, only those two on Earth could stop the Bloodmelt demon in a short time. Even if new developments arose, Zhong Hong still had cards up his sleeve. Meanwhile, aside from the Bloodmelt demon, the fallen divine spawn had begun its own performance, spreading its influence across the globe. This manifested in a surge of peculiar nightmares worldwide, mostly affecting sensitive artists, musicians, painters, and writers in particular. But the fallen divine spawn's influence was slow and far-reaching. It was expected that, before long, the number of mental illness cases would skyrocket across the world. When madness consumed the masses, they would become an endless source of power for the fallen divine spawn, further strengthening its sway over reality. Stark Tower, top floor. Yang Chun, who had been playing a game, stood up. He downed his soda in one gulp, switched off his handheld console, and headed for Tony's lab. Tony was in the lab, immersed in his research on new materials, when he saw Yang Chun walk in with an odd expression on his face. Tony found it strange. This guy actually had time to come see him. Did he have something else in mind? But before Tony could say a word, Yang Chen's voice reached him. Tony, I'm here to say goodbye. Something's come up at my sect. I need to go back. Hearing this, Tony set aside his research and walked over to Yang Chen. That's so sudden. Yang Chen gave a bitter smile. It happened out of the blue. Who knows when we'll see each other again after this? I just hope there will be a next time. Since this was a matter concerning Yang Chen's sect, Tony didn't feel it was his place to say much. He just nodded quietly, then turned to Jarvis. Jarvis, let Gawain know, and open my best bottle of wine. Yes, sir. Mr. Gawain has been notified, and your finest wine in the tower has already been uncorked. It'll be brought up shortly. It wasn't long before Gawain, clad in his battle armor, flew in from outside. As soon as Gawain entered, Tony pressed a glass of wine into his hand. Yang Chen is leaving. Let's see him off. No need for words. The wine will say it all. Soon after, Yang Chen's figure vanished from Tony and Gawain's sight. Gawain, what do you think happened on Yang Chen's end? He left in such a hurry, Tony murmured, staring at the spot where Yang Chen had disappeared. Gawain gave a wry twist of his lips, then answered, maybe it's something to do with another race. Let's just hope it's not because of the great calamity. These words made Tony's worry deepen. He asked anxiously, what exactly is the great calamity? For even someone like Yang Chen to rush back, it must be serious. Tony was the kind of person who always prepared for the worst-case scenario, making contingency plans for everything. Not knowing what was going on, especially when it might affect him, made him deeply uneasy. But Gawain had no answer for him. After a moment's thought, he said, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to hold it up. Let's focus on what's in front of us. You're right, Tony agreed with a nod, though the worry never faded from his eyes. Gawain understood this was simply Tony's nature, so he said nothing more. After the chaos caused by the awakening of Soul Captain America, things had finally returned to normal. At this moment, Nick Fury was in a secret chamber, standing before a display that showed several shadowy figures. These were the ones behind S.H.I.E.L.D., the so-called World Security Council. Yet, even among these few, Hydra had already wormed its way in. Director Fury, the incident in New Mexico has led us to question whether S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly fulfilling its duties. Nick Fury met the man's gaze directly, irritation simmering beneath his calm exterior. Was that really something mortals could meddle in? Why didn't he go deal with it himself, then? It's precisely because S.H.I.E.L.D. agents risk their lives that you have access to such detailed intelligence from that site. And yet you have the nerve to question whether S.H.I.E.L.D. has fulfilled its duties. At that moment, his close ally, Alexander Pierce, spoke up in his defense. We can all see how hard S.H.I.E.L.D. agents work, but after all, they're only human. When faced with a crisis of that magnitude, there are limits to what anyone can do. Hearing someone stand up for him, Nick Fury's expression softened a little. Old friends really were the ones he could count on. But the questioner wasn't done yet. He fired off another sharp inquiry. Then how do you explain the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. failed to issue an early warning about the incident? Isn't that supposed to be part of SHIELD's core responsibilities? This time, the question cut right to the heart of the matter, leaving both Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce at a loss. Because, indeed, early warnings did fall within SHIELD's purview. Sensing their discomfort, another council member seized the moment. If S.H.I.E.L.D. has so obviously neglected its duty, then isn't it reasonable for us to question whether the organization deserves such a hefty budget? His words piqued the interest of several other council members nearby, but not everyone was pleased. At this, both Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury nearly lost their composure. So this was what they'd been waiting for. Such demands were out of the question for both of them. I believe now, more than ever, is not the time to cut SHIELD's funding. In fact, I'd argue we should be increasing it, Alexander Pierce declared at once. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was supporting most of Hydra's undercover agents, and even Project Insight required massive funding. Cutting the budget now would only undermine Hydra's very foundation. Director Pierce, just because you came from S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't mean you should be biased in its favor. I'm simply stating the facts. Neither counselor could persuade the other, and the rest of the council had their own agendas, choosing not to get involved in the heated debate. Suddenly, the entire chamber was filled with fierce arguments. Nick Fury, meanwhile, remained as steady as ever, knowing that jumping in rashly now would do nothing to end this fruitless quarrel. He waited patiently until the two had worn themselves out, then finally spoke up. You both make valid points, but I also oppose any reduction to SHIELD's funding. Of course you do. The more money you can get for nothing, the better, isn't it? No sooner had Nick Fury finished speaking than the earlier council member let out a cold snort and replied. Then perhaps you could tell us, Counselor, what exactly should this budget be spent on? I believe this funding should go to the military. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just an intelligence agency, and matters of war should ultimately be handled by the armed forces. At this point, the counselor's true intentions were finally revealed. Nick Fury caught the hint and smiled. If the money was going to the military, that was a much easier situation to manage. Besides, with Captain America as his ace in the hole, there were plenty of scenarios where special agents outperformed soldiers, and what little budget S.H.I.E.L.D. received was barely a drop in the bucket compared to the military's needs. Counselor, do you really believe that allocating this military budget to the armed forces would be more effective than keeping it with S.H.I.E.L.D.? The military's performance during the New Mexico incident was hardly impressive. At Fury's words, the counselor let out a dismissive snort and fell silent. After all, the military's conduct during the New Mexico incident had indeed left much to be desired. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury continued, "This brings me back to the Avengers initiative I previously proposed, as well as Counselor Alexander's Insight program. Both of these projects have the potential to fundamentally shift the current situation. The combination of a specialized rapid response team and a helicarrier is practically tailor-made for challenges like these. And let's not forget our vast intelligence network. Behind the scenes, S.H.I.E.L.D. can be far more effective than the military could ever hope to be." Fury's speech, part argument, part artful persuasion, may not have fully convinced anyone, but all he needed was to stall the move to cut S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding. After all, Alexander was firmly in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s corner. If Fury could just sow a bit of doubt among the other counselors, that would be enough. True to form, under the combined maneuvering of Fury and Alexander, the meeting once again dissolved into heated debate. Soon after, Nick Fury returned to his office, looking rather troubled. It was clear that the council's patience with S.H.I.E.L.D. was wearing thin. Before the New Mexico incident, this kind of tension would have been unthinkable. Even if some counselors were dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D., they would never have voiced it so openly. Ever since the incident, Fury couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was gathering on the horizon. Fortunately, there were still some glimmers of hope. Under Dr. Selvig's leadership, research on the Tesseract had finally made progress. Fury was convinced that if they could harness its power to build weapons, things would turn around. As he pondered this, a knock sounded at his office door. Nick Fury snapped out of his thoughts and called for the visitor to enter. It was his right hand, Agent Hill, who walked in clutching a file, her face clouded with concern. As she approached, she handed the file to Fury. "Director, you need to see this." Seeing Agent Hill's troubled expression, Fury felt a sense of unease creeping in. He took the file, and as he scanned its contents, his heart sank completely. The report detailed yet another appearance of demonic entities. This time, these demons had emerged in a small town near the Cascade Mountains, a range located some distance northwest of New York. Already, the death toll had surpassed 100, deepening the furrow in Nick Fury's brow. Having just survived the threat of budget cuts, the last thing he wanted was another crisis. Haven't our people gotten there yet? Without delay, Nick Fury turned to Agent Hill, his tone edged with urgency. The timing of these demon attacks couldn't have been worse. "Our agents are on their way, armed with holy water weapons," Hill replied. "But since the demon activity is no longer confined to New York, should we consider equipping S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents across the country with holy water as well? In this demonic rampage as quickly as possible. Also, have someone notify Tony and his nightly friend." Nick Fury nodded at her words. As long as the team was en route, that would suffice. He couldn't afford to alarm the World Security Council with another incident. He was aware of Yang Chen's departure, and truth be told, he even felt a little relieved. Having such a powerhouse under his own roof, yet completely out of his control, was never comfortable. Still, Yang Chen's absence was hardly a boon. For now, the situation's still unclear. Let's hold off on distributing holy water weapons to other S.H.I.E.L.D. branches. Nick Fury didn't immediately approve the extra gear. After all, every piece of equipment came out of the budget, and both the Pegasus Project and Project Insight were already consuming vast resources. For now, saving where he could was the only option. Still, perhaps the Avengers initiative could solve some of these budget woes. Tony was already his top pick for the team. Once Tony was on board, funding would no longer be an issue. With that in mind, Fury began to contemplate how best to bring Tony into the fold. He couldn't simply go begging for help. Tony Stark had to make the first move. Ideally, he'd even refuse a few times before finally agreeing. Only then would Fury maintain the upper hand. "Director, I believe we should dispatch more agents to the Cascade Mountains. The quick response team I've sent may not be enough to handle the demonic threat there." Agent Hill spoke up once more. Her authority only covered the deployment of rapid response units. Anything larger or more specialized would require the director's personal command. Send Rumlow and his team to assist, and tell Agent Barton to prepare to cut his vacation short. Fury wasted no time, immediately organizing additional support and preparing to call Hawkeye back into action. Even as demons ran wild in the Kasky Mountains, a projection of Illithis quietly appeared near Kamartaj. He didn't make any move, content to bide his time for now. As long as the Ancient One remained uninvolved, he was happy to enjoy his leisure. However, whenever the Ancient One made a move, he would also reveal himself, blocking the Ancient One's path. At this moment, Justin Hammer was leading several demons pawn on a killing spree in a small town. One by one, the residents fell at his hands, their flesh and blood swiftly pouring into his body. Occasionally, some townspeople tried to fight back with guns, but they were no match for him and his followers. They were dispatched with ease, their life force absorbed without a trace of resistance. The files Nick Fury had seen recorded these incidents. Because the Kasky Mountains were a well-known tourist destination, the area was bustling with people. Justin Hammer had set his sights on this very fact. He and his henchmen disguised themselves as travelers, blending into densely populated towns to carry out their massacres. He ignored places with too few people, while towns with too many residents might have armed forces that could threaten his plans. Thus, these moderately populated towns became his ideal hunting grounds. He was no reckless brute like Obadiah. He understood that survival was the only real truth. Retreat, now immediately. Justin quickly checked the time and planned to withdraw precisely in half an hour. He gathered the flesh and blood he had prepared earlier and began chanting in the demonic tongue. Soon, a lava pit about 3 meters wide opened up before him, the result of a technique he had meticulously perfected. While he might not be as strong as Obadiah in direct combat, he had mastered many ways to escape. As soon as the pit formed, Justin leapt in without hesitation, his henchmen following closely behind, well-trained in executing a coordinated retreat. This marked the third town he had slaughtered. His method relied on his incredible mobility, allowing him to kill, spread chaos, and, most importantly, keep himself safe. Justin knew it wouldn't be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, or even Iron Man himself, came looking for him. That's why he and his followers had to get used to this hit-and-run approach. Before long, they reappeared at a camp deep in the Kasky Mountains. Their sudden arrival sent the oddly dressed people nearby dropping to their knees in worship. This was the stronghold of a demon-worshipping cult. Justin had discovered this place soon after arriving in the Kasky Mountains. Once he revealed his true power, he quickly subdued the entire group. Those who resisted had already become part of him. Originally, these people only used the name of demons as a front for human trafficking. But the appearance of Justin, a genuine demon's pawn, truly opened their eyes to a new world. After eliminating the few who dared defy him, the rest pledged their loyalty without hesitation. When Justin turned several of them into demon's pawn, the entire group prostrated themselves in absolute submission. Justin gazed at the scene before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Soon after, a few people approached to report which towns were crowded and where upcoming festivals were about to be held. These updates pleased Justin greatly. Without hesitation, he launched several bloodmelt seeds, transforming the informants into demon's pawn. Once their transformation was complete, Justin ordered them to lead the way to the next town. He was eager to hit a few more targets before attracting the attention of Iron Man and his allies. The convoy set out swiftly, relying on their human disguises to move undetected. This infiltration method was slow, but it was safe and inconspicuous. After about an hour's journey, they arrived at their destination. It was late afternoon, and adventurers returning from sightseeing in the Kasky Mountains were trickling back to town, wary of the dangers in the mountains, unaware that the real danger awaited them in the town itself. Thanks to SHLD's information blackout, the townsfolk had no idea trouble was brewing near the Kasky Mountains. Or perhaps, even if they heard rumors, they paid them little mind. After all, the mountains were vast. What were the odds of trouble finding them? At that moment, a local tavern bustled with travelers freshly down from the mountain. Most were planning to finish their drinks and head off to rest. But before they could empty their glasses, 2 uninvited guests strode into the bar. Justin and another demon's pawn entered, both in human guise. One at the front and the other at the rear, they sealed off the tavern, then instantly revealed their true demon forms and began their slaughter. Screams erupted, a chorus of terror and shock, but these cries were quickly drowned out by even more harrowing howls of agony. Justin and his companion blocked every escape. Some desperate patrons fired their guns at them, but their efforts were futile. The tavern massacre was only the beginning. Soon, shrieks and gunfire echoed from all corners of the town, interspersed with the chilling, guttural laughter of demons. However, since the demon's pawn lacked the ability to jam signals, a few townspeople managed to send out distress calls. So, with Justin Hammer, he moved even faster than Obadiah this time. In a way, he's helping Obadiah by drawing attention away from him, Zhong Hong mused as he roamed the area, having noticed a spike in emotional energy. He quickly pinpointed the source, surprised to find that the seemingly cowardly Justin Hammer had acted before Obadiah. "Ha ha! You will all become my strength. Count yourselves lucky." Justin cackled madly. Once he'd been frail, needing money for any sense of security, but the power of the Bloodmelt demon had changed everything. Not only did he possess real strength now, he had a way to grow even stronger. He was thoroughly intoxicated by this newfound might. Yet just as he was reveling in the rush of newfound power, an ominous sound reached his ears, a demon's anguished scream. "Damn it, they got here faster than I thought." He couldn't tell exactly who was coming, but he quickly prepared a lava pit, just in case. The newcomers were none other than SHELD's rapid response team. Their holy water weapons blasted a rampaging demon off its feet, and the commotion drew other demons from afar, all rushing toward the shield squad. Upon seeing the holy water weapons, Justin immediately ordered his men to retreat. Those weapons could truly destroy demons, and at this stage, he had to avoid direct confrontation at all costs. The demons hurled a few fireballs at the shield agents before retreating themselves. Even the demon that had been blasted aside was quickly helped away by its companions. The agents claimed an easy victory, but they gained nothing from it. Soon, Rumlow's team arrived to provide backup, only to find nothing but empty ground. Over the next few days, Justin made full use of his mobility and stealth, engaging shield agents in a running game of cat and mouse. Even Tony, who came to help, found himself at a loss for immediate solutions. Word of the situation eventually reached the International Security Council. Although Alexander continued to speak on Nick Fury's behalf, Fury still came under pressure and had no choice but to send more agents into the field. But the Kasky Mountains were vast. Unless Justin exposed himself, they had no way to track him down. Justin was slipperier than an eel. He would appear briefly, only to vanish again before S.H.I.E.L.D. or Iron Man could even engage him in a fight. And so, SHLD's rapid response team and Rumlow's squad found themselves bogged down in the Kasky Mountains, led in circles by Justin. Tony held a handful of photographs. Though blurry, the figure in them could just about be identified as Justin Hammer. It's Justin Hammer. After he escaped last time, he somehow ended up in the Kasky Mountains. The area isn't densely populated, but we still need to deal with him as soon as possible. Tony and Gawain then reviewed several records of Justin's recent movements, trying to deduce his approximate location. There was no way Justin could simply appear in these towns out of thin air. Jarvis, pull up every face from the towns where demons have appeared on those days. Cross-check them, and give me the faces that show up in more than one town. Yes, sir. After a moment's thought, Tony added, and see what S.H.I.E.L.D. has uncovered in their investigation. Yes, sir.